maybe there's a chance. Yeah!
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Welcome to a day 2 of my late night after shows. I've been doing impromptu. Decided to get in. Appreciate everybody for coming over, heading on over from the awesome debate that just happened over on Standing for Truth between LUCA and Dr. Kent Hovind on Is There Evidence for Evolution? Very interesting discussion back and forth. I'm actually joined by both the moderator and the host of said debate, Standing for Truth. And one of the contestants from tonight's debate. We got LUCA down the bottom left, and then Rational Empiricist. And it looks like Danny's going to be joining us as well. So we should have good. This probably will turn into an interesting discussion. We'll see how late we go into the wee hours of September 17th. 2021. But for those of you who are just joining my channel for the first time for an after show, basically what we do is kind of initially kind of do round robin type style. Everybody gives their opinion, what they thought, best one-liners, best zingers, best comebacks, overall opinions, things that stuck out to them. And we kind of do that back and forth, keep it kind of focused on the debate for a bit. And then you never know where things might end up. The discussions oftentimes go wild, and sometimes I pass out and let people keep going on into the ether. So we will see what happens. But I guess, let's see, LUCA was in first, then SFT, then Andrew, and then Danny. So LUCA, appreciate you joining the stream. I know it's a late night for you, and you'll probably want to go to bed here pretty soon since you've just been talking for the last 2 hours. So I'll give you first turn. Give us your thoughts. What do you think about the debate? How'd you feel about it? And what really stuck out to you about it?
Okay, it felt good. I think that the first part I was very bad at it. I was very hesitant, and I had some problem with the language too. But more into the debate, I think I did a little bit better, and I'm very curious about what the people here think about the debate, from Andrew in particular, but even for Danny, Standing, and you, of course. So. I have to answer the question or no?
LPP, you might be on mute.
Okay, so yes.
Oh, sorry, Luke. I'll read it out real quick. So Salvation Zone says, question for LUCA. It takes intelligence from a man or woman who, as a scientist, combines the corn and the wheat. This only proves intelligent design, does it not? So they're asking, does combining corn and wheat show an intelligent agent was necessary?
Okay, first of all, was not made by scientists because it happened a long time ago. It was an accident because when people were trying to get better crops, they do not knew what were doing really. So it was not an experiment. More likely was an accident. So no experiment there. Of course, it was artificial selection because someone has selected that mistake from nature. But yeah, it was not an experiment, for what I know at least.
Gotcha. All right. Well, SFT probably will have to go have like cuddle time on Friday night with his wife and watch a movie. So SFT, what was your thoughts on the debate that you just hosted over on your awesome channel?
Man, you really know how my Friday nights play out to a T, John.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know this because he used to always talk about like, oh yeah, John, just host an after show. I'll definitely join. I will totally join. I'll absolutely just do it. Just do it, man. And then I'm like, okay, man, where you at? And you don't hear from him. You don't hear from him. He sends me a text message and be like, Yeah, so my wife made me pizza, and she's bribing me with getting to watch the Snyder version of, insert movie. And so I'm gonna try and come and join. If you're still going at 3 a.m., then I'll come join. So since he decided tonight to actually grace us with his presence, go ahead, SFT, floor is yours.
Hey, listen, happy wife is a happy life. So, but I gotta say, the last I hear an echo. Maybe it's here. Just a sec. Maybe it's from my end. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I was gonna say I think it was one of your last after shows, brother John, where it was pretty entertaining. It was pretty epic. We had I can't remember that guy's name, but we had like a full all-out debate on speciation and all the fun stuff. So, but anyways, that being said, yeah, the debate I thought was epic. Tons of fun. I really like that topic. We haven't actually debated that topic in a while. We've had I've had Kent on like last month. I think it was 4 times, but we've been doing a lot of age of the earth related debates, or debates related to the flood, local flood, global flood, so on and so forth. So I thought it was fun to engage that topic. Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? So yeah, I thought it was good. I think Luca and Kent had some good presentations, and although I disagree with Luca, of course, I appreciate Luca's respectful and civil approach to debate and dialogue, and I believe Luca and I are probably going to set up a similar formal debate next month. Maybe a slightly different topic, but definitely something similar. So Luca, definitely a fun debate. I really enjoyed it.
Right on. Well, and before we move on to get Andrew's opinion, because I know Luca wants to hear from him, where did that comment go that I'm going to make fun of? Where the heck did it disappear to? Hold on one moment. Where the heck did Sledge's? Okay. Sledge has decided that he's a very high maintenance potential panel member. And I'm guessing that his Power Rangers suit may have shrunk in the dryer. And, but he says, depending on where the conversation goes, he may join in. So, Sledge, if you're able to get your spandex up and come on the stream, we'll look forward to talking to you. It's always fun. All right, moving on to the next person. So we've got Andrew, you're up next, and then Danny, the Notangelo, then Ochre. So, Andrew, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so the debate was pretty good. I guess coming at this kind of from a constructive criticism point of view, because I of course agree with Luca's position, and you did a certain way, and I think it was a good way. However, there's a way in which I would have done it, and I don't know if maybe you can take some points from that. So basically, what I feel like you should have done is, rather than focusing on the mechanism as to how evolution kind of occurs, basically, how changes build up over time. Another way you could have done it is maybe focusing on the evidence for why those changes happened in the first place. And this is, of course, my biased position coming from a common ancestry perspective. But I do really think that's a good way to come at it from that angle. So, like I said, I'm not attacking the way you did it per se. I just think that that's another way you could have taken it, and I think it would have worked equally, if not much better, in my opinion. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Actually, John, if I could insert one quick little jab at Andrew here. In other words, Luca, you should have pulled out the old lines on paper, assumption-based methods, as compared to the the mechanism of so-called large-scale evolution. So I'm sure Andrew would have had all his charts and all those lines on paper front and center to demonstrate that banana plants and whales are related. So
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a preview. We have a glimpse into what may happen, assuming SFT's wife does not make him pizza. There may be a confrontation between a rational empiricist, also known as Andrew, and SFT. We shall see what may be in our future on the stream. So, Sledge, if you're deciding you're afraid to enter the arena for a little to be up close and personal to the upcoming SFT versus Andrew debacle that's guaranteed to happen at some point. Come on in, man. Link, and for everybody else, if you want to join, the link is pinned. I'll post it here in the chat again here in a minute, but it's up there if you want to hop on in. And up next, we've got the one and only Danny. How are you doing, my friend? And what are your thoughts?
Hey, I kind of have a similar story as SFT. I was going to watch a bit of the debate, at least towards the end, but the wife wanted to watch The Witcher on Netflix. So, which is usually a dream come true for a husband, to watch for your wife to say, let's watch The Witcher. But I did not see any of the debate, so I can't comment as to it, but I'll look back into it. There's nothing like a Hovind debate, so we'll see.
And the more important question, is The Witcher a good show, and does Henry Cavill play a good Witcher?
I think he does, but is it a good Christian show? I don't know about that, but it is a pretty good show outside of maybe some of your Christian commitments.
I would predict it's probably not a very good Christian show. Most shows on Netflix probably aren't.
That's probably true, but we enjoyed it. We're almost done with season 1 because we're waiting for that season 2 in December.
I think the most interesting part of that show is the fact they don't explain to you that the timeline is changing.
I know. When I first saw it,
figure that out.
I had to go on the wiki and what the heck is going on?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking forward to season 2. It was definitely was engaging for sure. I mean, all right, I can get down with this. It's got some interesting twists and turns for sure. Now we're gonna skip Ogre because he's decided that he is just too important to grace us with his presence right now while he is dealing with a child who has unexpectedly awakened. So we'll give Ogre a pass for right now while he deals with that. What's up, Otangelo? How are you, my friend? And I know you had posted a leak in the private chat. Is there anything you wanted to bring up on that, or just have thoughts on the debate, or tell us what's on your mind?
Oh, hi guys. I just called in at Truth Wanted because Puck and Paulo Gia were the hosts, and I had up to now only just one interaction with Paul and never with Puck. So I brought up the classical argument, which you like too, John, about information in DNA. And I brought up ATP synthase, and Puck, he pressed me how to recognize that something is designed. And my answer was that when you see something made for a specific purpose, like a machine which is made of several interlocked parts, and a blueprint which instructs how to make that machine, then this is clearly the hallmark and evidence of design. And a classic example would be ATP synthase. So that went straight over his head. And then in the end, Paul, he tried to claim that it could have been chemical evolution and RNA replication and things like that. And that's just gobbledygook. And as soon as they hear that, they added my call, I mean, it was fun, just to expose how they swim in fantasy land, literally.
Well, as a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see a real dumpster fire, because, Luca and Dr. Kent decided to be very civil individuals this evening. If you wanted to see a dumpster fire debate, earlier in today, Dr. Michael Ergon, I think his name is, went up against Matt Dillahunty over on Theology Unleashed. That was absolutely hilarious. Yeah. Matt Dillahunty went into full-scale meltdown. It was epic. I was cracking up. But, the guy whose name I don't know if it's just misspelled. I'm going to go for Schedule, maybe? I don't know. He says, sad, I always love the dumpster fire. This is in response to Godzilla saying that the after show is starting out pretty civil. Ladies and gentlemen, my after shows usually start off pretty civil. It's usually an hour to, I'd say an hour and a half to 2 hours before it gets really lively. And
before the
you
storm.
you never know what might happen. Yeah, as Andrew says, this is the eye of the storm. We're in the calm, just to prepare yourselves. You never know where things might go. Okay, so Ogre, are you back, or do you still need a minute?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, well, the floor is yours. Welcome to the stream, and what are your thoughts? I know you were kind of distracted here and there, but
similar to Danny, I wasn't able. Oh, Sludge joined us. How fun! Similar to Danny, I wasn't able to catch a lot of the debate. As I said, young child, SFT can relate. But I look forward to the after conversation and listen in, maybe join in, having a good time as usual.
Right on. Well, welcome to the stream. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Sledge was able to get his Mighty Morphin Power Rangers suit out of the laundry. He got it over. He got it on, and now he has joined us.
Morphin' time, brother man. It is morphin' time. Everybody rejoice. I am here to save the day. So I just caught the last little bit of the debate. But I did see that it was respectful and it was articulate, and of course I appreciated that. I always enjoy seeing Kent debate. Of course, I agree with him on a great many things. So I tend to lean that way as far as the debate goes. But it was what I saw was really, really good. So it was a good performance, and I enjoyed watching it, Luca, and I enjoyed you hosting SFT, so I appreciate that as well. So I hope everybody's having
No, Sledge, you're
good. What are we talking about tonight?
Well, that's a good question. You roboted there for a second. Who knows where the things might go? There's obviously we'll kind of go back and forth on things on the debate. I think next round we'll kind of talk about what were the high points for those who were actually there, and then we'll see what happens. So let's go back to Luca. Luca, what was your favorite part of the debate? Like, what did you think was the most intriguing piece of evidence that you brought to the conversation?
I think the good part was the discussion. At the end, I think I put Hovind a little bit on the ropes. It was a little bit. I do not want to say it was too much on the ropes, but I think I did well on that part. Not so well at the beginning, for me at least.
All right, well, appreciate that. So you're saying you felt like the discussion went a little bit more in your favor, and you were a little bit hesitant in the opening statement. Is that kind of you were kind of getting up to speed? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I got better with time, I think.
Right. Well, yeah, I understand what the point you were making earlier about obviously you're dealing with a language barrier and having to try and I assume you think in Italian and then have to translate it into English. So that's an extra layer of complication for you in the middle of a debate. So I definitely appreciate that.
Yes, of course. I need a little bit of time to speak better because when I came from a party, so I was whole the evening. I was there talking to my friends in Italian, of course. And then you have a debate not much later, so your brain is still in Italian mode, so it's a little bit difficult to switch.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what you actually just heard, if you're paying attention, Luca just said he was at a party before the debate. So what he actually said, what he actually meant by "I felt better as the debate went along," is that he got more sober as the debate went along. He was having to overcome all of those glasses of wine he had at the party before he arrived. And he's like, "Oh man, I shouldn't have had that last glass before I should have given myself an extra 2 hours before that." I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course, Luca. Yeah, I do not think anybody thought you were intoxicated.
Taking shots before a debate, Luca? That's one way to calm your nerves.
Yeah. No, I had just a couple of glasses because it was a birthday party. So I was expected to, but I did not drink a lot, and I can take alcohol very well. So I
So,
was not. Uh, it was not a problem for me.
well, let's get everybody. Listen, Luca. Well, Luca is Italian, so it's almost guaranteed that he has a high alcohol tolerance. I mean, they do start drinking rather young, so the body adapts. Evolution is proven by the French and Italian ability to ingest wine with lower than average intoxication levels. It's a true phenomenon. It proves evolution beyond all doubt. Obviously, I'm being facetious, but I get all that. So okay, so let's go. Let's switch over to Andrew. You're up next. You talked about things you thought you might have done differently first round. What was something that stuck out to you in about the debate?
I guess it would more have to be on Kent's side. Because a lot of what Kent said, in my opinion, about astronomy and cosmological subjects was just flat out wrong. So I guess that little section towards the beginning where he was talking about cosmic evolution and star evolution, how he phrases it, I think that was really iffy to me. So yeah, that's the rest was more on a different topic, of course, but that's the part that stood out to me the most from Kent's side, at least.
So, am I hearing you correctly that it stuck out to you because you don't think that there, such a thing as cosmic evolution is actually something you have to account for, or you disagreed with what he said? Like, what do you mean by that?
Oh, I guess. Well, I mean, some of the stuff about the Big Bang, for instance, just common talking points from him. But like, I mostly, I guess, disagreed with what he said about star formation and things like that. So yeah, I would say I disagreed. I don't think the terms he used, like cosmic evolution and stellar, well, maybe stellar evolution, but yeah, mostly disagreement. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't stellar? I thought that was a term.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I believe that. Yeah, I mean that's a scientific term. So why would you have a problem with that?
Yeah, that's why I corrected myself. I think I guess my problem with it is the terms are there, but I wouldn't consider it evolution in the way he's using it. Like you can use terms colloquially. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but like it just sometimes the language isn't as scientific as it could be, is what I'm saying.
So, okay, well, I'm not following on that. So you say the language isn't as scientific as it could be, but the terms stellar evolution is a scientific term. So how is that not being scientific?
Right. I'm just saying that sometimes there could be a distinction made between the kind of change, or what some people would call evolution of stars, versus the kind of change or evolution that we see in biology. So I think they're not
right.
Same
but Andrew, wasn't the whole point of what he was talking about that there are different usages of the word, and they need to put in different contexts, and then like here's all these different potential use cases of the term. Here's the one that I'm sorry, I'm speaking for him. Like, like obviously he's referring to a microevolution. Like, okay, there's this one, and there's all these other ones.
Yeah,
I'm fine with this one. I disagree with these other ones. But let's figure out which term is being used. I'm not really following why that would be. If you're looking at creating differentiation, making sure you're operating from the same frame of reference in relation to the utilization of a word, I don't really understand why that's a problem.
Okay, I can kind of see what you're saying. I guess the root of my problem with it is it lies in the fact that when you say, for example, cosmic evolution or stellar evolution or things like that, it kind of implies that it's related to biological evolution, like it's the exact same
Well,
kind
if I
of
could
theory.
say one thing to that.
Sure.
See, when you go into a debate, it's very important to define terms, especially in your opening statement, right? Because given the debate title, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Well, evolution in general just means change over time. You can also find in the secular literature, you can find them talking about cosmic evolution, stellar evolution, planetary evolution. You can find them talking about organic evolution, macro and micro. So the whole point is, okay, what type of evolution are we talking about here? Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Well, evolution means change over time. So we could be referring to cosmic, we could be referring to whatever. So if by evolution you mean, let's say, as Kent pointed out, variations within different types of creatures, then we're not really going to have anything to debate. But if by evolution you mean that banana plants and whales are related, then we are going to obviously have a disagreement. Or right, go ahead. So it's important. It's important to define terms. Is my point.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that there are different utilizations of the term. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is that it just seems a bit iffy to me when they're used together in kind of the same framework to suggest that it's one big atheistic theory, basically, that they're all the same model. Now I know that's not what he was saying, but my problem with it is it kind of gives that implication, is all I'm saying.
Andrew, you're kind of losing me on the conversation. I'm on your side usually, but I don't quite follow what your critique is either. Like, you're upset that Kent Hovind said evolution because you thought people might be confusing it with like naturalistic evolution. Like, I don't get where you're coming from either.
Right. Well,
it kind of sounds like not Kent's problem, you know? Like, he's using the term correctly. So
you can think of it this way, Andrew. It's either that Kent has a false belief, which that doesn't seem right, or you think he's being confusing, and that could only mean that people in the audience might misinterpret what he's saying, given that there are different usages of evolution. And that's, I think, what you're saying, the latter part, right?
Yes, I'm saying the latter, yeah.
Yeah, that's just an empirical question about whether the audience is confused or not.
True, yeah.
Well, even if you do a little research into what evolution means, you'll find, for example, I'm looking at a definition here that says, and I just typed in, what does evolution mean? And the definition that popped up was the gradual development of something, especially from a simple to a more complex form. And they give an example of written languages. The forms of written languages undergo constant evolution, right? So if you were to look at cosmic evolution, or the development of stars, the development of planets, the development of the first life, evolution can certainly apply to all of these things. So I think Kent
did a
good thing by defining his terms in the in his opening statement, in that, listen, what exactly do you mean by evolution? Right. If somebody asks me, hey, do you believe in evolution, especially in person, then I will typically respond with the question, well, what do you mean by evolution? Because yes, I believe in change over time. But if by evolution you mean apples and Tyrannosaurus Rex share common ancestry, then no, I don't believe in that kind of evolution. So,
well, I'm just saying that.
So you're lazy is what it is at the end of that. You're just lazy.
I think the only ones that are lazy are the ones that want.
Are you?
But hey, real quick, I understand you're excited, Mothra, but I have a feeling.
I don't respect you. So
you've probably been drinking a little bit. It's Friday night.
I fucked your wife, so it's okay.
Well, here's the thing. Well, Mothra, here's the thing. This is the typical example of unsophisticated dialogue and unsophisticated and unintelligent.
Didn't you just platformed a dude who hits one?
John,
you literally platformed into DVD,
real quick, because he's he's clearly about to be decimated. So here's the thing. I think the ones that are lazy are the ones like
stick
you.
To the argument.
The argument is you all are debating evolution.
Mothra, I understand
It's a fucking fact, you losers.
You are.
So debate it. Let's talk about it.
Exactly.
Don't be a penis wrinkle.
Okay, everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Okay.
So says the insecure man.
So this is my channel, and I said I told everybody to be quiet. I'm going to try and get this thing back in order before we go into full dumpster fire mode. Okay. Now, Mantra, welcome to the channel. And in the first portion of this, we kind of go in a round robin and have some little back and forth. Okay. So I was about to address you and give you the opportunity to speak before you started interrupting. Okay. So patience. 1 second. Now, SFT, go ahead and make your response to Andrew. And then Mantra will give you a second. You can talk about this initial round of you having the floor. Talk about the debate, some of your thoughts on it. Let's try not to go into full dumpster fire mode just yet, and then we can get back into more open dialogue. So SFT, go ahead and make your point, and then Mantra will give you the floor. Go ahead.
So I think the ones that are lazy are the ones that want to say, hey, do you believe in evolution? But what they really mean in their head is, hey, do you believe capital B? Because it is a belief. Okay, it's not something you accept. What they're thinking is, do you believe that banana plants and whales are related? That's what they mean. They don't mean, micro evolutionary variations between different creatures and allele frequencies and changes in these allele frequencies and populations. That's not what they actually mean. But for somebody like Mothra to hold to this idea that banana plants and whales are related through common ancestry, what they have to do is explain how the 4-dimensional genome with multiple overlapping codes and chock full of meta information actually came about. And they cannot do that. So they're the lazy ones because they don't want to explain their belief system. Anyways, go ahead, I yield.
All right. Okay, Mantra, go ahead. Tell us your thoughts about the debate. And then if you want to address the point that SFT made, you can. And then after that, if Angela, if you have something you want to say, then you can be up after Mantra. Go ahead.
Well, I will say that it's essentially the same script from Kent. It hasn't changed since 1994. And it really shows now because we've made advancements in science. So we know this stuff. We know this stuff because we put in the time and research. But I think it is a disservice to, unfortunately, platform Kent right now because he's not a good person and he's got multiple cases against him, the biggest being domestic violence. Which
all right. Hey, John, stop. If he wants to talk about the debate, talk about the debate. Don't bring in gossip, drama.
I'm bringing up a legitimate.
Mothra, if you want to have a sophisticated,
look how triggered you just got.
Don't come in here.
How triggered you just got.
To defend himself. We're not interested.
He doesn't need
like you who live in their mama's basement and who watch.
There are multiple incidents.
Every single move. And then if Kent's caller is situated a little bit wrong, you're going to make a post about it on Facebook.
I've never done that, though.
Better to do. Mothra, let's hear your actual arguments.
My argument.
Is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Let's hear your answer to that. Go ahead.
There's 100% reasonable evidence. The only reason to doubt that evidence is you're trying to make the profit. Like you clearly standing are in it.
What's your best evidence for banana plants and whales being related through common ancestry? Go ahead.
Literally all of modern genetics.
All
of modern fucking genetics.
Okay, so
hey guys, real quick. Hey, guys,
modern genetics.
Everybody,
let's
hang on. SFT, hang on. So, since Ogre is having to be relatively quiet at this current moment, I'm just going to speak for him in his hilarious sidebar private chat. He says, I think Mantra is in hour 3 of this live stream while we are all living in hour 1. So
that's a good one. I get props.
Mantra's jumping to dumpster fire mode.
But I will say to actively ignore legitimate domestic issues is a disservice. And as a husband, you should hold your people you appreciate to a higher standard. There has been
charges. There's been no.
He was arrested in 2005 for abuse.
You should keep it topical and not personal.
Here's the thing: innocent till proven guilty. Okay, not guilty.
Oh, he was proven. He's been proven guilty.
Dumpster fire contestants. Real quick, LUCA is passing out because he started drinking that fifth bottle of wine. So
That's the way to do it.
Luca, if you want to, you have a few words you want to say before you pass out?
Yeah. No, it was a pleasure to be here, and it was a fun night, fun debate, and I hope to do it soon. So I think I just say goodbye to all of you and all the chat, all people in chat.
Nice to meet you, Luca.
I'll just go to sleep because it's 4:30 in the morning, so I need to sleep right now.
Well, I appreciate you, Luca. You have. Go ahead, Angelo.
Sorry?
I said it in Italian, state buono. Stati bene. Stati bene.
Ok, grazie.
Mario
Vi
Party
saluto tutti
6.
in italiano, allora, è bellissimo.
Io
Nessuno
parlo il
capirà.
dialetto del sud,
Sì.
neanche tutti lo capiscono.
Buonanotte a
English,
tutti.
please.
Listen, Danny,
I
Danny,
was
just because the two Italians are talking
giving
over
my
you, just
goodbyes to everyone in Italian. Don't worry about it.
I'm just
It
kidding.
was nothing nasty.
no, we appreciate you, Luca. I was making fun of Danny. He was upset that the two Italian guys were talking over his avatar in the middle of the screen.
Good night, guys.
Have
See
a good
you.
night, Luca. Good to
Have a
be
good
here.
one, Luca.
I was
So
All
I
right.
would like, so I would like to address that as well. I've seen for years Kent Hovind being attacked for his personal life because he was in jail, and when he came out, everyone was blaming him for this. I think when someone is in jail and he comes out, then the state has forgiven him because he has paid for what he did, and then people keeping to blame him for what he did. I think this is just unfair. It's unwarranted. And when it is a debate about evolution, what does it matter if his personal life? I think this is a complete waste of time blaming him of his personal life. His personal life is personal and finish. He had a debate about evolution. So if you want to attack his arguments and his science, go for it. But don't waste everyone's time and blaming him for his personal life.
Right. Completely
Can
agree.
I speak to that? Can I speak to that, Otangelo?
Go ahead, Mother. You can respond.
So in America, if you are a religious institution, it is very easy to get tax exempt status. It is very easy. So when he went to prison, as much as he likes to play the victim, he was very much a part of that crime. He did commit a crime. He paid his price. It's done with. However, he's continued to keep it up. He's not a good person at the end of the day, no matter how much he pretends it. And there's more than enough evidence to show he's very abusive, both possibly physically.
Well, that's funny. Then where's the charge? So
he literally got arrested and got bailed out.
Does that make the science which he proclaims false?
Well, science is bad, besides the point, but I don't really care about that because the science is settled.
But what we should care here in this chat here is about the science.
Is that he hit a woman?
And
he literally hit a woman.
I am really not interested.
Child.
Listen, I'm really not interested to know his personal life. I came to this stream to talk about evolution and about
that's because you're a fake
the evidence which he provided. So if you have something to refute about the claims that he made, go for it. That's what
he doesn't.
All of genetics, according to Mothra, is evidence that banana plants and whales are related. Why don't we get something?
I just want to add one thing real quick, guys.
Now let's hear what about genetics.
Standing, it's funny you cite Nathaniel Jensen, who's not even respected among his peers, who filters questions by microbiologists because he can't answer them. He's not smart.
Can I say
he's
something
not
real
smart.
quick?
Was your
in the same way
answer
Jordan
smart?
Peterson isn't
Just
smart.
Okay, let's see.
Genetics.
Okay, let's see how
This is
smart Mothra
ridiculous.
is.
Literally
LPP,
genetics.
LPP, share my screen. He's the one who brought up Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. So share my screen, LPP. Let's see if this clown this loser.
Dude, you suck
can
off
actually
Nathaniel
address
Jensen more
the
than
data,
fucking
okay?
Gators.
Listen, just because you're about to be decimated doesn't mean you have to interrupt me and overtalk me, okay?
Didn't you
Mute
commit
yourself.
academic
Once
fraud?
I'm done, mute yourself.
Can I
Once I'm done
make
talking,
one small
then
comment?
you can respond, okay? So, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then I want to make my
I
argument.
just want to interject one small thing. In my experience, the first person to go to personal attacks instead of keeping it topical is the person who's losing. It's called poisoning the well for a reason. You should argue
Well, you're
your
gay,
points.
so.
Sitting there and attacking who, dude? Exactly.
Yeah, that's gay to
point. Thank
argue
you for
that.
continuing
Like,
proving my point.
yeah, I mean, that's gay to argue it. Like,
Okay,
you're
let me
validating my
deal,
point.
No, you're attacking people instead of attacking the argument.
How did I
you
attack him
have
when he
no
has an
argument.
active fucking charge?
Okay, so, you know,
Because rather than discussing the topic, you're talking about him as an individual.
The topic which he's shown he doesn't know anything about.
okay,
when
so
he
Mothra
equate-
clearly
A lot
just has
about,
a problem with
obviously, a
young
lot
Earth
more than you.
creationists because he
Well, I just don't
brought
respect
up-
y'all. I'm gonna be real. I don't respect y'all as human beings. Y'all are openly liars. And you're in it for the
But
grift. I
you're a
understand
good
it.
person,
Let's see you
right?
deal with the data. John,
You're the good,
take control
tolerant
of this
person,
chat.
aren't
I
you?
want equal time. I want a couple minutes to make my argument. Then
Well,
I
I
want
believe in
Mothra to
fucking
actually
everyone
address it.
equally.
And then I want Mothra to actually address it. He's going to run because he's seeing he's about to be demolished. Okay.
Yeah, you
Is
believe in
Mothra
everyone
still in here?
equally,
Because
but
I
we're
can only
not.
see my.
Yeah,
share.
I haven't ran because I'm not a bitch like you.
Well, you're.
Hey, gentlemen, Mothra, if you can't keep your fucking mouth shut, you're done. Okay, we will have responses or be allowed, but stop interrupting.
Okay, sorry.
Or you're
Okay,
done.
Sergeant
Okay.
Cum Gutter.
Okay, and you're going to
Tom, so
insult
fast.
the host of. You're going to call me a cum gutter, and you're calling people
I called
gay.
you-
Are you a
that's a-
homophobe?
that's a
Are you
that's-
you a homophobe?
That's a compliment. Cum gutters are cool, man. Chicks love cum gutters. What are you talking about?
If
Mothra,
it
how
would
does
be
it
my
feel to
stream,
live
I
full
would
time?
Okay,
kick out
all right.
the guy.
Go ahead and make your
Right.
point, SFT, and then he's going to be backstage until he comes back in. And buddy, if you're going to start going, I don't mind. I have zero problem with cuss words. I do it all the time, but we're not going to go into like ridiculous level of disgusting insults. And if you can't handle that, then you clearly don't have the maturity that's worthy of even having a baseline conversation. Go ahead, SFT.
I appreciate that. So I'd love to see if this clown who spends the last 25 minutes diverting and committing red herrings through personal attacks and dodging. Okay, so he brought up Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. So I'd love to hear his explanation for the fact that, and I'd like to ask him if he knows the difference between what's called a pedigree-based mutation rate and a phylogenetic rate. Okay, maybe he can Google that while I'm making my point. Okay, so how does he explain the fact that we now know the mutation rate, not only in the mitochondrial DNA, okay, this is talking about the mitochondrial DNA, but also in the Y chromosome, is a lot faster than ever predicted by the evolutionists, okay? Oftentimes 20 times faster, okay, in terms of at least the mitochondrial DNA, okay? So here's my question to him then. We can map out these DNA differences, okay? This is from the 1,000 Genomes program, and this has been done. Okay, this is basically all a reflection of DNA differences, of mutations over time. But what's funny is, and Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, who he scoffed at, a Harvard graduate, and Mothra is scoffing at him. Okay, so let's see if he can deal with the data. Dr. Jensen has looked at the DNA differences. He's looked at the pattern that we see. He's made testable predictions. Okay, so here's the thing. In this tree, and the same thing goes for the Y chromosome, is we're not actually looking at tens of thousands of mutations. We're actually just looking at a few hundred mutations. Far too few if deep time evolution were true. We have very low genetic variation in the mitochondrial DNA and in the Y chromosome. Okay, so what we have here is a fast mutation rate and only few DNA differences in these DNA compartments. Okay, this takes us back just roughly 6,000 years with the mitochondrial DNA and 4,500 years with the Y chromosome. So Jensen said, okay, if this is a reflection of just a few thousand years, I should be able to detect genetic signatures in terms of the history of civilization. And he's actually published, which I highly doubt Mothra has read, he's published a few papers recently with confirmation of these testable predictions in terms of genetic signatures So let's see if Mothra can deal with this data. How does he explain it according to his deep time evolution model? And go ahead.
Oh wow, I'm back. Okay, first off, you seem to be skeptical of deep time. Do you realize there are fields of science that go extended past the 6,000-year limit that immediately disprove his research, specifically archaeology in
You're
general?
the one who brought up genetics.
I'm not.
You a genetics-based argument. Now you're leaving genetics. Stick
No.
with genetics.
I'm saying.
Your argument. Rebut the point.
Let me speak. I was in the backstage, so I couldn't interrupt you. I wasn't going to interrupt you. Let me
Exactly.
speak
If you
on
were
this.
on stage, you would have interrupted. So go ahead.
Well,
deal with the argument.
Also,
don't divert. Don't dodge.
First off,
don't dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. Come on.
Who's being the prick now? So, has anyone backed up this research? Who's done follow-ups? Because if you know basic research methods, you need other people with you, and it can't just be you because you don't have.
You asked a question, so here's a couple scientific-based papers plus a review. Gibbons reviewed the Parsons paper, and we have pedigree-based mutation rate studies that confirm the data that has been derived in these phylogenetic trees. So yes, it's all been backed up. It's all been corroborated. So again, don't dodge. How do you address this data that I just went over for the past few minutes? Go ahead. Deal with the actual data. Don't dodge.
I can easily deal with the data.
Well, then do it. Go ahead. You said
it's
you can
bad
easily
data.
deal with it.
It's
bad data. It's bad data. This is a phylogenetic tree, a reflection of DNA differences that anybody can do. So
yeah, it's bad data
on this mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic.
You can have biased data.
The data comes from the secular camp, my friend.
Oh my God!
It comes from secular. It comes from secular genetic studies. They've taken DNA samples from people in Tibet, from Mongolia, from China, from Europe, all around the world, and they find exactly the haplogroups that Standing for Truth is showing you.
When Nephi says secular, he means Jews.
It's not secular. No. Secular means worldly. That means people with all the wrong worldview.
I see you, Playboy. You mean Jews.
So allow me to finish this statement.
I wonder if we're ever going to get an argument from Mothra.
So the point is, I'll just say this and I'll be quiet. The data that Standing for Truth is providing is coming from secular geneticists. When you align it, this is what you get. What Standing for Truth is providing. Okay, that's not creationist inventions. This is secular scientific genetic data.
It's
exactly.
Not. It is.
Oh yes, it is. Not. Oh yes, it is. Mothra.
First off,
how do you deal?
Okay, hey SFT, let's let Mothra. Yeah, hang on, Mothra. I'm just be quiet.
Sorry, John.
Let's let him have his point. Nobody interrupt him. I will tell him when he's done talking, and we're gonna give him a minute or two to respond. Please respond to the question that has been levied. Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. It's cool you have all this research here, but the problem is, you have a very nitpicked research that doesn't accurately reflect reality, because we know the planet is older than the time frame, and we have multiple fields that validate this. For example, archaeology. We have stuff that goes back to 10,000. We don't even need to use radiometric dating. We can serial date it through material remains. We can discover everything we know from the written word, and we have, artifacts are always a good thing. But you can have this wonderful, nice looking data set, but the problem is if the data isn't an accurate representation of reality, you just wasted all that time and effort. That's basic, research methods 101. You don't have a good hypothesis, but you're going to use the data anyways.
Can I answer that?
John,
Can I answer
I just want, actually, Otangelo, before I forget, I just want to address this point and then I'll yield. So, John, if you can give me uninterrupted time to rebut his non-rebuttal. So that was a good laugh. And they say laughter is the best medicine. So Mothra is clearly out of touch with reality, out of date on the literature. Okay, so as Neff pointed out, all this is right here is a reflection of DNA diversity worldwide. Okay, and we can look at this reflection of mitochondrial DNA diversity. We can see how far apart people are. We can look at the mutation rate, and what we can see is the fact that what we're looking at are just very few DNA differences worldwide. Okay. We're able to make testable predictions. This is corroborated by secular papers. These are just a couple. Okay. And he's the one that said that the best evidence for why banana plants and whales are related through common ancestry is all the fields of genetics. So what we do is we go to a genetic related argument, which he has no answer for. And what does he do? He dodges and he runs to archaeology. So then we can go to archaeology and show why he's wrong. And then he'll probably jump back to genetics. You see, when it comes to the evolution paradigm, the geologist has the data. And then when you debunk the geologist says, well, the geneticist has the data. Then when you debunk the geneticist says, well, the biologist has the data. No, there is no data that suggests deep time. There's no data that suggests banana plants and whales are related. Okay, we see very little genetic variation in both the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome. This has led to successful testable predictions. Here's a couple of them that have come out from Nathaniel Jensen, whom Mothra is incapable of formulating a sophisticated response to. Okay, so Y chromosome molecular clock pedigree-based mutation rate suggests 4,500-year history for human paternal inheritance. And this paper testing the predictions of the young Earth Y chromosome molecular clock population growth curves confirm the recent origin of human Y chromosome differences. So we've seen here, folks, that Mothra made a claim. We decided to address the claim. He failed miserably, and he diverted to another topic, specifically archaeology. He's a joke, and it's a good laugh. Go ahead, I yield.
All right, Mothra, you can go ahead and have a response, and then we're going to move on to other things before we go into full dumpster fire mode. Go ahead, Mothra.
I just think it's funny. Literally, we have evidence from multiple fields that have yet to be unproven. But you want to stay in this weird reality where time isn't a factor. And it blows my mind. It really shows how people who are smart, Standy, you are a smart guy. I will give you that. But man, you are easily duped.
Well, the one who's easily duped is the one that believes banana plants and whales are related. I mean, the fact that idea is printed in science textbooks. I mean, it does not belong in a textbook. It belongs in the trash can. And you said the best evidence for why banana plants and whales are related is genetics. And we literally just showed
we can prove it.
Genetics actually is contrary to that idea.
No, it isn't.
Hey, we can't help it if the secular data from geneticists aligns with the biblical account of the Tower of Babel affair. That's just the way it is. But the data comes from the secular camp. This 100,000 Genomes project was not produced by creationists. I just joined, but I'm quite sure that Standing for Truth has already pointed that fact out, right? This is not something creationists invented. The data comes from genetic research produced by mainstream secular geneticists from numerous universities. And that's what their data says. When you put it into a computer and you model it, that's what you get, what Standing for Truth was showing you on the screen. And that aligns with the biblical account of the Tower of Babel affair, that man left Babel with a handful of haplogroups, and they produced the various ethnicities, early ethnicities of mankind after Babel, from which we have all the various ethnicities of man today. It aligns perfectly with the biblical account. It does not align with coming out of Africa and the secular camps' ideas, which are contradicted in numerous ways. For example, the fact that we find tremendously greater genetic variation and variety in African people than we do in Indo-European, European, and Asian people. That's the opposite of what we'd expect. If evolution were true, we should find the opposite, because the amount of time that's passed since man left Africa is greater to produce the European peoples and the Asian peoples and whatnot, and the Arab peoples, right? That's what you would expect, right? But the problem is the greater genetic variation in mankind is found in Africa, the alleged origin of mankind. That's the opposite of what we would see if evolution were true and man came out of Africa. Standing for Truth, is this correct? Back me on this.
No, it is.
That's exactly correct.
It's so
Well said.
Can I speak to that?
Yes,
first off,
Neshi, actually provide a rebuttal to the point.
Yeah, I will. First off,
I would also like to speak to that afterwards.
First off, archaeological evidence for the Tower of Babel. But Neffy, it's good to see you. Someday I would really like if you and Von Helton were to hang out. That would be a fun watch for like an hour.
I debate anyone. PhD,
yeah,
layperson, doesn't matter.
He's a pagan. But to
Neff,
point,
Von Helton is like on a whole other level of weird.
Yeah,
Von-
Okay.
don't talk to him. I've talked to him. He's just the worst.
Oh,
He
okay.
just-
Thanks for the
yeah,
heads
he
up.
Just the worst. And that's coming from me, so it means something.
he just failed a pedophile test, which is honestly depressing.
Don't go there, but okay.
But to your point, we do see that genetic diversity in Africa spreading out to the rest of the world. That's why America, there isn't that great of a genetic diversity as opposed to Africa. If you were to get rid of all the world except for Europe, there would be less genetic diversity. But because of Africa, and there's so much genetic diversity in that place, if you were to lose the rest of the planet but just keep Africa, the human race would just repop up like normal again because all that genetic diversity is in Africa.
I'm not sure you
The
understand the problem. The problem is this.
The problem is you don't understand.
No, the problem is this. If man diverged after he came out of Africa, and genetic studies show that the changes to the single nucleotide polymorphs, variants that our protein codes have experienced, seem to, the vast majority of them, like 76% to 80-something%, seem to have risen only in the last 5-10,000 years. Okay, that's completely contrary to evolution theory. How would it be possible for mankind's the vast majority of changes to the single nucleotide variants to our protein codes happen only in the last 5 or 10,000 years? The vast majority, if man had been around for a couple of 100,000 years, that would be impossible because single nucleotide polymorphs would be continuous throughout the mankind's history. It shouldn't be that we just suddenly have a burst, like boom, and all these countless variations in our protein codes. That wouldn't happen. That fits the Babel story. It does not fit evolution. Now, coming to the genetic variation in mankind, it's the same problem. See, if man has been around for hundreds of thousands of years to 4.5 million years, you get terribly great numbers difference depending on who you ask. Okay, so let's imagine man becomes fully Homo sapiens sapiens in Africa and leaves Africa. Then mankind begins to diverge and he becomes Polynesian, he becomes Asian, he becomes African. He becomes Arab, he becomes Germanic, he becomes Slavic, he becomes Native American, he becomes Latino or Hispanic. All these tribes, this is the variation of mankind. See, so if it were true that evolution were true, we should find greater genetic variation between the Slavs and the Chinese, for example, or the Polynesians and Native Americans than we do amongst the Africans that came out of Africa, the first humans that came out of Africa. Are you with me? Have you followed this? Do you understand? Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem. The problem is the greatest genetic variation exists within the African people and not since man allegedly left Africa. That contradicts evolution theory.
Rational, you want to take this? I know you've been waiting.
Yeah, sure. So Neff, are you familiar with the concept of a genetic bottleneck?
Well, of course.
Okay, well, that's what's being proposed in terms of the out of Africa hypothesis.
It's not a bottleneck if it produced all these various ethnicities of mankind. How's that a bottleneck?
And that bottleneck doesn't work, Andrew.
I'm
just explaining the mechanism. I'm not saying that I agree with it or not. I'm just saying this is what's being proposed. It's what's saying that you have a small group leaving Africa, so you have a subset of that original genetic variation that's leaving Africa, and it's now spreading. Now, all other humans around the globe are going to be based on that specific subset. That's
Well,
the concept of a genetic
How long ago?
let me explain this in a way that's really concise and very simple, and anybody can see. A 4-year-old could see it with flashcards. Okay, look at all African
based
people.
on a
Now,
4-year-old.
there's considerable difference among African people. You got some that are short and stocky, some that are crazy tall and slender, right? But nonetheless, they all have slender lower calves, a proboscis sort of buttocks. They have a whitish nose with larger nostrils. There are similarities between Africans that are undisputable, right? They all have these similarities, right? Because they're of a relative similar ethnicity, right? Now compare them to the Slavs, the Germanic people, the Polynesian people.
Well, wait,
Let me finish. It won't take but a minute. The Asian peoples, the Native American peoples, the Australioids. This is my point. You see, the variation in appearance between all these other ethnicities of mankind, including the Romance peoples, etc., is great. There's a great difference in their appearance. For example, Italian people have a darker skin tone than a German person. See, that's just one minor difference. So I'm telling you that the variety of mankind outside of Africa and what we can see when we look at them is greater than what we see when we look at African people. You can choose a short, stocky African person and a tall, slender African person. And even though there's tremendous difference in their physique, but there are certain physiological traits that are quite similar between them, right? We find greater variety in those kinds of features in the various tribes of man outside of Africa than we do within Africa. This is what I'm saying. This demonstrates that the African people are a nearly relatively homogeneous ethnicity, even though there's 200 plus tribes of African people, and they have nuances, differences between them. And the most notable is how stocky or tall or slender they are, right? That's the greatest difference between them. But we also find that amongst Slavic people or Scandinavian people or Chinese people. Have you ever seen a 6'2" Chinese person? They play soccer. They play. They're professional athletes. These guys, right? But there's also Chinese people that are 5'3". Okay, so that's not the kind of difference I'm pointing to. So the variety of mankind is greater outside of Africa than in it, and that contradicts evolution theory.
Madra, I would like to ask you in regards of your claim that there are civilizations proven to be older than 6,000-7,000 years old. Do you have any empirical evidence of this claim?
Kenwick Man. That's really all that is, Kenwick Man.
What's about it? I've never heard about it.
Kenwick Man is a very interesting. I actually just did some reading about it today. Kenwick Man is basically a human American native. It's really weird to explain. He's an indigenous ancestor, supposedly from about 10,000 years ago, and there's a big debate over whether or not his remains should be repatriated or whether they should be studied. And through him, we've been able to do genetic testing and see not only is his genetic similarity closer to the people in the region, but it proves people were here 10,000 years ago. And even then, we have evidence of boats in South America proving that people had sailed across the sea, possibly around the coast on the long coast.
Let's just keep to the first claim. How has these 10,000 years been identified and proven to be true? 10,000 years.
Mainly through artifact remain and also a level of radiometric testing which validated it. I forgot which level of radiometric testing though, off the top of my head.
SFT, maybe you understand this. Can you comment that?
Yeah, so how they get these dates, I think Kenwick Man, I know there's controversy over it. I think they've got him at 9,000 or 10,000 years, not based on direct lines of evidence like genetics, right? We know genetics are inherited, sperm and egg, and therefore molecular clocks are the best way to tell how old humans would be, or written records the history of civilization in terms of written records only go back a few thousand years. So when it comes to indirect measurements like archaeology or dating methods, now we're dealing with a lot of assumptions. Now we're dealing with a lot of bad methodology. And if you want to go down the dating method route, then it's not going to help you because, and we just put out a video specifically focusing on radiocarbon and how the existence of C14 in samples, supposedly millions to billions of years old, where there should be 0 detectable levels of radiocarbon, actually overturns the deep time paradigm. Okay, because if every single atom on this planet was made of carbon, it should have all decayed easily within 1 million years. So the question for Mothra is, why do we find high levels of radiocarbon oftentimes in samples like diamonds, fossilized wood, dinosaur fossils, coal, whatever, you name it? Why do we find detectable levels of carbon in samples that the deep time proponents say are millions to billions of years old? We should not be finding this. Mothra, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Well, first off, it's hilarious. You just disregarded an entire branch of science because you think it's based off assumptions when you really don't know anything about archaeology, how much work's gone into it. And
I'm
also
looking
on top
to
of
that
it,
line.
Well,
also
do
material.
you
material
understand the do you understand
Tangelo,
the
let me
science?
finish speaking. Let me finish speaking, Otangelo. Material remains are equally, if not more valid than written remains sometimes.
Okay,
Any
do you know
archaeologist will
okay,
I do.
do you know the science?
I do.
So what are your qualifications that you can evaluate if this data is trustworthy or not?
Well, I got a BS in archaeology from like a legitimate institution, so that works out.
Well,
Usually.
you're full of BS, Mothra, because the direct lines of evidence, such as genetics and historical written records, put the origin of humans
way
all within
farther
just
back.
a few thousand years. Now, if you want to look to the indirect
No, it
lines of
doesn't.
evidence, my whole point. Well, I've already shown you this through.
Well, you've made up
phylogenetics,
these
which we
indirect
got.
lines of evidence.
No, that's okay. So here's
No,
the
you
thing.
made them up.
When it
You
comes
made them
to
up.
Why are you interrupting SFT, Mothra?
because he
Because
knows
we're cool.
he's getting. Okay, Mothra, listen, you're looking to the indirect lines of evidence, dating methods. So I'm showing you, okay, now let's look to the dating methods. And I'm showing you that the dating methods, specifically radiocarbon, refute your deep time paradigm. So there's no help when it comes to the indirect lines of evidence either. We know that
Well, you
radiocarbon.
wouldn't use
You know that-
radiocarbon to date a diamond. You wouldn't use that. You would use probably
But
potassium
it's been
argon.
done numerous times. That's the
It's been
problem.
done
And it's
numerous
been
times,
repeated.
and it's wrong they did it.
Well, no,
No,
it's not. It doesn't matter whether they did it or not. All that matters is the data produced by it, and that's the problem. See?
Yeah, the
'Cause that
data.
verifies
I did a
that,
test wrong,
it
and I got wrong
verifies
data.
that a
That's
Why
crazy.
are there?
Now that verifies
Yeah,
that diamonds cannot be millions of years old. That's what
exactly,
it verifies.
because diamonds are so deep within the earth.
No, they are.
That okay, Mothra, how is carbon-14 formed? How is radiocarbon produced?
I mean, I'm not going to rehash the test results from like junior college, but the short and long of it is animal in its entire life consumes carbon, and then when it's deceased, carbon immediately starts to decay over time, and that's pretty much it. Like I know it. I just
Right,
don't
but where do
really-
we get the radiocarbon from? Like, where is it produced?
Mostly from organic samples. It's tending to
It's
where we usually
produced in
get
the
it.
upper atmosphere of the
Right,
Earth by
right.
the sun.
Right. So it's
Yeah, I know
produced
that.
in the atmosphere through cosmic ray bombardment. It turns it turns nitrogen atoms into carbon-14 atoms. So the whole point is, yes, now this carbon-14 circulates in the carbon dioxide that we breathe, and we eat animals and plants, and we're constantly replenishing levels of radiocarbon. Okay. The point is, diamonds that are found so deep within the earth, and not only that, they're the hardest substance on the planet, which means they're resistant to contamination. The fact is, whatever radiocarbon is found or detected in diamonds has to be intrinsic, because the carbon-14 produced in the atmosphere can't go that far down in the earth where diamonds are found. So the point is, why do we find detectable levels of radiocarbon where we should not? For example, in diamonds. What would be your answer?
I genuinely don't have an answer because I haven't done the research on it. But just because I don't know, I'm not going to immediately assume all the dating methods are wrong. Like, that's just lazy. Like, that's what you did.
Well, I'm pointing out that you looked to genetics at first. We refuted your genetics.
You
claim.
didn't.
We looked. Oh, well, we did, and you didn't have an answer to the phylogenetics. Then you look to archaeology and dating methods, and now we're
And you
refuting
didn't.
that, and that's okay.
And,
That you don't have
you're
an
not.
answer.
You're not.
But here's the
You're
thing:
not.
this data was repeated. Okay, these results were repeated by secularists. Okay, when the rate team, specifically Dr. Andrew Snelling, points this out, they presented this this data at one of the largest geology related conventions in the world. And there was a secularist there that was amazed by it. And he got his own diamonds. And guess what? He repeated the results. His samples had levels, okay, of radiocarbon detected. Dr. John Baumgartner, a geophysicist, he had diamonds that had over 10 times the detection limit. Point is, carbon decays too quickly. Diamonds are found too deep within the earth. It shouldn't be there. Why? It's not even just trace amount.
There cannot be a single atom of carbon-14 at all in any diamond if diamonds were produced over a period of up to 1 billion years, as evolutionists claim. It is absolutely scientifically impossible. If there was a mass of carbon-14, the mass of the Earth, it would all be gone in 1 million years. So carbon-14 decays too fast. Because of carbon-14 decay rate, Mothra, there can be no, I don't mean a little bit detectable amounts. I mean, there cannot be any carbon-14 in a diamond ever, period. It's impossible. It's scientifically impossible. Now, the argument put forth by the secularist about why we find C14 in diamonds is that the diamond was, contaminated by the C14. The problem with that is this: that's impossible too, and the reason for that is because of two things: the compactness of the carbon molecules in the diamond, and the fact that carbon molecules in a diamond have a tetrahedron sort of a bond. That is, every carbon atom in a diamond bonds with 8 other carbon molecules in 3 dimensions. In every direction around it, it bonds with every one that is in close contact to it. It doesn't bond with just some. There's no gaps or spaces in a diamond. Do you understand? Every carbon atom in a diamond is bonded to every carbon atom in close proximity to it, every single one. This means this is why diamond is the hardest substance known to man, because it's so there is no gap, no space, no nothing in a diamond that loosens the bonds of the carbon-14. The carbon-12 molecules. See, so here's the thing. Because the bonds are so three-dimensional in every direction, and so the material is so compact, and the bonds are so strong, it's impossible for a molecule that's larger, like C14, to get into the diamond. It can't get in, because that's like trying to push air through a glass plane. You could blow with a fan all you want on a glass window pane. The air is not going through because the glass is denser than the air. That's the problem with diamonds. Diamonds are super compact and dense, right? You can't get carbon-14 to go into a diamond. It will never happen because the diamond molecules are all bound to each other in three-dimensional space, with every one that's within close enough proximity to it to bond. They're all super bonded together. There's no space for a molecule. Now, carbon-14 has a larger proton and too many electrons to get it's larger than the diamond, the C12 that makes up the diamond. See? So how do you get a basketball to fit through a hole designed for soccer balls only? You see, it won't go through the hole. That's the problem. The C14 cannot get into the diamond because there's no holes.
And also, Neff. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mothra.
Yeah. Well, that is a pretty bad analogy because you could just throw a basketball into a goal. I mean, that's...
Oh, my gosh. Did you not understand everything I just told you?
No,
Oh my God!
I'm pointing fun at you. Don't know how analysis
Oh
works.
my gosh! You gotta be kidding me, man.
But also,
Please.
you fail to take into account that diamonds
Oh
are
my.
99.99 or not 99.95% made of carbon. So
We're talking
I
about
mean-
radiocarbon, C14.
well, what's even funnier is we use C14 in, weirdly enough,
Is-
biblical
is-
archaeology,
is
and we get
C14
very
a-
accurate dates.
Is
Very
C14 a
accurate
heavier? Is C14 a heavier and larger atom than C12?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It is. Okay. And
Well, that's
it's
cool.
not going. I'm sorry. It's not going in because it can't. There's no space for it to get in.
Is it the C14 that decays, Mothra?
The C14 doesn't decay, if memory serves me right. It's been a while since I've gone over like my dating method stuff. Like, it's always the worst part of like any lecture to go over it, especially when you're in like any type of science.
But just tell us why it's plausible that C14 can squeeze in between 8 molecules of C12 that are bonded to every single one that's in proximity to it in 8 directions.
Well, is there any reason?
Can you
it
explain
can't?
how that's possible?
Is there any reason it can't? Is there like any set
Oh
parameter?
my gosh. You're just
I'm literally
ignoring.
asking
You're
a simple
ignoring. Literally,
question.
you're ignoring everything I just told you. Ignoring it. You're just pretending it's not true. That's like asking, can somebody shoot a 30-06 through the side of an M1 Abrams tank? Was there any reason that the 30-06 bullet can't go through it? I ain't heard nobody tell me so. Give me a
I mean,
break.
is there any reason why it can't go through it? Like that's pretty.
Didn't I just
that is an
explain
easy
to you
question.
why
No,
it
he
can't?
didn't say that.
Oh my gosh, man. This is serious.
John, share my screen. Just share my screen. And yeah, Neff,
Oh
this
shit!
is funny.
Oh my bad.
So this must be that dodge and weaving y'all were talking about. We got Neo in here.
Yeah, we've got a lot of dodging going around. So as we can see here, we've dealt with genetics. We've dealt with. I just want to ask you a question. Let's look to this radioisotope dating methods now. Okay, why when we date rocks of known age? And here's a chart, and these are gathered from mainstream scientific journals. So this is not some big Earth creationist conspiracy. Neither is the data that shows C14 detectable levels of C14 in coal, diamonds, fossilized wood, so on and so forth, like we were talking about. Okay, so now we have newly formed rocks. Okay, we know when these eruptions took place. Why, when we then date these rocks, why do they come back at severely erroneous dates? For example, we know when this lava was extruded, the date that we get, 1.6 million years. So point is, we oftentimes get millions of years for rocks that literally just formed 10 years ago. So you want to look to dating methods, Mothra. Answer me this. Why should we trust the dates derived from rocks of unknown age when we can't even derive accurate dates for rocks of known age? And here's just one chart of several of these discordant dates, they're called. Go ahead, Mothra.
Well, what's funny is we know the date, so to like date it is sort of just pedantic, but that's besides the point. But I don't know if you're aware of this. Lava has a high amount of carbon in it. And as such, you're going to get very high dates. That's why you don't use C14 to date lava. Like that's pretty.
Mothra,
you use potassium argon.
I said, let's look to radioisotope dating methods. So I'm talking about potassium to argon. That's exactly.
And I literally just
talking
explained.
about carbon dating anymore. We're talking about potassium to argon. We could look to uranium to lead. We can look to these dating methods that the evolutionists say we need to use for samples that are apparently, millions to billions of years old. So my question is, doesn't have anything to do with radiocarbon. Why are we getting such discordant dates on rocks of known age? We know when they formed, but yet they're coming back at millions of years old when they were just formed 10 years prior.
Back to what I said originally, there's so many molecules in lava itself. And I suck at geology. I'm going to be real. Like it's a boring topic. Like there's some people who genuinely enjoy it, but it's not for me. But there's a lot of molecules that go way farther than our time limits. And so when it seeps out, when we date it, there is that overlap. However, there's a funny little thing called I don't know if you've ever done math before, but you can sort of manage your data and then stretch it so it's more accurate and reflective. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, that's dating's got a lot of math. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but
I don't think we actually got an answer there to the.
I mean,
to the problem.
I answered. You can not accept the answer. That's fine. But
well, here's the thing.
I ain't saying
Okay, when listen.
Wow.
Okay? When a rock forms, okay, so when a rock hardens, then what we should have, here's the assumption, there should only be what? The parent radioactive atoms in the rock, right? We shouldn't have any daughter atoms, because once the rock hards, then we have radioactive decay. We have the parent decaying into the daughter. Okay. So the point is, and you can find this all throughout mainstream scientific journals, is we have dates of millions of years for rocks that literally just formed. They just hardened, which means
so you need more
all
time.
we're dealing with is parent atoms in the rock. Why are we getting inaccurate dates is the point.
You need a better dating method.
Yeah.
Well,
let me correct a misstatement that I made. I said carbon-14 has a larger proton. That was a misspeak. I mean, it has a larger nucleus because it has more protons than carbon-14. Carbon-12 than carbon-14. So it has a larger nucleus, more protons than carbon-14, and that means it's a bigger, heavier molecule, and that's in diamonds than carbon-14. It can't get in. So I just point that out. But sedimentary rocks that Standing for Truth is putting out now is one of the most profound evidences for a young Earth, because the sedimentary rocks of the Earth, even in mountains, are folded, and sometimes even to the point that they're convex. They're compound folding. It's called a recumbent fold, and a recumbent fold means it folds back on itself all the way back around. See, so you can't get that. Rock won't do that. Solid rock won't do that. It breaks. Rock is brittle. It won't bend. And the only way for that to happen is if it was, according to secular geologists, 10 to 20 miles deep inside the Earth, where the heat is high enough, and the overburden, that means the miles of material, 10 to 20 miles, think about this now, 10 to 20 miles of material on top of what gets bent. And then it gets bent, and now it has to come to the surface to be a mountain with folded strata, because it was bent 10 to 20 kilometers down, right? Okay, so that means 10 to 20 kilometers of Earth has to be removed so that the mountain with the folded strata can be pushed up out of the Earth, right? Where did 20 kilometers of Earth go? They're not in the oceans. The ocean has 12 million years maximum.
You literally just said they form mountains.
Okay, you got to answer that.
So
you
that's
literally
the problem.
just said they form mountains.
Let me surmise it for you really quick. Okay, if for the materials for the folded strata in the mountains of the Earth to have been formed deep in the Earth where they can fold because of the heat necessary is 10 to 20 kilometers down. This is acknowledged by secular geologists. Okay, it's not an argument. They don't argue about it. This is a fact. I can show you quotations. Secular geologists acknowledge this must take place 10 to 20 kilometers down inside the Earth. That means there's 10 to 20 kilometers worth of material on top of it, overburden, that's pressing it down, that holds it down there so that it can be compressed. Otherwise, it goes straight up to the path of least resistance. You understand? No overburden. It just goes straight up like a pimple. Right? It has to have the overburden. Now, where did the 10 to 20 kilometers of worth of material all across all the continents of the Earth, where'd it go? It didn't go anywhere because it was never there. And that's because the mountains of the Earth were soft, moist materials recently deposited by the Noahic flood, deformed by horizontal pressures in the moving continents during the Noahic flood, which folded and bent that soft material soft enough you could reach down, squeeze it, and get a dirt clod out of it. It would have been moist, full of water, and that's why it's bent and folded and pushed up out of the Earth as folded strata in mountains. Okay, but if the secular view is true, 10 to 20 kilometers worth of overburden, that's materials on top of the materials that got bent and deformed down inside the Earth, would have had to have been removed to allow it to come up. Where is all these continents worth of material on the ocean floors? It's not there. Secular geologists agree there's 12 million years worth of ocean sediments on the ocean floor. That's it. See?
Oh, which
where'd it
secular
go?
geologists?
Where'd it go?
Which
Well, just
secular
tell me where it
geologists say?
went.
Huh?
Tell me why. And then also, now, if you're going to believe that's true, if that's true, how is the erosion rate of so much material that in the life, say this particular mountain range is claimed to have arisen over a period of 40 million years? Because some are claimed to, this mountain range arose in 40 million years. This one over 140 million years, right? Let's give the evolutionists the doubt, right? Let's say 140 million years to get this mountain range, right? Like Rockies or something, okay? So 140 million years. 140 million years divided by 20 kilometers, 15. Let's 10. Let's be generous. 10 kilometers of material. 140 million years, 10 kilometers of material. Do you realize that the rate at which the surface of the earth would be eroding while species are allegedly evolving one generation to another, and they're producing offspring that are slightly changed to produce ultimately a fundamentally different type of organism, would be in a rate of erosion. That kind of environmental change would be so drastic and so traumatic, so constantly going on. It would be impossible for anything on the earth to live other than bacteria. Because the land would be eroding from out underneath the feet of any creature that walks on four legs. It'd be impossible. You couldn't live under this environment. Do you understand the problem here? The erosion rate to get rid of the overburden is so high, the environment would be changing so rapidly throughout the entire history of the uplift of that mountain range, it's implausible that any species could have had an environment stable enough for it to evolve into it and become well suited for it. Do you understand the problem I just presented to you?
Do you understand?
I definitely understand the problem in that you don't understand geology in the grand scheme of things.
Hey,
First off,
hey.
severe. Let me
Cut
speak,
that out.
Jungle.
Cut
But
that out.
severe pressure can be exerted not even underground. You can have it above ground in like mountains where you see folds happening. So that premise
guys,
alone
quick time out, guys.
Everything.
Quick time out. So as I predicted earlier, and this just goes to show that I truly am a prophet, SFT is having to go watch a movie with his wife. So SFT, do you have any final words before you bounce off to go have pizza and cuddle time?
No, this was a fun hour and a half, as always, John. We always get some solid re-uploadable content from your after shows. If you party animals are still going in a couple hours, I will definitely join again. But at the same time, I do need some food because we had that debate plus the after show, and this growing boy is getting hungry. So I appreciate it. And
by the way, folks, as I said earlier, and SFT actually sent me a picture of this earlier this afternoon. He has just acquired the Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy, which I'm just going to go ahead and predict is something that the DVD is going in as we speak. Am I correct? Am I a prophet or am I not?
I don't know if my wife can handle watching it for the 100th time, so that it might have to go in afterwards.
It's so long, and like you just gotta
it's
stop.
Only 4 hours, Mothra.
It's amazing, though.
It is
so
amazing.
Good.
But like, I don't
so
like.
Good.
We're slowly getting
Greatest
back to like
superhero movie ever made.
I'm waiting for the day we get like an 8-hour movie because it's starting to head back that direction.
I'm sure we will. Well, with the 8-hour open mics we do sometimes, these 4-hour movies, like even Lord of the Rings extended edition doesn't seem.
No, what movie are you guys talking about? SFT, what movie is this? I want to see this.
Oh, it's some superhero movies.
What's it called?
Justice League. Batman, Superman.
Oh, those guys.
Specifically, hey, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that, SFT. The Zack Snyder cut of the Justice League. Don't look for the Joss Whedon version.
It's the real Justice League. We got Neff.
Yes.
Neff plays Batman. LPP plays Superman. Mothra can play Wonder Woman. Anyways, I will be back.
It's called the Creation League. You got the name.
Okay, exactly. so the real question is Danny actually the alter ego of Aquaman. I think that's what it is for sure.
So Danny's Jason Momoa.
Exactly. He's like the when I say well, I actually rephrase. No, I take that back. Danny is the pre-Shazam. Shazam is what he is.
Oh yeah, I'll take
Billy
that.
You are Billy. You're Billy, Danny.
Yeah,
Before
Billy
he was
Batson.
Shazam.
Billy
Yeah,
Batson
before he
without
says
the
Shazam.
Shazam.
We had an argument at my work last night where like my one coworker was trying to make the case that like Superman is faster than the Flash, and like I caught it and we're like, no, what are you talking about?
I thought Mothra got
Which
beat by
Flash? It
that
depends
other
which
the
Flash, and
creature,
it
that
depends
giant
which
reptile,
Superman.
right?
Hey,
Was
wait
it
a minute. I got to correct Kevin Blah in the chat. I love you, brother. He says DC fails horribly at making movies compared to Marvel. No, DC's made some of the best movies. The Dark Knight Rises,
Original Batman.
That was
Man of
it,
Steel.
dude. SFT. In this millennium, the Batman movies were the only good DC movies. Let's just be honest. In
Zack
the comparison,
Snyder's Justice League.
When they, I would
Zack
say
Snyder's Justice League was okay, but
You loved it, John.
The first
Not-
Wonder
okay.
Woman was okay.
Fanboy.
I'm kind of with you on that, John. I don't really care for all the superhero stuff, but the Batman, even though I grew up on the Batman thing, because I'm 60 years old now, I never cared for it much. But Batman, looking back, he's pretty cool, man. He Batman
cool.
was the man. He was the man, right? He's
You
the man.
remind me of Batman, Neff.
Let's put
Taking
the,
out all the villains of evolution.
I will say Warner Brothers is slowly
With the
starting
mask.
to realize that like maybe if we just let our directors direct and we don't do anything except support them, they'll make great movies and we can just make bank. Because that's really been their biggest issue.
Well, that's what
They
they let
Are
James
you-
Gunn do.
And James
That's
Gunn made
also
an
what they
amazing
let
movie.
Ryan
he
Johnston
nailed it.
do.
That's different series.
And then we got The Last Jedi.
Oh, that trilogy's so bad.
Yeah, that was
listen,
trash.
well, guys, let's just be honest. There's only the 3 original Star Wars movies. The rest of them are the complete. They're not even related. Okay, I've just blocked them from my mind because they're complete and utter travesties of cinema. If you're actually trying to say that they're somehow extenuating the storyline, okay. So to put this in my opinion in context, okay, between every Star Wars book written up until about, let's say, 2001, I have read it. Okay. And I got so pissed off when the Phantom Menace came out, all this stuff, and George Lucas decided that, hey, the rigidity, which was like every single book that was published, every Star Wars book that was published, was required to follow a universal timeline. Like you had to get your everything, all of your logic, your storylines, your characters, everything had to be had to be approved to fit inside of the Star Wars universe. And then George Lucas, when he creates his movies, the start of the new ones, completely suspended the entire restrictions and all of the timeline, and just completely kiboshed all of the the gigantic Star Wars universe that had been created over the previous 25 years. And it was just like, what are you doing? And then beyond that, the fact they didn't take any of the ridiculously badass trilogies that were developed in the Star Wars universe as a result of all those books and make those into movies, I will never understand. I mean, it was just, there were so many epic storylines to choose from. And then we got fucking Jar Jar Binks. I mean, really, folks, that's what we got. 25 years of creative thought to come up with Jar Jar Binks. It just,
I hated Jar Jar.
I just want to puke.
If you want to read a good recent Star Wars book, I believe it's called Master and Apprentice, and it goes over Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's relationship, and that's a really good book where basically Obi-Wan has his own self-doubts and I didn't make the right decision, and then Qui-Gon's got his doubts of I am not a good teacher whatsoever, I am failing this kid. And it's really interesting to see the relationship play out before the first movie.
yeah, but we tell the truth though.
Here's my thing. The movies, okay. The prequels, while I have to absolutely agree they are not perfect by any means, and there is so much trash in them. Jar Jar is a perfect example of just garbage that was brought upon it. There are some cool things that did come out of the prequels. Darth Maul is cool. The Duel of Fates theme music is cool. John Williams, that's pretty badass. There's some other cool things that happened. There's a lot of bad stuff that happened. A lot of bad dialogue was had. A lot of questionable plot holes. I agree with you completely. I'm just saying there was also some redeemable things about the prequels. The sequel trilogy, there was nothing redeemable in my opinion. I can't think of a single thing that I was super gung-ho about. I mean, there were certain things that were okay, like BB-8 was okay, and I mean, certain characters could have been kind of cool and had a cool look and stuff, but the overall consistency and non-direction of where to go with the storyline was just evident. The outright not caring about anything that came before it, and let's just push our agendas, let's push our politics, let's push the stuff that we want to brainwash everybody with, and less about telling a good story and making something that was good, that was worthy of the Star Wars franchise.
Are we talking about Star Trek?
No, I'm talking about Star Wars, but that could go for Star Trek too.
Real quick, guys. So I agree with your point, Sledge, that the music was freaking epic, and the Darth Maul, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan duel is just epic. I mean,
yeah,
it's like
Ewan McGregor.
Oh, you got it up. Look at you, bro. Here we go.
We'll handle this.
Yeah, and Qui-Gon, dude. Qui-Gon was awesome. Liam Neeson. I mean,
I'm sorry, Dune was cooler. Dune was cooler.
This music is some of the best movie music ever. Like,
yes.
This scene was epic.
I will also say the prequels gave birth to the Clone Wars animated show, which is amazing.
That's true. And the cartoons are really good. I agree.
And arguably the best female character in Ahsoka.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. I loved what they did with her in The Mandalorian.
I loved the final episodes of the Clone Wars are some of the best TV I've ever seen.
Jamie says, I think that red guy was the drummer for Blink-182.
Accurate.
Huh, he looks like the guy who played Toad from X-Men to me.
Here comes the best part of the music right here in just a second.
The genius of the scene also is Maul is leading the fight the entire time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amazing.
Have you noticed that just despite that Liam Neeson is a heavily Scottish accent, he seems to be able to be given any role in Hollywood he wants. And make a little weird, but
Who's Liam Neeson?
no, Liam Neeson is Scottish and he has a heavy Scottish accent, but yet he's given any role he wants in Hollywood because he's so popular.
Okay.
He plays an American, but he talks with a Scottish accent and he can't fully hide it, but he's still given the role.
First Taken movie.
Yeah, the first one was good. Everything that's come after that was just kind of like, okay.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Not good enough. We didn't see the end. Sorry, you failed.
Well, and I tell you what, another epic
We spared Qui-Gon.
movie / TV show music. The theme for The Mandalorian is pretty awesome. The music for it is pretty
The
cool.
Mandalorian, now that's a good TV series. I've watched that. I can't wait for them. What the hell is wrong with Hollywood? They won't come out with the third edition of The Mandalorian. What the heck? It's so popular.
Hang on, they can't. Whoa, they can't. Wait, hold on, they cancel it?
And then when
No,
it's the
they will.
Stranger Things, right? Stranger Things was immensely popular. It was absolutely fantastic. It's been, what, 2.5 years now? They haven't come out with another episode. The same thing happened with, what was that TV series that came out about 10 or 12 years ago with I've forgotten the name of it, some kind of end of the world scenario and everything. And when the producers just canceled the series willy-nilly, somebody sent them an 18-wheeler truck full of peanuts and sent them saying nuts. In other words, you're absolutely nuts. The series was absolutely phenomenally popular. It was a great TV series, and they just canceled it. Just for no good reason. Whoa, let's do something else. I mean, these people are nuts, man. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Where is the third series of Stranger Things? We've been waiting for it for freaking years, right?
They are coming out with a 4th season.
Yeah, so I just Googled it. It is, let's see, August 6th. They released a teaser, and it said it will be returning in 2022.
Yep. And,
yeah, well, that's what,
The Mandalorian will have a season 3 right? also. Yeah, it is.
That's the problem. Why don't they keep making it instead of, pausing for 2 or 3 years? Because the people that run those studios are dummies. That's what the problem is.
I won't argue against that.
They're stupid. They find something that's amazing a gold mine, and then they just drop it. Let's stop.
Well, I'd tell you a show I was really pissed off they canceled on Netflix was Carbon Bait was oh crap, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of the show now. Netflix
was it Altered Carbon or something like that?
Altered Carbon, yeah.
Yeah, I never watched it, but that's the one with the chips, right? In the brain or whatever.
Yeah, you can you have your skins and you can change and all that stuff. Basically your last saved download can be reincarnated, basically. But that show is freaking cool. And then they canceled it after there was so much pushback about it wasn't being politically correct enough from a casting perspective. And there's so much just drama about it. They ended up canceling the show. I was so pissed. I'm like, are you kidding me? This show was freaking awesome. And the season 1 was just absolutely killer. And then they recast the star because of all the pushback, the main male lead, because he wasn't the right race. And I'm just okay, so the character from the books, different skins he has over the series are different races. Why is this a problem? You guys were already planning at some point in the future. Originally, I think it was gonna be season 3. They had planned on having the next stage where he'd be a different character in it, have a different body. And because even in the season 1, his original what he was initially, when he's born or whatever, is Asian, and then he's a white guy in the first season, and then I think in the third season they originally were gonna have him be a black guy, and then there was so much pushback they got rid of the white guy and brought in the black guy for season 2, but they totally jacked up the storyline because they had to jump to the next stage without fulfilling the first part of it. It was anyway, so annoyed by that.
Yeah, there was one show that I really liked at first that really turned right. This is way back in 2005, but it was called Heroes.
Oh yeah. Heroes was great for the first 3 seasons of Heroes was awesome, and then they just kind of started to go downhill.
It just went downhill so bad.
Heroes was epic. I was so pissed off at the ending of that series. I was like, really? This is what you guys came up with? Really?
You've had what 6 or bringing it back at some point too, didn't they? I don't think.
They did a movie that was supposed to kind of a for TV movie. That was supposed to culminate everything, and it was still the ending was still weak, even though they did the movie to be the ending of it, because it got canceled without the ending, and then they did the movie to be the ending, and it was an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it was, and it was pathetic.
Okay, who were your if you had to pick 2 favorites from that show, who would your favorite characters be?
Oh oh man, since I forget the names now. Who was the Asian guy that could time travel?
Hiro Nakamura.
Yep, he was cool, and his buddy.
Was pretty cool.
His buddy was cool.
Andy, I think.
Maybe.
I think it was Andy.
I forget the names now. I liked Mr. Who was the guy? Who was the guy with the glasses? It was the
the horn rim glasses. He's one of my two.
He was awesome.
Yeah. HRG is what everybody used to call him.
Yep, HRG. That's right. I liked. Drawing a blank on his name, but the younger brother of the politician guy. Peter
was his name.
I liked his character was really cool for like the first. But he's kind of weak the first season, and then I thought season 2, 3, and 4 he was pretty good, and then they kind of like started killing him. But I thought his character had a lot of potential of like what they could have done with his character because of his powers. But I don't know.
Yeah, he was the most OP of all, and I felt like they could have done so much more, and I don't know. I probably would have his character. I probably would have changed some things about. One of my other favorites, I actually really, really liked Siler. He was the bad guy just because I thought he was. I liked when he was the bad guy because I liked to hate him. You know, sometimes you can have the bad guys that you like hating, like the Joker. Like he was kind of one of those. There was something about him. I don't know if it was the clock or if it was the fact that he could gain other people's, sorry, spoilers, but it did come out in 2005. Like other people's stuff, and it was Mojo. It was just, I thought they did a really good job of building him up, and I thought there were a lot of really good, kind of spine-chilling moments with him and stuff. And I thought the actor did a really good job, and so I think those are all kind of partially reasons. I really liked HRG because I liked how intelligent he was, how he's dealing with all of these people with, superpowers and stuff, and yet he's still able to hang. I like him for the same type of reason I like Batman. He always has a plan. He's smart. He's, cunning, and he's skilled. So that was one of the reasons I really liked him. Of course, Claire was cool too. She was the girl, the cheerleader who, would heal and stuff.
Yeah, her character, man, that was weird when she was like cut her arm off and like
that was
kill herself basically to escape different things. Like what? Yeah, it was that was a crazy show for sure.
And sorry to be happy. I'll just be happy when Stranger Things comes back on. I watched that series. I watched every episode of it, and I thought that was the best science fiction series I have probably, in my personal opinion, I've ever seen. That was absolutely fantastic. It was, the production quality was top notch, right? And they just stopped, right? It just stopped, and I'm thinking, what the hey? I mean, what is the mental issue going on with these people? Yeah. I want that series so bad. If they don't ever continue production on that, I will say Hollywood is dead forever. These people are mindless. They're all goons.
It's coming.
They've got. I know they say it is. They say it is, but I mean, it's taking too long. It makes you wonder about what is the mindset of the people in charge of the network, right? That they think that they, when they have a gold mine TV series that is super popular, and then just stop production of it, and this is pre-COVID, right? It's not that COVID didn't stop it; they stopped it for other reasons, and if it boils down to, well, we have actresses and actors that are, having personal issues and they can't get on. Okay, replace them. New characters. Write a new episode that, this person died and just keep making the show. You know what I'm saying? Do something. But I mean, you've got a gold mine. You're sitting on a gold mine. You're saying, I'm not gonna make the money because some actress has a problem or actor has a problem. So I can't do it right now because I've got personal issues. Whatever, you're gone. Write them in the next episode, Aliens, Alien, and get rid of it, right? But keep going, right? I don't understand it. I just don't understand it, man.
Well, welcome back, and I agree with you on Stranger Things. It's pretty freaking awesome show. We've got Jamie has joined us, and Ogre is back. He got the kid to sleep. He pounded a couple beers, and now he is back to join us since the dumpster fire has toned down a little bit. So, Jamie, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, man.
Oh, actually, hang on, Jamie. Before I let you go, Jungle's been with us. He's made some interjections, but he didn't actually have the floor. Jungle, what's going on with you, brother? How you doing? You in Missouri? You back up in Crazy Land, New England, or you hanging out by the lake?
I'm in the jungle right now.
You're in the jungle? Which jungle? Are you back? Did you go to Brazil?
No, I'm in Missouri right now. The woods.
Okay. Right on. Everything going well? Did you have you bulldozed everything and gotten your land ready?
I'm still working on the cabin. I'm going to winterize it for this winter and see if I can survive in the winter. But other than that, I have solar panels in my office for air conditioning, and maybe it'll work for heating too.
All right. Were you able to sell your house?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. I mean, I'm thinking about it anyway. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but I'm thinking about it.
Okay. All right. Well, the housing market is insane, but hey, where you are, there's a lot of people leaving, so it's never know what happens. But hey, all the rich oligarchs are buying up everybody's property, so who knows? Okay. All right, Jamie, what's up, man? What's up? How you been? What's on your mind? Welcome to the stream. Floor is yours.
I just ran back. Whew. You say you sold your house, dude?
No, I asked Jungle if he had sold his house yet, and he said he hadn't decided if he was going to sell it or not.
Oh, yeah, I was just at the room. I just getting settled into my place here. Got it almost done with the interior. That's about it. Just working a lot.
Nice. So, are you still running around unemployed, or and just living the good life, or have you rejoined society?
When I moved to Idaho, I got a job like 3 days or 2 days. Second day I was here.
Nice.
Yeah, and just been working with a guy that lives nearby that has a contracting company.
Nice.
So I've been working like 60 hours a week lately. Not quite that much, but saving up money, more money. Saving
like a blessing, man.
Yeah, it's been great. This is a beautiful
blessing. God is good, man, to those who believe upon him.
I just realized, though, I guess they didn't have much snow here last year, but I'm like 10 minutes from the Canadian border in Idaho. And it's a really beautiful spot. But
now, where are you at? Where you say you're near the Canadian border?
Yeah,
where are you at?
Bonner's Ferry, it's called.
I mean, what state? What are we talking
Idaho.
about?
North
Oh,
Idaho.
okay. I lived about 50 miles from the Canadian border in Montana when I was a little kid. So
yeah, I'm not far from I worked in Montana a couple weeks ago, actually.
Okay.
Beautiful homestead. I think I might have shown some people in one of the streams this big, cool old barn. With like a double.
Yeah.
The timber they used on this thing is just impressive. And
man, yeah.
We restored it.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Glacier National Park is a sight to see if you've never been through it. Do you know that the number of glaciers that exist in Glacier National Park today is minuscule compared to what it was in 2000, in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s? The glaciers have receded so much that there's probably half or less as many glaciers in Glacier National Park now as there was in the 1930s or 20s.
I'm not far from, I think Banff, if you heard of that. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth, probably. But I also think I think it's called Schweitzer. It's like a really good place to ski. It's not too far from here. So
When I was a kid, I went through the Glacier National Park, and my mom drove us through it in about 1971, and we were in a Buick Skylark station wagon, which is a giant land barge automobile, right? Had a 401 cubic inch motor, like a big beast of a car, right? And grizzly bears were coming up to our cars begging for food. And
That's
this grizzly bear, this bear put its paws on the top curve of the car hood and leaned over on the car. And I'm not kidding. A 401 cubic inch Buick station wagon from 1971 leaned all the way over on its side. The shocks compressed to the max on the one side and they were stretched to the other. And all the bear did was lean on the car. And the car just rocked to the side. And I said, Mom, are we going to die? I was like 10 years old. I said, Mom, are we going to die? This bear's head was so big, it would not fit through the window if I was to roll the window down. This bear was humongous. He had to weigh at least 1,100 pounds. All he did was put his paws on the upper curve of the car's roof and lean on it. A Buick station wagon, a 71 model land barge, right? And he leaned on it, and the car went.
On bear tracks,
and I'm like, oh my God, we're all fixing to die.
Yeah, there's black bears out here. I've been looking for tracks up on the hill on the property, and there's definitely. I took pictures of it, but some black bear tracks, some really good ones. I've only found them once so far, but it was right up the hill. There's cougars and lots of deer and elk and moose, I guess, too. Sometimes maybe, or I forget. But
there might be a bear around here. I don't know. I gotta check.
You know, grizzly bears are the most fearsome creatures on earth, man. Nothing compares to a grizzly bear. It is the most fearsome animal on this
super
planet.
aggressive.
Yep.
Polar bears.
No bear hunting in heaven.
How you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, what's up, Sam?
You guys hear me?
What's up, Sam? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Good. This microphone that I have, or this headset, the last time or two I've used it, it started cracking up real bad and roboting. So if it
sounds good,
that,
sounds good right now.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good.
I can try to
Good to see you,
unplug it.
Sam.
Hey, you too, brother.
LLP. Do you hear me? Do any of you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Crazy? I hear you.
Oh, some people. Cool.
Who are you? Oh, never mind.
So this has been a great stream, of course. Never a letdown.
Except for a little nudity might be going on here. Be careful,
good.
John.
You got pants on, dude?
Yeah, there's a guy wearing pants.
Yeah, I don't think Crazy Eyed is. He's not crazy. He's drunk, but I think he's got his pants on.
Let's hope he doesn't stand up and you know.
You don't need to show pants. Just say pants. We don't need to. just say it.
I think he's indulging in his Friday night experience.
Because no, it's just what I do every day.
Which is wear pants, right?
Like how much can you guys' phone see or whatever? Like, all I'm seeing is my face, so I'm trying to not hide, or I'm trying to hide myself or whatever. But yeah, let me do this.
Oh God!
Oh, he's putting a shirt on. He's putting a shirt on. Oh man! Crazy Eyed is putting on clothes.
What's the next topic?
The Crazy Eyes put on a shirt, obviously.
Okay, I want to ask you guys some questions. Maybe you guys can like educate me on some shit, right?
Sure.
So you know SFT, he's like really into genetics and stuff, yeah. Like so are you guys into genetics? Do you guys know a lot about that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I do not. So
I mean,
Well, I'm no expert, but I know enough. I know a lot of things that about genetics that provide evidence that life was created
yeah,
young and not old. Right?
yeah.
Yeah, we know. We know
Dude,
a lot.
I learned from all you guys, man. I think it's fucking
So you
interesting
had a
thing to
question
discover
about
what one
genetics?
doesn't know. Yeah. So like, what is a allele or whatever?
An allele is a gene variant. Simple description, definition.
But is it
Gene variant. Okay.
is it
What that means is you could have one gene that produces this, and there might be 3 or 4 other alleles, in other words, copies of that same gene that also seem to contribute to the production of this. See, but they're variants. They're slightly different. Each one is slightly different.
Yeah.
So, and one of the reasons for this is for example, there's more than one gene that produces a bone in your body, right? So a bone in your body is produced by numerous genes. It's not just one gene. And if a gene that let's say, I'm going to give you a bad analogy, so to help you understand. Let's say the gene, I'm going to use not even letters, I'm going to use numbers. Okay. So let's say that the base pairs of the gene, instead of A, C, G, T, are just 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But there are also 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Let's pretend for a second. So you have a gene that says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. And then there's another gene that says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 9, 9, 10. Okay. And there's another gene that says 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 7, 10. Okay. These are all variants of the same gene, and they all contribute to the production of the same bone. So they're considered an allele because they're variants of the same gene family that produce a bone. Okay. So a gene is simply stated, an allele is a gene variant. Of what it's a variant is determined by geneticists.
Crazy. I'll try a different analogy that I've taught biology in high school before, and to my knowledge, the way I described it was super simplified. People have different eye colors, right? The eye color is linked to to the genes in your body. Blue eyes have different alleles than green eyes. So it's like what's written down and then what's created out of that instructions. The different things that are written down are the different alleles.
That's a good point. There could be a gene that produces brown eyes.
Yeah, and eyes are more complicated than that. And that's a simple analogy.
Another gene that also produces eye color in the human genome, but would if it were expressed, produce blue eyes, right? But that doesn't really work for eyes, though, because the problem is that the difference in I guess it does, but the reason for blue eyes is because of an absence of a protein layer in the human eye. It's actually defunct.
Yeah, eyes are more complicated.
It's a genetic mutation which has reduced the quality of human eyes, and to produce blue eyes, which are more susceptible to damage by ultraviolet light than brown eyes. Yeah. So it's likely that Adam and Eve had brown eyes because those are the least susceptible to ultraviolet damage by ultraviolet radiation. So the mutation which caused blue eyes to arise in people is not evolutionary; it's damage. It's the reduction of it's the loss of a protein layer in the eye. You're actually if you have blue eyes, you're actually missing a protein layer that should be there. It's just gone, and that filters the light, and it makes the eyes appear blue. See what I mean?
It's pretty amazing. I mean, like, okay, so I'm not like a creationist, but like I feel like there's a lot of stuff that is very apparent for the creationist kind of perspective, like scientifically. like this, what you're explaining is like a form of
Degradation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Degradation.
Yeah.
Negative effect of mutation, which is what science provides evidence for, that genetic mutations are destructive. That's the overwhelming preponderance of evidence is that mutations destroy genetic information and cause weaknesses, deformities, and death. Okay, the problem with the evolution theory is that evolutionists propose and they claim that mutations actually do the opposite of this. That mutations design and slowly accrue and build fantastically improving structural designs that are increasing in complexity. Right?
Yeah.
That's what the evolution theory claims. But the only observable, testable, repeatable evidence from genetic studies of mutation for the last 90 years is that mutations destroy. So their theory contradicts the history, the complete history of study into the effects of genetic mutation.
Yeah, it's strange here in Missouri that people around here is it's kind of weird because everybody around here have blue eyes. It's kind of shocking to me.
Wow, that's weird. That is weird.
I've never seen people with blue eyes.
Sound like blue eyes, like they're the most rarest or something.
No, I'm just kidding.
Probably not. Probably green eyes or
green eyes are rare.
Probably,
yeah.
I think they're descendants of David, King David, though, is what it was. Because King David has the J2 Y chromosome, and he's probably the progenitor of most of the Judaic people for the J2. Probably King David and King Solomon. But that's just that's a side note.
So we figured out that I'm sorry because I actually have not read the Bible to the point where I know it perfectly or something like that. But when it comes to determining, which person's past was, you guys can determine it through 8 people or something like that.
To a very large degree, we can.
Yeah.
We can show genetically from the data provided by mainstream geneticists.
Yeah.
Not creationists.
Definitely.
The mainstream scientific community has
these.
produced genetic data that shows that there is a handful of genetic, what's called haplogroups.
Yeah.
And that is, in other words, man is divided into these various haplogroups, groups of chromosomes that show that that is the reason for the diversity in mankind. Right now, these haplogroups happen to match up with the biblical account. This would take more time for me to explain in detail.
The table of nations, right?
But it demonstrates that the table of nations in the Bible of the book of Genesis is correct human history. In other words, that man dispersed from one common culture.
Was the table of nations in the Old Testament too?
Yes,
absolutely.
In large family groups, left left Babel, right? They left in large family groups, members of, anywhere from 50 to 5,000 at a time. And they were all related to each other, uncles, nephews, nieces, aunts, uncles, etc. Right? There were numerous family groups at Babel, right? And when God destroyed the Tower of Babel, man dispersed. He changed their tongues. They couldn't speak the same language anymore. And man dispersed across the earth with these different ethnicities, these inklings of ethnicity. There's the earliest inkling of an ethnicity, and as a family group breeds within itself, it comes to look more and more like itself, right? So that would explain the various ethnicities of mankind, and the Bible provides an account that matches the genetic data.
We're at that one point in time, man. Yeah,
So the variations were happened early on, and then they fixed the genetic differences, the genetic changes in their populations, so that the black people became black, and the white people became white, and the Asian people became Asian. Because they fixed the genetic,
I feel
by breeding within each other. You've
Right.
got 1,000 people move away from Babel, right? And they only breed with each other for another 1,000 years. Well, they all become to look like themselves, right? And that makes them look different from the other group that did the same thing.
Right.
See, that's what made the ethnicities of the world.
It's like we want to like compartmentalize everything that we see, put into this similar structure, and be like, okay, this person's fucking that way or whatever, and we can define this person from such or whatever, define this thing for that reason.
God doesn't look at us that way, though.
Right.
God sees every individual as equal in his own eyes, in a way.
Yeah, because
what God really wants from us is respect. He wants humility towards him. He wants us to accept that what he has done to make a way for us to be with him. He wants us to acknowledge that and to seek that and to latch on to it in our heart and to love that and need that and want that. That's what God has done for us. He did that through Jesus Christ. He did that through Jesus Christ. He made a way for man's sin to be absconded, to be washed away, to be forgiven, because God is gracious and he's merciful and loving and forgiving and kind. He's exactly the opposite of what atheists claim he is. Atheists, you'll hear crazy-eyed. You'll hear atheists say that God is a murderous, monster. The truth is, if you read the Bible,
I know they want to look at all the.
No, I'm not saying you believe that. I just want to share this with you. But if you compare what the atheists say about God and what God says about himself in the Bible, what you find is a tremendous difference. The God in the Bible says that he is tremendously
I think that is
forgiving.
so beautiful. Yes.
Yeah, God in the
totally
Bible
agree.
says he is terribly forgiving and patient, long-suffering, which means, this is my favorite word in the whole Bible. It's the word long-suffering, because it means God puts up with a lot of our crap and still loves us and is willing to forgive us. He's long-suffering. That's an old English word. I mean, it's a Middle English word. It goes back several centuries. Nobody uses that word anymore, but you'll find it in the King James Bible, and I love that word. Is long-suffering. That means he puts up with our crap for a long time, because he's so good that he's willing to put up with our crap. See,
it's like
because
one
he's great.
should think. Yeah. Like a person could think about, hey, where when I think about the things that I do good, where does that come from? It comes from something, maybe spirit or something like that. But like the good happens in its own way, whatever.
Yeah.
And we don't have no way to describe that, but it does happen in the forgiveness and the recycling kind of thing that is separate from the being thing.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but
like consciousness, you know what I mean? Like like conscious awareness. Like if you think about, we're all at this point everything that we know is through our own awareness. Yeah.
Well, this is what the Bible says about that. It says that man was created and we're born into the world and we begin to experience consciousness. Okay. And we will live a life. And when we die, we're going to go into a state of silence, a state of sleep. This is what the Old Testament and New Testament teach extensively. Right. And this is why Jesus said about the young maiden, she sleeps. She's not dead, she sleeps. And they laughed at him to scorn him. But he raised her from the dead and said, see, I'm right. Jesus told the truth. So, and then we'll be, so we're going to sleep in the grave until a day when God will raise all of us in a circumstance called the resurrection. And we'll be raised from, and we'll all face God. And then God will judge us according to our faith in him or lack thereof, or faith in ourselves or our faith in him. And he's going to separate us. Those who refuse to accept his grace will be destroyed. Those who love him and accept his grace and almighty power and wisdom will be forgiven of all wrong they've ever done forevermore. And they will live eternally in paradise with God. So what separates
I have a big
people
thing to say about all of that right there.
What separates people is faith in Christ. You either believe or you're unwilling to believe that God has done something to make you able to be with him forever. That's the thing.
Faith in the truth or believing lies.
I think that I think that imagine that everything is what's the word that I'm looking for? Paradoxical. That means it could have a beginning and not need a resource for its beginning. It could have a beginning and continue on.
But it has to have a cause. That's the problem.
Yeah,
It has to be a cause. All things have a cause, right? What's the cause of your spirit?
And that's what we think.
Where did your spirit come from? Your spirit had a cause, right? The cause of your spirit is greater than yours, and it's external to you, right? And that points to God.
Yeah, they can't figure that out. They can't figure out that there's something besides the physical world. They think that, the physical world, what made the physical world,
Yeah. Yeah, the physical world only explains so much. The spiritual world explains so much more. So, I mean, you have a life force, an intelligence, a sentience that's not made of your body. You recognize that. I know you do.
Yeah.
We all do. We know that we have a spirit. There's some intangible life force within us that's not made of the skin and bones and muscles and nerves, right?
That's a good way to put it.
We have something else that's greater than the sum of our physical being, right? Right. So we all recognize that. Even atheists recognize that. They deny it. See, they bury that truth.
They lie about it.
People are not willing to bury that truth. We all recognize that.
Pisses me off.
I know that you
there's all these reasons for them
Crazy
to be like,
the thing is, you need to consider what is who is the cause of that life force in you that is not made of your skin cells and your hair cells and everything else.
It's that
who is it that
we are in the middle. We are not the ends of these points. We're
where
not
did
the
you come
encapsulation
from?
of this stuff.
No. It's not about where we're going. It's about where'd you come from. How did you come into being? Now, and I don't mean your skin, because we know that was your mom and dad's cells, right? What I'm talking about, you, the one that's in you, that lives inside the flesh, that is you. The flesh can be explained biologically. We know that your flesh came from your mom and dad's egg and sperm cell. That's what we know. But the you that dwells within that flesh,
The thing that is
where did that come from?
awareness.
That's the question.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense to me. I think that's a good way of explaining it, and that's an interesting point that it's not the point in the middle, but where did it come from? You know,
My answer is that it came from Jesus Christ.
There has to have been a instant, or not instant. That sounds stupid. There has to be a fundamental kind of thing, that it came from. That everything that we this free will thing that we sit there and enjoy so much has to have come from. Not has to have come from, but has to be part of something.
It came. That's exactly right. It came from somewhere, and it was made by something. But we know it's not made of the stuff that makes your hairs and your skin. It's not the same substance. It's a different thing. It's non-tangible. It's not made of the physical material that your body is. What animates you is not your brain, and it's not your skin, and it's not your hair. It's something else of a different nature. And we all have an intrinsic understanding of that. Everybody has a sense of that. And even an atheist does, but they deny it. They deny it because they don't want to believe in God. There was a famous Christian apologist.
I feel like they believe in God and they just deny it because they're just they're lost or something.
I absolutely agree. I don't think there is such a thing as a true atheist. I don't think that's true. The famous Christian apologist who was an atheist once and became a Christian because of the evidence, and an author and a theologian and an author, he was very famous, and wrote once, he said, an atheist can't find God for the same reason that a thief can't find a policeman. His name is C.S. Lewis, and he wrote his books in the 1940s and early 50s. And he said, a thief can't find God for the same reason. An atheist can't find God for the same reason a thief can't find a policeman. In other words, he doesn't want to find God. He doesn't want God to exist.
Yeah.
And I can provide you statements by modern scientists like William Provine, who says, I don't want God to exist. I don't want a universe like that. I don't want that. So he's declaring outright, I'm an atheist by choice, because I don't want God to exist.
Because he misunderstands God anyways, in the first place.
Yeah. Well, it's like I feel like when I see a person who doesn't, who every time I talk to a person who's trying to be against any creationists, for example, or against any kind of thought of God, I feel like they're coming from a predetermined place, and they're trying to argue, around a certain thing to make their argument true or whatever. They don't understand.
Exactly right. They're using what you're describing as people using presuppositions to describe their worldview in order to support it. It's a form of circular reasoning. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But I would just tell you a crazy idea. God, if you want to know God, I don't know, I'm not going to be supposed to know what your relationship with God is, but I'll just say this. If you want to know God, you can know God. And
the only way I got to know God was through a messed up way, but
no, you can know God. Let me tell you how to know God.
Physical evidence in my own mind.
No. You don't need physical evidence. You don't need.
But that's what I needed at the time, and that's what I got.
Okay, so here's the thing. Scripture says that those who know God worship Him in spirit and know Him in spirit. So here's the thing. If you want to know God, crazy-eyed, I want to tell you how you can know God.
Dude,
Okay?
I feel like I already know God. Like I
Well,
know
well,
God
well, let me tell you how you can know
super deep
God
and
better.
stuff. And I'm not gonna. It's not that I'm like trying to ever argue against God or whatever.
Yeah,
But I'm not
okay.
gonna like. I'm not gonna tell people that they should assume this, just automatically assume to just believe in God. They need to
You
go
don't
through
need
their
assumptions to
learning
believe
of
in God.
physics, and they need to learn all these different stuff. You know.
You don't need any of that, my friend. See, you don't need any of that. Let me tell you. I was about to tell you. Let me tell you how you can experience God. It's easy. Jesus Christ said, "Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Seek and you will find."
Seek and yeah.
He didn't say, seek and maybe you'll get lucky. He didn't say
Yeah.
that. He did not say that. Jesus said, "Seek and you will find."
Will receive.
He
Yeah.
said, "Knock and
That's
it
right.
will be opened unto you." See,
That's fucking right,
Jesus.
man.
So Jesus's promises are not that. You might get lucky if you know God, if you look Him up. His promise is this: if you and your heart are
All we do is have
genuinely,
a certain amount of time to learn.
well, what Jesus's promise was this: if you
No,
genuinely,
I was saying nothing against
well,
you.
Jesus's promise was this: if you genuinely are open and seeking Him, not pretending to, but really wanted to know Him, right? Because you can't pull the wool over God's eyes, right?
This
You can't.
this is
You
what
can't.
conclude.
Crazy. Let me finish, please, before you interrupt.
Sorry.
So you can't trick God, right? You can't get on your knees and say, "God, show me the truth if you believe it," and blah blah blah, and get up and walk away and expect God to do any such thing, right? But if God looks into your heart and sees genuinely you want really to know who He is and have a
Yeah.
relationship with Him and want His grace, He will make His presence known in your life. It's not as I said, Jesus conveyed. Let me finish, please. Before you, I want to hear everything you have to say, but I want to be able to say what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I'm
Please.
sorry.
Okay,
You're good.
all right.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, please. So it's not Jesus didn't make some off the wall statement. It wasn't that He was saying this could happen. He said emphatically, this is a fact. You will experience the presence of God if you genuinely, and he implies that if you genuinely, openly, honestly want to experience that which is supreme in comparison to your moral inferiority, if you seek God, you will find Him, according to Jesus. Okay, it's no doubt. He didn't leave any room for doubt. Jesus' statements are absolutely emphatic. You will find God if you genuinely. That's the key. If you genuinely seek Him, Jesus didn't use the words emphatically in that statement because He knows it's not necessary. He knows that people who pretend to seek Him are faking it. They're not true. So Jesus doesn't have to say, if you genuinely seek me. He doesn't have to say that. All He has to say, if you seek God, you'll find Him. That's all He's got to say. She knows that people who pretend to seek are not genuinely doing so. He doesn't have to say that. You see what I'm saying? So that's why He says, if you seek God, you will find Him. Somebody who pretends to is not actually seeking God. Jesus didn't need to add words to His statement to clarify. You see what I mean? So the point is this, Crazy Ed. If you really want to know who is your Savior, and if God is your Creator, and if He loves you, I'm going to tell you what, Crazy Eyed, He loves you probably more than you love yourself. And I'm sure of it, in fact. And He wants only the best for you. His will for your life and your well-being and your spirit and your flesh is only His goodness. He wants only that which is good for you. God wishes no evil upon anyone who wants to know who he is, ever, right? If you want to know, Kincaid, who is your creator and savior, you can know him if you'll look for him. He will respond, and he will share his presence with you, and you will know that Jesus Christ is Lord, and you will find him, and you'll have a new experience, and your eyes will be enlightened, and you know what? You'll have a completely, greatly different perspective about everything in the world. Science, philosophy, history, everything. You'll have your world, the darkness of the world will be lifted from your eyes like a sheep's wool lifted from a sheep. You'll become enlightened, and you know what? You'll find a greater joy in this world. You will find that you mean more than you could possibly. You are valued, and the value of you is infinitely greater than you could possibly imagine you are right now. I promise you. You will discover that your value in the sight of God is so unbelievably great that you will be so humbled by how much God values you that you will be almost brought to tears by it, my friend.
Beautiful is
that you look for that. I hope you look for that.
The universe has a shape and stuff, and it has its outside shape or whatever, what we call form, and then it has an inside that is infinite. The Mandelbrot set proves this. You know the Mandelbrot set? Or
the
do you know
Mandelbrot
much
set,
about
yeah.
I agree with George.
That doesn't explain.
Hey guys, we're getting a weird feedback from somebody's microphone.
I muted mine. It's not me because I was hearing that too.
Hey, Crazy, I think we may, because I remember hearing this the other night when you were on. I think there may be some kind of a feedback loop.
Oh, dude, I
is
had
there anything
my
in the
phone
background?
set up against something. I had my phone set up against something. It's probably like feeding back, but you guys can cut me off. That's fine.
I got.
No, you're fine, man. You can talk about it. But it's, we're hearing a weird. When you're not talking, let's put you on mute. Let's test real quick and see. Let me see here if that solves the problem.
How about
okay? Yeah.
That's better.
How about
okay? So Crazy. No, it's not you, Jungle. Okay, so Crazy had the. We are getting feedback from you, so when you're not talking, we need to put you on mute. Okay.
Hey, Crazy, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that you have a spirit and not just a body, but a non-tangible life force that exists in you that is not made of matter? Do you believe you have spirit? Do you believe that?
You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you've got to unmute yourself to answer. I can't hear you. Crazy, you got to unmute. Unmute yourself, my friend.
Fine, but okay. Yes, no, actually, as a matter of fact, I believe that everything is spirit.
Okay, so at least you believe you have a non-tangible life force that is not made of matter, right? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So
I'm not like going against anything, and I'm just imagine that I'm just like a fucking random point that is just trying to find what is good, and that I think that we're all just trying to find what is good.
Well, let me share this with you. People who are new to Christianity sometimes think that, I've got to become a Christian. That means I have to become morally perfect or I'm damned. If I can't be morally perfect, I'm screwed. I can never be a Christian because I have flaws and, I have indulgences and habits and bad habits. And I have, things that I carried over from when I was a teenager. and they think, you know, I could. What's the point in being a Christian? Because this crazy religion says you got to be morally perfect to be a Christian. It doesn't. It doesn't at all. In fact, it does the opposite. The truth is that people become Christians and become saved despite all their wrongdoing. That's the beautiful thing about Christianity, that he forgives our sins and wipes them all away, makes us innocent and white as snow, as the book of Job says. And that was written 1440 BC. Despite the fact that God knows that we are evil and that we do wrong constantly, right? So he's willing to forgive it all, right? So being a Christian doesn't mean you've got to make yourself morally perfect. It means that you've put faith in Jesus Christ. It doesn't have a thing to do with how good you are when you come to Jesus and say, look, God, I made myself so perfect and pure. Now I can be a Christian. That's not it at all. At all. Not at all. What becoming a Christian means is that you say to God on your knees, God, I'm a sinner. I offend you. Forgive me. Give me eternal life. And he does, and you're a Christian forever. And it doesn't matter if you next month or next week or the next day commit another sin. That's not the important thing. The thing is that because of your faith in Christ, that sin is forgiven. Because God accepts your offering of your soul on your knees to him, saying, Lord, you are Lord. You can forgive my sin. You are the only way to forgiveness. I want that. If God knows in your heart that you truly want that, everything you do, day to day, month to month, year to year, is forgiven. Because what he wants is a child that he can scold and praise. He doesn't want someone to destroy. Do you understand the difference? That's what he wants.
Yeah. You have to be perfect.
Now, in line with that, though.
But you're probably not going to be perfect, but you have to be perfect.
Well, Jungle, hang on. I don't think you got the memo from the preacher who Danny was just interacting with a little while ago, and he actually is perfect, and is completely perfect. And if you're not perfect, if you still sin, then that means you serve the devil and are not actually saved. So, Danny, how did you feel about that? Like, how did you feel about your interaction with the preacher?
I don't know. To be honest, like, it was kind of uneventful. It just didn't make sense to me. Like, even granting all of his, because a lot of people want to contest his theological or in his interpretive thing stuff, the exegesis of the Bible and so on. But I think there's even a way to like I granted all of it, and it just doesn't conceptually make sense because he was like calling me perfect, but I was with sin. I don't know what he's talking about when he says stuff like that.
Yeah, he's way out to lunch. I don't know. I don't feel confident in his sanity, to be honest.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, he is a complete and utter nut job.
Yeah.
Like, I asked him, I said, so do you think Jill is a Christian? Because he debated Jill before it was my turn to talk with him. And he said, no, because Jill still thinks that he sins. I said, okay, but if you go out and murder someone, it's not sin for you, right? And he said, right, it's not a sin for me. I said, but it's a sin for Jill because he thinks he still sins. And he was like, yep, absolutely. So I'm like, so Jill goes to hell because he thinks he can still sin. You go to heaven, but you can murder people because you don't think you can still sin.
Yeah, that's basically what I got him to say too. He said almost the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, you went after me actually. I tried to watch most of it, but
so you know what Germania just meant by that, Danny? By his "you went after me." You just said the same thing, so he just accused you of copying him.
That's not what I was. I don't even
That's
think Danny was there.
that's exactly. Well, no,
Danny
hang
wasn't
on,
even
and
there
now
when
he's
I
trying.
was
Listen to this dodge. I don't even think Danny was there. You just stated that you knew he went after you.
Yeah, because
And you're like, oh, I
it was
wasn't
coming
there.
on.
I wasn't checking on if people were copying when I said.
that's
Yeah,
so
Well, most
Germania
beta
is officially a drama queen.
most beta
He's
males are a little
stepping up.
most beta males are a little insecure, so that's to be expected.
Let me
Well,
tell you.
that is very true. Did you notice that he took the picture of the little the avatar that I make the joke about in the Soy Boys, and he used that for his thumbnail, and he
I
thinks
was
that
hoping you'd see that.
and he thinks that I wasn't going to pick up on that little assertion. Yeah, I got
He's trying to come to terms with it. It's just kind of a difficult
It's
process.
just really hard to come to terms with. Okay, that I'm a beta.
Well,
No,
listen, Germania,
No, there's nothing called a Sigma.
if you'll just
Sigma.
work on being able to last longer than 1 minute,
Why
then
you
you might be able to make it
like-
out of beta status.
There's things I could say, but I don't want to. But no, here's the irony of it all. Okay, Danny calls me beta ever since he and Jill had a little chit chat in the comments, right? Yet tonight I was actually defending Jill against the preacher, against my own bitter judgment.
That's pretty beta.
It was pretty beta of me.
You're defending the alpha, kind of.
Submissive, yes, but no, because what the preacher was saying made no freaking sense. Because how are you going to say a Christian is not a Christian because the Christian still thinks they can sin, yet you can go out and murder people and do all this other crap and go to heaven just because you think you cannot sin? It just made no freaking sense to me at all. And I was using Jill as an example since he spoke with Jill before me.
Listen to this. You hear that? Now he's comparing to the people that talked before him, and he's like, "Well, Jill didn't say anything that I said, so it was okay that he went before me. But Danny came after me, and he just copied what I was talking about." That's what Jill just said, right?
Okay, I feel like we are in different frequencies.
No. I think the Germania is just sitting there like he's trying to act all cool and calm and collected, but his beta is just showing through right now.
It was coming out.
We all know.
He was taking, the reason that Germania is always talking about taking a shot. It's not for the vax. It's for soy. He gets he gets direct soy injections. That's what happens.
John, I think we haven't talked in so long. You've been like writing stuff down that you want to say to me.
No, man. No, actually not. You're just a very easy inspiration, man. Like comes in and you just keep giving me so much to work with. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'm an inspiration. That's all I heard. Everything else I blocked out.
Well, that's understandable.
That's
But
the
it's like
beta thing.
Let's say this about those who don't want to be Christians or argue against Christianity. These are people who don't want to be morally judged. They don't want to believe that there's a moral charge. That's the basis of atheism. These are people who refuse to acknowledge that they're morally there's anything wrong with them, and that they're worthy of judgment. See, so because they refuse to acknowledge that they're worthy of judgment, they can't acknowledge that God exists, because if God exists, then they're under his moral authority. And so that can't be true, because I don't deem myself worthy of punishment, of judgment. See? And so that's the basis of our authority. And the Bible actually states this emphatically, that, it's because of their pride. Pride goeth before the fall. Human pride is what atheism is. Humans who have a level of pride that prevents them from believing, or accepting, rather, I should say, that they are worthy of judgment for their moral wrongs, are people who reject the idea of God and say he can't exist because they don't want to believe themselves worthy of judgment. They're innocent. And it's pride.
This must be true, because I was talking to Gur and he said that he left Christianity because he wanted to get a blowjob.
Danny.
That's what you told me, right?
Stream. And you're full of crap.
I'm just.
Danny, of all the smack talking I've talked about you, I've never lied. For the
No,
most
that's what you
part.
told me. You said you regret, right? Like, like you. There's never mind.
Oh yeah, talking about things I regret not doing as a Christian.
Yeah.
That's completely different, though.
But you
That's
said
a
you
hindsight
deconverted pretty much right after.
That is not true. It was
So,
like
so
5
Danny,
years
is what
later.
you're saying that after he got his willy wet, he decided to,
That's
He
when I
dropped
said,
the
Run
whole
away?
thing.
God.
He said, "This is so not worth it."
So basically, Germania is what happened. So what had happened? So what had happened was you got some, and then you're
Why
like,
did I come into this stream?
"There's no way that God. This was so amazing. There's no way that God exists."
Between you and Danny, I don't know why I came in here. You know what? Danny came in here after I came in here. See, Danny,
Yeah, but he was here earlier. He
So
was here
why
earlier,
couldn't why
Oh,
couldn't that
okay, fair
pleasure why couldn't that pleasure exist and God still be true?
Yeah, Weiger.
That's the problem.
Nephilim, that was everything Denny said was incorrect. That's like, not even close.
Okay,
yeah, but
so
see,
I'll accept
that might not be the root. However, I would assert that it is a element to your ongoing perpetuation. The ongoing perpetuation of your atheism is that you want to get some of that. You want to get your D in the P. Let's just be real. And you don't want to feel guilty about it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's the life of the beta male.
So
you mock it, but is that really it?
I'm not the one saying it.
No, but we're asking you.
Oh no,
Confirm
that's
or
wrong.
deny it. Can you confirm or deny?
No, that
Now he's just lying, Neff.
Edgar, actually,
See, he's laughing it off, but he's not actually answering.
Gerd laughs when he feels embarrassed and guilty. So we're gonna hear ongoing chuckles. We hear this when he does his streams. See, there it is, right there. He can't even help himself.
It's funny.
So here's the deal. We know that he is also. There's a very, very strong probability that he's currently intoxicated as well right now. So he's already been committing massive amounts of sin by being drunk in excess. Then he earlier when he disappeared for about 2.3 minutes, he was getting some pee.
I wasn't here to begin with.
And then I'm talking. I saw you earlier. I saw you earlier, bro.
I was
When
in
you
the
like,
side chat.
no, you had your own stream earlier, dude. Yeah.
That was like 2 hours ago.
Well, I know
that was like 2 hours ago, bro.
Yes, but he in that 2 hours ago, like he disappeared for 1.2 minutes, and it was he was trying to get. Well, what had happened was his woman came by and said, "Hey, if you will drop everything you're doing right now and come give me some, I will let you. I will help you feel a little bit more manly." So that's what he did. And then after she left, he felt guilty about all the things that had gone down. And then he had some more beers, and then he came back on here, and then Danny started beating up on him, and now he's feeling very, very guilty right now, and he's covering it all up right now through his little chuckles.
Mania, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if human beings indulge in sexual pleasure, that this means that do you think that if God existed, would he be capable of forgiving us for all our indulgences of sexual pleasure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So then if I was to ask you, do you think that are you an atheist?
Oh, sorry. Drinking water.
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. So
As is
you
Danny,
couldn't
might I
use
point
as an
out.
atheist. As an atheist, you couldn't use the argument then that God doesn't exist, or we have inadequate reason to believe in God, because my morality tells me that indulging in sexual pleasure is not immoral by any authority that exists over me. You just acknowledge that. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm with you. That's not a good reason. That's
So
not my reason.
your sexual mores are not don't figure into your atheism. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I'm kind of lost there. What was that?
Well, I'm following this logically. You didn't follow the logic. I'm asking if all that we agreed upon is true, then your sexual preferences, pleasures, activities, whatnot, don't figure into your disbelief.
Okay, I'm not sure I follow.
Oh,
I'm
come
sorry.
on. Do you know what? I just dismissed
He's a little
you.
slow, Neff. You can tell by his voice.
I don't think so. No, I
Danny,
just
I don't
dismissed
like
him.
you anymore.
I just dismissed him because he's pretending not to understand.
No, like
and
Neff, look,
I
You just
don't have
gotta
any
talk more
respect for people
slowly.
who pretend not to
Well,
understand.
hang on. I think I know. I think Redefined Living was one. Are you still around, Sam? I think he was wanting to ask a few questions. Maybe we'll let Sam have a go at Germania.
Yeah.
Hello, Sam. Long time no see.
What's up, man? Good. What you got for me this time?
Nothing. I did not come in here to debate or to argue or really. I didn't even come in here to be a punching bag, but here I am.
Yeah, he doesn't want to follow God because he wants to follow his desires, right?
Hey,
His
just so everyone
sexual
knows,
desires.
Danny is also an atheist. Okay, I'm not the only atheist in the room. So
There we go.
Using me as the punching bag.
Beat up on Danny. Go pick on the little guy. Leave me alone. Yeah, that's what's happened.
Yeah, I did just say that, and I'm okay with that. But no, I just came in here because I haven't talked to John in forever and just wanted to say hello. And here we are.
Well, see, he was about to go to bed, and then he
I
was
was
like,
on my
"Well,
way."
I've been talking so much trash for weeks."
That's true.
I mean, you talk and here's the thing: I don't attack you, and it's fascinating to me how your association with Pudding Brain and the gang to try and fit in, and because you know how much they like obsess over me, and Danny, ironically,
that's actually both true. Both accounts true. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, they might actually. Well, I don't know if Pudding Brain hates me or Danny worse, but I mean, I would say we're relatively high on the chain.
Question. I don't know, because some days I think he hates you more, but then other days, like I don't know.
He'll let you in, John. He won't let me in.
Well, yeah, but I don't come in. I mostly just ignore their stupidity and laugh at them.
Yeah.
You actually go in and like actually spend time with the dumbassery that is that channel. But like today, man, I don't know if you heard it, but what's his face? Atheist Junior came up with some acronym. There's a post something or other or hyper. He came up with an acronym. And it was like basically post-traumatic stress disorder from Danny.
I didn't catch that. No,
that was today.
Yeah, that was today. I forget the exact letters he used, but it was basically that his experiences with you have created Danny's post experience with Danny distress disorder. I'm paraphrasing, but that was pretty close to what he came up with.
I was on that stream, but it was like probably 45 minutes before it ended, so that must have been before I got there.
Hey, Danny, do you know Steve McRae?
I know of him.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought maybe if you were on good terms with him, maybe you could invite him over to have a conversation with us.
Jungle, I've tried that for years, and I can't get him to do it.
He doesn't want to talk with us. I guess I don't know.
No, he wants to sit amongst atheists. He doesn't want to go outside his box.
Isn't he the one who is a self-proclaimed agnostic as opposed to atheist?
I've debated him numerous times in live streams run by atheists and smashed his little ass all over the place. But he won't step out of. Forgive my language. He won't step out of his box. He just won't do it because he's afraid to.
In all honesty, I didn't even know he was still around until literally weeks ago. Ever since the his whatever controversy was surrounding his show, the Non Sequitur show. I stopped keeping up with him. And
yeah, he won big time in court. They not only did he win the civil lawsuit, the freaking idiot had multiple warrants issued for his arrest. It was
damn.
Oh yeah, the guy that was who jacked all the money and locked him out of the show and everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
what's his name? I can't remember his name.
I don't know what the guy's name is, but
I think
let's
it's
just say
Kyle or something.
Anyway,
Kyle something.
He lost big time in court. But not only that, he also has been arrested, or at least the warrants were issued for contempt of court and refusal to comply, and with court orders and multiple things, right? So that dumbass went from just potentially owning him some money, probably could declare bankruptcy and get out of it, to now he's going to do jail time for refusing to show up to court. I mean, all this kind of stuff, and the judge kept giving him continuances for not showing up, and then finally it's you've got to show up, and if you don't, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court because I keep giving you all these
default.
Yeah, and
a really kind judge.
Yeah. But it was McRae spent 3 hours reading the
beautiful.
McRae spent 3 hours reading the judge's ruling on his channel. I listened to portions of it, and it was pretty funny the way he was reading it, then pausing, giving full scale commentary of the all the backstory. And it was I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty interesting listening to all of the drama that had been going on over this. And I'm like, this is over a YouTube channel. You guys are seriously jacking.
No. The problem is this is over atheists arguing about money with other atheists. That's what it was about. Yeah.
Steve's an agnostic, though.
Yeah.
He is, and his argument for
there's no such thing as an agnostic. An agnostic is an atheist hiding behind a bush that has a label on it that says agnostic.
Well, that may be the case, Neff, but the one thing I like about McRae is that he might despise the Lactheists even more than I do. And
that's probably true, actually, from what little bit I know.
I mean, he's even spent a considerable amount of time coming up with formal arguments as to why Lactheism is just dumb and wrong logically. They're pretty good, to be honest. His arguments.
I know Randolph Richardson was telling me a little bit about that whole ordeal.
I'm not so
Apparently
much
he has some strong
invested.
opinions.
I'm not so much invested in that whole thing, but I do want to say that if it's true that if you're using atheism in the Lactheism sense, it can't be a reasonable position. Because the idea is that it's not a belief that you're holding. And if it's not a belief you're holding, right, the only thing that could be justified is a belief. So it's not a justified.
Atheism can't possibly be considered a rational belief because and this is a statement that flies in everything atheists believe.
I just triggered Neff script or something.
The truth is that everything about physics, science, history, philosophy, all of it, all supports Christianity. Whether you believe that or not, if you want to challenge me on that, I'll be happy to debate you for the next 4 hours.
What about the next 5 hours?
7 hours.
I would just say that you should believe.
How much time do you want, Danny?
Give me
You should accept that agnostic is a separate position because although yes, an agnostic is like an atheist in that they are non-believers. I think so you can say that, but there is he can't justify atheism, and he's just being honest about it. I would say. And so he's
atheism is completely incompatible with everything we know about the world. It's incompatible with the world in such a way that we know that human beings are able to create non-material fundamental entities such as information, semiotics, and algorithms, and these things can only be produced by minds. They require forward thinking and mental processes that require forward thinking in comparison to facts, and matter just has no potential to do that. So,
What's semiotics?
so we have proven that life is more than flesh; it's spirit also. And if life is spirit as well as flesh, then we have to explain the spirit, and the spirit can't be explained by the material process. It's irrational to believe that material processes produce things that don't exist physically, have no mass or dimension. Therefore, atheism cannot be true.
Yeah, but
What
that's
is
only if you
semiotics
think
again?
about it. It's only if you
Hey,
think about it.
Danny, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can anything be true?
Yeah, I think
Well,
they're
I had a
true.
question.
I think propositions can be true.
But can well, not in the philosophical realm, like in the
No,
real world.
not anything.
No,
And-
I think the only
and-
thing that can be true or false are propositions.
So, what would your primary axiom be for understanding or deciphering what may or may not be true, even if it's a proposition?
Well, I don't know if I am a foundationalist. I'm probably some kind of pragmatist about truth.
Well, if you don't have a foundation, then everything would be arbitrary.
That's right.
Well,
How can
the
you
infinitist and the coherentist don't think so, right? The idea of like coherentism is that
Sam.
you're going to judge truth or justification in terms of like a
Sam, what you're going to discover, I've engaged in this guy
You
many
said
times, Sam.
coherent.
What you're going to find, Sam, is this guy is a denialist extraordinaire.
No,
That's what
I
you're gonna
understand
find.
that. But Danny,
It's
but you
key point
still have to
extraordinaire.
have you still have to have some sort of fundamental process in order for you to come to any conclusion.
Well, I kind of reject foundationalism.
So
he's gonna
you have,
reject everything you say.
but you can say that you can reject. You can say that you reject it, but ultimately you do, whether you want to admit it or not. At some point, you do have something that is fundamental to you, and for you, correct me if I'm wrong. That would be your reasoning, right?
As to foundational, like, are you talking about like foundationalism in like the epistemological sense? Is that what
Sure.
you're talking about? Okay, yeah, like there's certain, like, let's say the laws of logic. Foundationalists take that to be.
Well, hold on. Do those exist?
Well, I think they're propositional, so yeah, I think they do.
Yeah.
But do they necessarily exist? 'Cause
Yes.
that would be a truth claim.
Yeah, I'm claiming that the laws of logic are necessarily true.
So in order for you to come to a truth claim, you would have to decipher that. You would have to run a line of reasoning. So what would be your fundamental would be your reasoning, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
He has to be separate
Right?
also from the formation of those laws.
Well, I guess, like, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Well, regardless of that, I'm trying to figure out if you have something deeper than your reasoning from your worldview, from your position.
For justification or for truth?
Just for everything.
Well, for justification, I think that
your primary
You already have
foundation
him,
would be your
Sam.
reasoning.
You proved him wrong when you asked him if he accepted that there was these laws that where justification exists, and he said yes, and therefore he's acknowledging the external, the infinite.
Yeah, because even I mean that's a side note, but I could push back at Danny and say this statement is false.
Well, I don't even know if I take that to be a proposition.
Well, that would be a liar's paradox, right?
Yeah, that's the liar's paradox.
But from your position where nothing can be ultimately true, I suppose a proposition. I'll have to think about that, figure out how. But I mean, fundamentally, your reasoning, right? Would that be your foundation?
Well, I just
Especially
take
if you're-
reasoning to be what grounds justification. I don't think reasoning is what grounds truth, though.
Yeah.
But
The
you don't
problem
have-
with
you don't-
Danny,
you don't have-
the problem
what
with
ground?
Danny
You don't
is
have
that
truth.
he's never willing to acknowledge anything, even of those things that he believes. Danny is one of the slipperiest molecules that exist. Okay,
Well,
so the
let me try to-
problem with Danny is this: that he won't acknowledge what he believes true. He won't acknowledge what you believe true. When it comes, whatever comes his way is, well, I just don't believe that.
Yeah.
That's Danny. And
Well, let me try to
this
figure
is
this
why
out.
we can take people like Danny and we can push them into a little cubby hole and close them up in a box and say, when you figure out what the hell it is you claim to be true, you can come out of the box.
That kind of sounds hot.
Hold on, Neff. Let me try to figure this out. Let me try to figure this out with him really
even
quick.
what you say
Danny's
you
a truth
believe in.
Hold on.
Everything that comes out of your mouth is denial. You don't seem to have a truth position about anything. And this is why we can so obviously declare everything you say to be unworthy of our trust.
Well, I did claim
because
that
you
propositions
don't
are true
claim
or
that
false.
anything is true except that your mind is true. And that's not
Hold on,
relevant.
Neff. Let me try to Neff. Let me try to run through this with Danny really quick because I want to see because
it's an
Danny,
endless rabbit hole, my friend. Endless rabbit.
I understand that. But Danny, when you said that, I'm sorry, I've like been distracted.
Okay,
so
it's
you're
okay.
okay. So
Are you getting like tickled by your wife or something? What's going on?
No, I just that was funny. So
Okay.
so your primary axiom would be your reasoning, and your response said something about something being true or false. What was your response? I said.
Well, I don't know. I'm skeptical of these sort of axioms of these what we call basic beliefs, because the idea of an axiom is that it seems unjustified, but I don't want to say that.
Well, no, from your position, it would be unjustified.
Oh, so you're saying that I'm like committed because I'm not a theist. I'm kind of committed to thinking they're axiomatic.
So because you're not because you don't believe specifically in the Christian God, because you do not believe specifically in the Christian God, your fundamental would be your reasoning.
Yeah,
and you said that might not work because of that. There might be another way to figure out if something is true, but again, that would be secondary. That wouldn't be primary. Truth would be secondary to your reasoning. If you don't have an objective source of truth, then your reasoning would be ultimately what would determine what it is that is true or false, unless I'm wrong.
Well, there's two issues here. The problem of what justification is, and then the problem with truth is. I take those to be two different questions.
No, definitely.
Yeah, well, but it wouldn't matter because again, those would be secondary. You would still have to, if you don't have a fundamental source of truth, something telling you this is objectively true, then you have to figure out what it is that is true. And so if you don't have something telling you again objectively what is true, then your reasoning would be what it is for you to decipher this information, determine what is true or false. Unless you have something else.
Validation of truth is the same thing. Validation of truth is the same word.
So I guess the question I have is that you're saying someone at something like
he's trying to change it.
Yeah,
he can't answer your question. He's got to try to rephrase it.
Well, that's fine.
You're saying that something has to tell me that what is true, something like God, but it seems like in order.
No. Let me clarify.
It's a justification.
So for me, you guys, let me try to Let me just have a few minutes here, please. So for me, yes, God tells me what is true. That's my foundation. For you, you don't have that, so you have to determine what is true, one way or another, right? Unless you're going to take my word for it, because if you're going to take my word for it, I'll tell you that God is true. Now I've just spoke truth into your life. Do you accept that? Or are you going to reason that away?
Yeah, the point is that if God is telling you, then that you have to presuppose certain things.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you.
Okay. Well,
from your worldview. Well, we can do mine next. That's fine.
Okay, so what are you asking me about, justification or truth? Or both?
Your fundamental axiom, your starting point.
I don't really know if I have a fundamental axiom.
Well, if it's not your reason, what would it be? Do you not reason anything?
Truth.
Well, if you're asking about justification, I just take justification to be a type of reason.
Did you have to reason that?
No, it's just what I mean by the term.
So you just inherently know?
I would have. I would have thought that your axiom would
Well,
be
hold on,
that
Bob. Do you just
your intellect
inherently
is
know that,
reliable.
Danny?
Inherently, well, I have constitutive self-knowledge. I have knowledge
How do you
about
know?
my
Did you reason that knowledge?
No, I don't.
I'm not
think...
trying to be a jerk. I'm going to continue to press you until you admit that you're reasoning. It's you either have something outside of the system or it is your reasoning.
Well,
and so if I'm sorry, I'm not.
Go ahead.
Oh. Well, no, go ahead. I'm just trying to show you that your reasoning would be your primary axiom, unless you can posit something else, like an objective foundation.
Right. If you're asking me what I take to be justification, what I mean by the term is that I have a certain kind of reason. Now, the way I know that I have reason is based on my knowledge of my own beliefs and intentional states.
You can't even have knowledge yet.
We're just talking about justification,
right? Because you can't have knowledge if you don't have a foundation of truth and falsity. You just have things going through your head.
But you see, I'm not a foundationalist.
Well, I understand that you said that, but what I'm saying is, even before that point, you have to reason.
I don't think so. I don't think you have to reason.
You have to come. You either inherently know something, or you have to come to a
and I think it's the first thing that you said, right? The idea is that I have constitutive self-knowledge. The way that you know your beliefs and your desires is not by an inference or reason, right? You just know them being you.
No, I reject that. So again, we're not talking about me. I'm talking about you. I will explain that. So for my position, God is self-attesting. I didn't have to come to this conclusion. God is self-attesting and self-revealing through divine and special revelation. So that's my position. But from your position, if you reject that, then ultimately you have to reason anything, any conclusion that you come to. The conclusion that you come to that you're defending now, that you don't have a conclusion, all had to come about by reasoning.
No,
unless you have another option.
I just reject that, right? The point is.
Danny, did you reject that based on reasoning?
No.
I reject it based on reasoning.
Do you reject that based on reasoning?
Yes.
Okay, so reasoning. So then again, we're back to the same. Your same problem is reasoning is what is.
Well, what do you think? What do you think I'm
primary.
saying? I don't think my position is being understood. My position.
No, it is. Your position's understood. You ultimately you have to reason. In order for you to argue with what I'm saying right now and say no, you had to reason something to disagree with me.
That's true.
Okay, so your foundation is your reasoning. Now you don't admit it, but you've implicated yourself. And you've implicated your reasoning as being what is foundational.
What I'm rejecting is that not all knowledge is inferential.
Did you reason that? Did you reason that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so there's your reasoning again.
I'm not disputing that all knowledge is non-inferential. Obviously, what I'm telling you right now, I've inferred, but the inference that I'm making is that not all.
Did you reason? Are you reasoning for your objection?
Yes.
Okay, so there's your reasoning again. So I've just demonstrated 3 times in a row that every objection that you make, whether you say yes, whether you say no, whether you say I object this or that, all of that is predicated on your reasoning.
That's not what is the dispute, though. We agree on that, right? I'm giving you an argument.
So if you do not have something, more primary than your reasoning, then your reasoning is what is primary from your worldview.
No, the bottom line
necessarily follows. It absolutely follows. And if you cannot posit something that is more fundamental than your reasoning, then your reasoning is what is ultimately fundamental from your not God worldview.
Wait, no, hold on, Danny, please.
Bob. Let me just have a few minutes with Danny.
Here's the point. Here's the point. Danny is arguing that his reasoning gives him reason that doesn't believe in God, and our friend is pointing out that your reasoning is just as flawed as reasoning that God does exist. Bias. It's a bias. It's simply an absolute bias. You're saying by Danny's thoughts or reasoning, then the belief in God is simply completely arbitrary. And this is what my friend is pointing out. You don't ever get to the truth as to whether or not God really does exist or not exist based on your own reasoning. It's not that my friend can point out that by reasoning that God does exist, or that Danny can point out that God doesn't exist by his own reasoning, because those things can be heavily influenced by bias, right? So we have to go beyond that. We need evidentialism, empiricism to show whether or not
No, it
God
looks like
exists.
y'all disagree.
No,
He's trying to give a precept argument.
I think
I am.
reasoning. I think reasoning does provide the existence of God. However, what the problem is that Danny, that you're endlessly pointing out that your reasoning is the reason you don't believe in God, but you're refusing to
Yes,
acknowledge.
you're changing the subject.
You're refusing to acknowledge that there's a whole world of other reasoning which provides for
Sam
the
is giving a
reason to
different
believe in
objection.
God.
Yeah, I'm giving. I'm going to ultimately, what you said is 100% right, Neff. But that wasn't I wasn't going to question Danny's reasoning. That's not where I was going. I'm showing Danny that if he doesn't have something more fundamental than his reasoning, and he doesn't, it's just not available. Then then his reasoning would be his primary axiom for all reality,
Right.
whatever that reality might
That's
be.
going to be the conclusion to his reasoning. Exactly.
Sure.
I get you. Yeah.
But so Danny's objected, but all of his objections have only proved that he is reasoning.
But that's not what's in dispute.
Yeah. Well, I asked you what your primary axiom is. And
Look,
it's if it is not reasoning, what's your
I
primary
think the
axiom for,
dispute-
let's say, comprehending reality?
I think
whatever you want to posit.
A simpler way to address this is to simply ask Danny, what is it about his reasoning, or about science or philosophy or human history or whatever, that demonstrates that we have sufficient
You're just changing the subject, Neff.
No, this is what you don't want to believe. You don't want to hear it. I know that you're getting angry.
You want to go with reason?
What is it about his reasoning or science, history, human philosophy, whatnot, that demonstrates we have sufficient reason to not believe that God exists? And you know what? If you were to challenge Danny on that, you know what? You'd find him running like a little kid with his pants on fire.
Well, he's already admitted to me that it makes
I hate
sense.
that when that happens to little kids.
So
He's already
you guys are
admitted
going to
to
let
me-
Danny off the hook right now? That's not cool.
So Danny,
I'm back in the light, boys.
Danny is a philosopher, and I want Danny to talk his way out of this dilemma that I have presented with.
Yes, Danny,
with
please
him.
do that.
So,
are you an agnostic, Danny, or an atheist anyway?
It doesn't matter if you do not have a foundation, then your reasoning is your default foundation, whether you admit it or not.
Danny has
and
already
any objection
admitted
is going to
me
be
that it is
predicated.
reasonable and sensible to be a Christian.
You have to have
Any
a foundation.
objection
Wait,
would be
wait, wait, wait.
predicated
Yes, you
on that
have.
reasoning.
I said that
we were having a discussion about a God that has fulfilled promises throughout history. Why wouldn't you continue to trust him? You told me you didn't have a reason.
It's beyond
Well,
that.
let Danny
Danny,
answer those questions. You had the floor.
I want to be characterized right. I'm saying that you're not strictly irrational for believing in God. That's my position.
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
you couldn't give me an argument
see
like
how vague
why
that
would
is?
this be?
Congrats, you're not
See,
crazy.
I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? You said that it's not irrational, so it is rational.
No, I don't take that dichotomy. I think there's actually
no,
a
he's
trichotomy.
vague.
Wait.
Everything
How
Danny
is
says is vague. You'll never get a clear-cut answer from Danny. He's vague.
Evan?
vague,
You may be
vague,
right.
vague,
You may be right.
You want to go with reason?
And your bed is still messy, Danny. I just want to point that out.
This is why we can know. This is why we can know.
You don't want to know
hang on.
why it's always
Guys,
messy, okay?
Well, that's
This
what I
is
was about
why
to
we
say.
can know.
Danny is married. He's been married for less than 8 months at this point. So, I mean, we all know why his bed is messy. Come on now.
I was going to say,
But no, we can know that Danny has no power to provide any reasonable argument for anything
It's
because
like three people talking. Y'all letting me
for
off the hook.
I know.
I'm back in the lake, boys. I'm a free fish again.
For two reasons. One is that Danny's arguments are always completely vague and evasive. He doesn't actually provide any assertive arguments or knowledge that gives us reason to believe this worldview is plausible, ever. Therefore, his
Never ever.
Therefore, his apologetics are completely
this one
vague,
time.
empty. They're empty, and they're empty, and they're vague, and they're meaningless because he can't provide arguments for his worldview. His whole arguments are based upon naysaying against what you say, and this proves that we can't hold Danny's arguments as being anything worthy of respect.
Sam had me on a hook,
reasoning.
and Neff threw me back into the lake.
But Danny, isn't it true? If you can't provide an account for what you believe, but only say what somebody else believes is not true, is meaningless and worthless, right?
Yeah.
So I would ask you, Danny,
Okay.
don't you call yourself an agnostic or an atheist?
You can call me an atheist.
No, I don't want to call
There
you.
you go, atheist.
You call you. See what I mean? He's already evading.
Evan,
If you want
so
to reason,
I thought I had him in a corner.
Look,
talk to
Danny,
me
are
if
you
want
an
to reason.
agnostic or an atheist? Which one?
It depends on the conception of God you're
See,
talking
already he failed. See what I mean? This is what I've been trying to share
You
with
guys, if you could just let Danny respond to the question.
Danny is a failure. A complete failure.
Oh my God.
So, Danny, let me ask you a different question.
Okay.
Do you believe that God exists or
No.
not? Okay, great. You're an atheist. Finally.
Whoa.
All right. So, Danny, then, if atheism is true, wouldn't you acknowledge that all phenomenon are explainable by natural process?
No, I don't accept that.
Well, you just denied naturalism. See, this is what I mean. Danny can't acknowledge his own worldview, even to deny yours. He's such an imbecile.
Well, where are you at? Atheism does not.
He's not worth talking to. He's an endless money pit. Don't talk to this.
I wish I was a money pit.
Because he can't answer for his own
I'm just a
worldview.
poor
He
teacher.
will never, ever provide one slightest argument that his worldview is
He's an
true.
operative.
He will say, he'll say no to everything, and there's no argument that can be had. He can't make an argument for anything. Danny has never, ever made an argument for anything.
No,
So-
I think that
so
you
he's
made.
not worthy of
you
your
made.
time.
Wife's husband.
Don't waste time on Danny. Don't waste time.
I think that you made a good point to the audience. Can
I
I
wanna
try
start
to?
a show with
I
him.
want to know how he can possibly see it as a trichotomy.
Yeah. There's I think a mistake to think that either belief is irrational or rational. I think there's a middle ground called non-rational beliefs, which are beliefs that are not contradictory, but you haven't really inferred to.
Did you reason that?
So how does that
Well, that's
differ?
what I mean by the terms.
So
How does
hold
that
on, you
differ
guys. Like
He's gonna go
all I
back to
need, all I want
presuppositionalism.
Danny
He
to
just
do
said he's
is
not a foundationalist, and he's
point
gonna
out
keep
his
going back to that.
fundamental axiom, and that axiom is your reasoning. Unless you can have something
I don't
else.
think so. That's not
In any way out of this, you're going to have to use your reasoning.
He don't have one.
Sure, that might be
what
true.
would it be if it's
That
not
might be
your?
true.
Look, I've been through this for hours.
I know you have, Neff. I just would like it if I could have a little bit of time.
Okay, gentlemen, listen, everybody shut up. Okay, we're gonna stop.
The result is
with
always the
Neff,
same. Danny
silence.
will
Everybody,
never,
be quiet. Look,
ever.
we know where this is going. Okay, let people want to play the game. That's fine.
Why waste time?
Let's just let the game play out, and then we're gonna switch topics, and go into something else.
Played out numerous times to this guy.
I understand that, Neff. If Sam wants to play the game, that's fine. Let this go a little bit longer, and let's wrap this up and move on to a different topic because this is getting boring. So,
all right.
Kid.
Okay. So
I want to understand the dichotomy.
It is
holy
my
shit,
assertion.
people! Listen, Sam. The next Sam, you have 2 minutes.
Okay.
If any motherfucker in this room says a god diddly darn word, I'm going to boot you because I'm ready for this shit to be over.
All
Okay?
right.
So,
All right.
I'm gonna start a clock. Hang on. Let me get the clock ready. Okay. And then this shit's gonna be done. All right. And then Danny's gonna have 2 minutes to respond, and then we're moving on to something else because I'm done with this. All right. Okay.
Okay, so
The
can
clock is
can
now about to go. When you start talking, it's going to start. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay.
Everybody else, go on mute, because if I hear a freaking word...
Okay, are we good? Okay, Danny, I'm not going to be a jerk because we're just pressing for time. So I'm okay. So it is my position that your primary axiom would be your reasoning, and any objection that you make would be predicated on your reasoning. If you don't have an ultimate fundamental, something that is, regardless of what it is, if you don't have something to insert in place of that reasoning that is definitive, then the default position is your reasoning. Do you have that?
Okay, so I don't take my position to be that all knowledge, all of the source of knowledge is my reasoning, because I think there's certain kinds of knowledge that are not based on reasoning. Now, it's
But did
true.
you reason that, though?
One
But
second. I'm about to address that. I'm about to address that.
Okay.
It's true that I'm giving you an argument right now. I'm reasoning right now with you, right? But that doesn't mean that therefore all of my knowledge is therefore reason too. I take self-knowledge to not be reasoned, like the way I know my present beliefs and desires, the way I access my memories is not by reason. Also, I take perceptual knowledge not to be by reason. When I look at a tree and I form the belief that there's a tree in front of me, it's not that like I reasoned there was a tree after I looked at it, right? It's true. What I'm doing right now is reasoning with you. I'm giving you an argument, a line of reasoning, right? But that doesn't mean that therefore all of my knowledge is reason too.
Yeah, because in order for you to know those other things that you remembered, like looking at a tree, ultimately those things had to be learned and had to be reasoned. So again, at your fundamental level, it is your reasoning. Do you have something else?
You think the way that you come to like know what a tree is through reason?
Yeah, you have to come to that way by way of knowledge, and like an educational system. You have to reason those things. You didn't just open up your eyes one day and look at a tree and say, "Hey, look, I know that's a tree."
Yeah, I think that's what
had to be. You had to be learned, so that again, that would be your mental state.
No, I don't know why that would be true. I think there's certain things that I can only know by experience, like rocks, trees, molecules.
You wouldn't know that by experience. You would know that by educational system. You wouldn't know anything unless you were taught.
I guess I disagree. I think there are things like that I can come to know.
What can you know without reason and learning?
Like experiencing things. Like if I see a new bug on the street that I've never seen before, I perceive it. It's not like I reason that it's there.
Even that, you wouldn't know what a bug was. And you wouldn't even understand your perception unless you learned it.
It's true that there are certain things like the scientists have like looked at and perceived that I haven't perceived, and they tell me about it, and I learn it that way.
Yeah, we're talking about a fundamental. We're not talking about something that's secondary. I'm talking about something that's primary.
Yeah,
you cannot come to know anything without your reasoning. So all of your experiences are all predicated on this history, and this history is predicated on past learning and knowing things.
I think the counterexamples are self-knowledge and perception. I don't think that everything is known. No, I'm not a rationalist.
You can't have self-knowledge unless you have reasoned it.
I don't think so. I think that you don't reason to your present beliefs.
What can you know about yourself that hasn't been reasoned?
No,
you don't inherently know something from your worldview. Everything has to be reasoned.
Well, maybe we mean something different by self-knowledge. I'm talking about my beliefs about my beliefs.
What would be more primary than your reasoning?
My self-knowledge. Right.
I
Look,
mean,
the fact that I know.
I guess we just have to disagree, and I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that you can have self-knowledge unless you have reasoned it. But I guess we'll let the audience decide.
Look, if I asked you right now, do you believe you're in this conversation, you're going to say, yes, I believe that, but you didn't reason to the fact that you believe that.
But even me coming to know that I'm in a conversation comes off of a longer history. And again, we're not talking about my worldview. We're talking about your worldview.
Yeah, I'm saying for anyone, if I ask them, what do you believe presently, they're able to access that information instantly without reasoning to it.
Yeah, no, because that's built on a long history of reasoning.
Well,
nobody can know anything unless they were told.
It seems like I could grant that. It seems like I could grant that.
Okay, then you've granted it. Okay, so is your reasoning predicated on the way things work?
Well, certain things, not all things.
Is your reasoning predicated on the way things work?
Well, when you say the way things work, are you talking about just like justification? Or
if I gave you a bag of Legos and said, put this together with no box, no instructions, no anything.
Okay.
Would you be able to do it?
Probably not.
Okay, so is your reasoning predicated on the way things work?
Well, I guess so. I mean, I think I understand you, but I perhaps don't understand you.
Okay. Do you know the way things work?
Not everything, no.
Is your reasoning a product of your neurological state?
I'm inclined to say no.
Sure it is.
Well, I'm inclined to
Your
say
neurological state, your reasoning is not a product of your mind?
Well, I don't think my brain is my mind.
Your mental state?
Yeah, I don't think my mental state or my neurological states. I think
Your reasoning is not a product of your own mental state?
Yes, but
are
not
you
my
positing a
neurological
God?
state. But I'm just being technical. My neurology has nothing to do with my reasons.
Okay, is your reasoning a product of your mind?
Yeah, well, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, so then your fundamental axiom is only that what you have imagined. It's fantasized.
I don't see how that follows.
Because what is foundational to you is your mind, is your reasoning. So that which conforms to reality is only that which you imagine.
Well, the first part of what you said might be true.
Your foundation is imaginary.
The first part of what you said might be true, that for me to be myself, but it seems like my mentality is fundamental for my existence. But it seems like to have.
I'm giving you 6 seconds more, and we're done.
Okay, very very quickly.
Okay.
To have knowledge in the first place, you have to believe things. If you have no beliefs, you have no knowledge.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about my worldview, but Danny, when you say God doesn't exist, it is only because you are fantasizing it.
Okay, well, I guess we'll end the conversation there then.
All right, thanks. That's all, guys. That was a good power round.
We did it pretty fast, and I think we let each other talk more than I thought. That there was a fast back and forth. It was like speed chess or something.
Well, I deal with these knuckleheads, and I think there's just it's a different level. But no, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's good. We're good.
Hey, so Danny, do you play speed chess?
I like chess. I'm not very good at it. I don't play speed chess. I just play regular chess.
Okay. I'd say while you guys were doing your thing, I was actually playing speed chess while you guys were talking.
I think I would be better at speed chess than the average person than the average person, because I like to make quick decisions. But regular drawn out chess games, you have to think so far ahead. I can't do it.
Well, see, yeah, there's a thinking far ahead, but really most people don't think more than maybe 5 to 7 moves. But what I don't like about long chess is it gets really freaking boring. It's like, dude, move already. How much time do you possibly need? There's only so many possibilities. You've thought through them already. Make a decision. It's really annoying.
Hey, I'm gonna bounce, but I've enjoyed most of this.
Well, glad to hear that, Gur. Appreciate you joining us, gracing us with your presence and your soy temporarily.
Hey,
I hope you have a good night, man.
John.
Good night, Gary.
I'm gonna be live streaming midday tomorrow. If you're available, I'll shoot you an email. Like, just a one-on-one hangout, just shooting the breeze. Trying to wreck each other's worldviews, all that good stuff.
I doubt I'll be available tomorrow. We might be able to set some up at some point.
Okay, that works. Everyone, take care, and I'll see y'all later.
Bye, Gur.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay, good.
All right, so Danny versus Sam round who knows what is now in the books. We got while this has been going on, we've had Bob and CJ have joined us. What's going on, guys? How are y'all?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Hey, CJ.
Hanging in there. So everybody, just so you know, there's like ridiculous drama on Twitter. And I tell you what, Jim the Mustache Majors may be one of the biggest drama queens I have ever interacted with. It is almost guaranteed when he gets in a thread that within, I would say, 7 to 10 tweets, he goes into full-scale meltdown. Regardless of who it is, it's almost guaranteed. I mean, I was making jokes about the fact that he was going to go into meltdown, and then not 30 minutes later, he's like tweeting at SJ, telling her to cancel the debate between him and CJ. I'm like, what the?
Last time I talked to Jim, I was actually on CJ's channel, and he rage quit on me. He actually got really angry.
I was there, man.
But the guy is a pseudo intellectual. At least in my view.
He tries. Come on. He tries.
I gotta say though, the unfortunate thing about that, and it kind of, to an extent, I'm glad that he has a PhD actually, because you know, when I go on my big rants about how like I can't stand and I start calling them fuds and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And like it's because like this guy now has an overglorified piece of toilet paper, and now all of a sudden he thinks that he's like God's gift man. In fact, I was just watching this thing. I want to do a response to it because it's absolutely ridiculous. But I was just watching him do an interview on Myth Vision talking about Daniel. And this guy doesn't even realize that within his own video presentation trying to tell you about what apologists don't tell you, he admits that apologists tell you this and also that it happens to be right. You know what I mean? That in other words, what the apologists are saying happens to be correct. He's talking about like the first attack basically of Nebuchadnezzar on Jerusalem, right? Because there's a lot of people always ask, well, you know, where is this first attack that Daniel talks about? And it was, you know, sometime around 606, 605, potentially as late as 604. And it's a common atheist talking point that this is just Daniel being historically inaccurate and it didn't happen, basically. And Jim is having this hour-long presentation on Myth Vision today, trying to talk about how apologists never talk about this historical inaccuracy. And then he proceeds to argue for how it's actually not historically inaccurate. And it's hilarious. It's like this person is going to just walk around here like pretending like he understands this conversation. He's actually arguing for my points or anybody else who would be in this room's points, right? And then he's going to walk around and say that his side is right. Why? Because he's got an overglorified piece of toilet paper that says the words PHND after his name, which is, by the way, why I call them FUDs, because if you just say those words correctly, or say those letters right phonetically, rather.
Why do they argue against that? That being real, they just don't think it is, or do they think? Are they trying to change the date of Daniel? I mean, what's the best for that date? Which contemporaneous with that idea or that battle or whatever in that time period?
Yeah. So the big thing that they try to argue is that basically it's not that Daniel's wrong about there being attacks against Israelites in the year 605 or thereabouts. Specifically what Daniel's wrong about is that, according to them, right, is that the city of Jerusalem was never besieged around this time. Now, there's a couple of important things to note when you're talking about that, right? So the first thing is the only actual evidence they have for this is that the Babylonian Chronicles don't explicitly mention a siege of Jerusalem in 605.
On the clip,
I mean, their evidence is a lack of evidence.
Exactly. But the thing is, it gets worse than that, actually, because it's not actually a lack of evidence. It's a lack of evidence in one particular source. Let me explain why exactly that's important, right? So from a historian's perspective, and obviously we're all Christians, right? So we don't take the Bible as a strictly historical work, right? But if we were to put our historian cap on for a second and just pretend it was a strictly historical work, it's not one work, actually. It's multiple works, right? It's the work of Genesis and also Exodus and also Deuteronomy and also Kings and so on and so forth, right? And at best, you can narrow those down to the different sources. In other words, if Moses wrote all 5 books of the Torah, then that could be one source rather than 5 sources. But either way, it's still not one source from a historian's perspective, right?
And all of human history too.
Important. When you're talking about the situation about this attack, right, you actually have 3 separate biblical books that mention a attack on Jerusalem in about the year 605. It's 2 Kings 24, verse 1, Daniel chapter 1, verse 1, and then Jeremiah, I believe, in chapter 25, verse 1. And the Jeremiah chapter 25 is not quite as explicit as the other 2, but it does seem like a peculiar time for him to be starting his prophecy, considering the fact that we have 2 Kings 24 and Daniel 1. So in other words, we have 2 separate Israelite sources that confirm that this attack happened, and a third Israelite source that seems to seriously indicate it. The only thing we have arguing against it is that there's no explicit mention of it in the Babylonian Chronicles, but the Babylonian Chronicles do have Nebuchadnezzar with an army in Egypt in 605. Okay, if you've ever seen a map, when you're in Iraq, which is where Babylon is, and you go to Egypt, you'll never guess where you need to go through. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, one of the worst arguments that you could possibly put forward for the lack of reliability in the Bible, and he even basically admits it, in this Myth Vision interview. It's absolutely astonishing, honestly.
Well, CJ, listen, man. He knows that they actually took boats around the Arabian Peninsula and then came up through the Red Sea to Egypt. They did not cross through. That's what actually happened.
I found the clip where he rage.
But let's let Danny play a real quick rage quit of Jim, the mustache Majors.
But it's not a willful decision in that he has another choice. It's a willful
What is
decision.
a non-willful decision?
It is
What the
a
hell? That's a
willful.
contradiction. Every decision is willful.
Okay, but is it completely free will if you will be punished otherwise?
You're just asking me if he was forced to do it, or if he was coerced to do it, and I already defined for you what that meant. It means that he had a reason not to do it. Okay,
Was it already predetermined?
Well, what you're changing the subject, right? Do you agree now?
No, I'm not. Because if it was predetermined, that he couldn't have chosen otherwise.
Wait, no, but you see, you can just take a compatibilist view.
Like he could have done both.
That idea is that determinism in this case is not incompatible with there being a choice.
Yeah, it can be determined and it's still a volition or whatever. But
no, Jesus says that the only person who will enter the kingdom of heaven is the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven.
We're not disputing that. What I'm disputing is this. You're making the claim that it was a non-willful decision. On my view, that's a contradiction. Okay.
I'm saying that it was not it was a free decision. It was a decision that it was a decision under coercion.
Non-coerced, right? By free in this case, you're just being non-coerced, but I've already granted it's coerced.
Oh, okay, so you don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, but you see, just because it's coerced doesn't mean that you could have not done otherwise. That's your mistake.
I'm saying that he would not have done otherwise because it was God's plan from the beginning that this happened all the way to the end.
Well, that it could be a world in which the plan was different. That's what it meant by it could have happened otherwise.
Okay, so are you saying that when God said that I'm sending my son, he will die for the sins of man, that could have not happened, that God could have been wrong?
Sure. No, there's nothing to do with wrongness. It's just that's what God decided in the actual world. He could have decided otherwise in a different world.
Exactly. He decided, not Jesus.
Okay, but Jim, I think
no. That's not mutually exclusive, right?
Yeah.
It's not. If the Father decides, that could still leave room for Jesus making a decision. And in this case, they were in line.
If God predetermines this is going to happen, how could it have happened otherwise?
Begging the question against the compatibilist.
How so?
Because you think that predetermined is in conflict with free will. That's not so.
Okay, explain to me how it's not.
Okay, because all free will means, right, is something like could have done otherwise, right? All predetermined means that there are antecedent conditions that explain the phenomena. In this case, choice. Those are not mutually exclusive notions.
No. Predestination is that everything that happens is because it is the will of God.
Right. That's the antecedent condition.
Okay, so Jesus died for our sins because it was the will of God.
Well, sure, but that does not infringe on free will if you're a compatibilist.
Okay, but if Jesus had done otherwise, then it would not have been done to the will of God. Therefore,
then God's will would have been different, Jim.
His knowledge would have been different if it was going to be otherwise.
Look, if the Father willed X and Jesus chose to conform to X, if Jesus had conformed to Y instead, then God would have not decreed X. He would have decreed Y, and we're just talking about a different world.
But that's a problem. Whenever X occurred before Y, God decreed this before Y.
No, that's
a
modal scope fallacy.
What?
That's a modal scope fallacy to say that necessarily.
No, it's not, because he told Mary, right? He told Mary who this Jesus was going to be. If Jesus did not turn out to be who he told Mary that he was going to be, then how would God?
Then that would have not happened. God would have said something else.
His knowledge would have been different.
Yeah, the idea is that
exactly. So no matter what God says, that's how it is.
You can have
that, but that doesn't. No. You're conflating what God says or what God knows with causal determination.
Are you saying that what God wills does not cause stuff to happen?
If God causes X, it doesn't mean that he's directly responsible for X. It could be logically prior that X happens and such that God knows that X will happen.
You just said that God causes it to happen.
No, I'm saying that if God knows about X happening in the future, that doesn't entail that he's directly responsible for X.
It is whenever he could have done it any other way.
Hence, wait, well, how do you think I'm using the word directly?
Yeah.
Okay, to me, directly, if it is God's will, whether or not it is direct or indirect, if it is God's will that it happened this way, then he is responsible.
No. Look, if you ask me, Danny, what car should I buy? And I say you should buy a Honda Accord, it's efficient. And then you go and buy a Honda Civic, who's responsible? Sorry, a Honda Accord. You're responsible for the purchase, not me, despite me having a causal influence on you.
That's a category error because you are not omniscient.
Same kind of thing. No,
it is not. It's a category error because you are not
has nothing
omniscient.
to do with it.
You aren't omniscient, and you don't have the power
What does
to.
omniscience have to do with it?
Because you know what's going to happen.
So, okay, right, but that could be because I know what you are going to do with your freedom.
How would you know what I'm going to buy?
I don't know. Nothing turns on that question.
Omniscience, you might.
But if you were God and you were omniscient, and God told me to buy the car, and I bought the car, would that be my choice? Or would it be because that
Yes,
was
it would
God's
be your
will?
choice. There's no contradiction in this in the sentences you just uttered.
Okay. If God said it's his will that I buy this Nissan Sentra and I buy a Toyota Camry, then I went directly against God's will. And so therefore what God had willed.
No, if you bought a Toyota Camry, he would have willed something different. You see, you're going in the wrong direction. You're thinking that it goes in the direction between will to your action, but you're not considering that it could go from your God's knowledge of the future to his will or to his knowledge.
But what you're doing is just a
post
hoc rationalization of what happens. You're saying, okay, well, no matter what happens, that's God's will, but it's your choice. So if you choose otherwise, well, that's God's will too.
Welcome to Molinism.
But you don't see the fallacy in that?
Have you ever heard of middle? No, it's perfectly coherent to say that God's knowledge or God's will could be logically prior to one's actions. There's no.
Then you necessarily could not choose anything else because if you had chosen something else, then it wouldn't be the case that God
it
says
would just be different knowledge.
It would just be different knowledge. This is like a textbook atheist. Like this is a horrible argument against Christianity or against foreknowledge and human freedom.
This is a horrible argument for God's will.
Do you understand what middle knowledge is?
Yes, I do.
There's multiple parts to God's will.
Is there anything incoherent about middle knowledge?
Yes, absolutely. Because with God, there is no middle knowledge.
Yeah, there is.
What do you take middle knowledge to be? I don't think you know what it is.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead. What is middle knowledge, or do you want me to explain it to you?
No, I don't need you to explain it to me.
Yeah, you just lied about you knowing what middle knowledge is.
No, I'm not lying. Okay, first of all,
tell me what it is.
Misrepresent me. If you're going to argue with integrity. I'm not going to just sit here and have.
Then what is middle knowledge? Because you just gave a weird answer to when I asked the question why it's incoherent. You just basically said, he doesn't have middle knowledge. That's a horrible response to my question. What is middle knowledge?
It's
Google it.
I don't have to fucking Google it, dude.
Google it, man. You need it.
All right, you know what? I'm done with this conversation.
Jim, I'd appreciate it if you didn't.
Yeah, Danny.
I'm not gonna do this, asshole. Dude, you know me. I don't put up with this shit.
He's making stuff up. He said he knew what middle knowledge was.
I'm making shit up, dude. I have almost three fucking degrees.
What is middle knowledge?
And biblical studies alone.
Yeah, this is a philosophical issue. Look, prove to me what middle knowledge. Yeah, there you go. This guy's. There it is. Sorry, I didn't know how far back it went, but that was 10 minutes.
No, it's actually interesting. As he did just yesterday, or actually it might have been earlier today with CJ. He started spewing his degrees.
Yeah, he did the same thing there.
And then, notice that crossover. And then he talks about wasting time and you're not worthy of him. And, find me somebody who is qualified now that I have a PhD. It's like, dude, I noticed the exact same thing with, what's her face? Erica. Now that she's like gotten accepted to start working on her PhD. She got her master's and then got accepted to do a PhD, and now she's like so superior to everybody and like doesn't need to, we need to feel privileged to be able to interact with her and stuff. It's like,
You
this
can
is
be
pretty
proud
funny.
of your accomplishments, but in debate, I don't think your PhDs matter.
Did she ever come up with a response for my reasoning why radiometric dating is circular reasoning?
I'm not sure. You have to ask SFT on that one. I stopped paying attention to those like ongoing back and forth about that topic. It's like that one's been so beaten into submission at this point.
Well, it's clear. I already forgot the dude's name, but it's clear the guy did not understand the modal scope fallacy. Now, I'll tell you, I understand that it's a fallacy, but I have difficulty grasping it. I know
what the fallacy is.
Well, I know what the fallacy is. I have difficulty. It's unintuitive to me. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think the example of The Bachelor makes it really more intuitive. Like, for instance, if Bob is a bachelor, then he's unmarried. That makes sense because bachelor's defined as unmarried, right? Where the fallacy would be is saying necessarily if a Bob is a bachelor, then he's unmarried, and then inferring therefore necessarily he's unmarried. But if let's say you weren't married, you could marry, right? So the idea is that if someone's a bachelor, they're unmarried, and that's necessarily true given the definition of bachelor. But it doesn't mean that they can't marry.
Yeah. So okay. I think where it breaks down and it gets confusing. I gave a long time ago on Evan's channel, I believe, an argument to an atheist or quote unquote agnostic, and what it was I said, okay, if I go into the future, I have a time machine, I travel into the future, and I see that on this date you ate Cocoa Puffs, and then I go back to my present time, and I live on another continent. I don't do anything with the knowledge, but I know that you're going to eat Cocoa Puffs on that date. Did I violate your free will? Did you still have the free will choice to do it? Now, I think the answer is yes, right?
That you violated the free will.
Sorry, that I did not.
Right. Yeah, I think
had
that's
the free
a
will
better.
choice.
That helps the person get there within their intuition. I think that probably will be better than just saying modal scope fallacy. But the logic is quite clear. They want to say necessarily God knows X does not entail that necessarily X will happen.
I think maybe the thing that makes people uncomfortable is that if God knows exhaustively all things that will ever happen, then the question is, so do we? There would be a sense in which, and I think that I could see how you would argue it, that you would have free will. But the question is, do we really have free will if we're so predictable? Because the implication is that we are deterministic. Because if we're not deterministic, it doesn't make sense that it could be predicted.
Wait, Bob, you disagree
It's not
with
a
free will?
predictive thing, though.
We're
You
not
don't
in
think we have
control.
free will?
Wait, I think Bob is
I
just
didn't
trying to
hear-
understand why everyone is up in arms about omniscience and free will, right? That's what you're trying to track, Bob?
Yeah, kind of. Sam, I didn't hear your question.
You don't believe that we have free will?
No,
We're
I
not in
do. I do
control.
believe we have free will.
Yeah, but you're not in control though.
And you don't believe that God is all powerful?
No, I mean, it's obvious in Scripture God is all powerful.
Oh, snap. Open theism on trial.
But I think, Bob, it's the idea is that when a human claims that they know something, they could be wrong in their claim. And so when we say, if I were to express to you that I know that, you're going to Walmart tomorrow at 2:03 p.m., right? It's easy to dismiss it as like, well, he could just be wrong in thinking that he knows that. And so you have this sense of like, there's nothing that really, nothing I know that sort of restricts the future. But if a being that's infallible tells you that you're going to Walmart at 2 or 3 p.m., or like in the case of Peter, where the betrayal in the Bible, or not the betrayal, the denial.
He denied him 3 times.
Right, the denial of the 3 times. You could just picture yourself in Peter's shoes. Like, if Jesus is telling him this will happen, then it does feel kind of bad, doesn't it? Right? Like, wait,
Yes.
There's nothing that I can do right now to change that outcome. Is that what you're telling me, Jesus? And yeah, I think that's where it's coming from. But even so, it doesn't mean that there's not a possibility that you could do otherwise. But that world would bring with it that Jesus would have not told you that. Right? So if it's the case that Peter didn't, in a world where he chose not to deny God, Jesus would have never told him that.
Well, maybe. He may have told him something along the same lines, but with a different wording. He could have said, okay, so when he says, would you really die for me? I tell you the truth, that you're going to deny me 3 times before the cock crows twice. Now, or maybe it's the cock crows once. I can't remember. So the idea is, well, maybe he could have said, let's say, something like, if you're not careful, you're going to deny me 3 times. Or it looks like, but he says truly, truly, right? Or I think he only says truly once. So there's a lot of question behind that. But let's say that Peter did not deny the Lord 3 times. What would Jesus have said?
Well, we know
What if
he
he denied him
definitely
twice?
would not make a knowledge claim. He would not say, I know you're going to deny me tomorrow in that way. That's for sure. Because then there would be a problem. There would be something contradictory.
Well, what if the way he said it was solely a warning?
Well, then that might be fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. All we can know, though, is that God would not make a knowledge claim that Peter would deny him if he's not going to deny him. But that's trivial, right? That's like a trivial point.
All right. So the other side of the coin would be that what if God just knows his heart so well that he knows that Peter is not. He knows his heart that he won't really end his life for the sake of Jesus yet, not until after the resurrection. What if he knows that, and he knows the people that are going to be in there, and he can predict all the circumstances, all right? And he says, okay, I know that you're going to deny me 3 times because I know who's going to be there. I know that you don't really have the will to die for me yet. That's not denying his free will, right?
I don't think so, but I think the way open theists are the way they're gonna think about it is this. Suppose I have a jar of 60 blue marbles and 6 blue marbles and 4 red ones. Okay, what will you predict in terms of what color marble you'll pull? You might predict the blue, you'll pick one of the 6 blue, giving the probability. But what's interesting there is that that's perfectly fine to make that prediction. You're not making a knowledge claim, right? You're not saying, I know I will pick a blue one. So that's how open theists say that every time the Bible makes prophecy or Jesus makes a claim about the future, it's in that way. It's that he's making a prediction. He's not making a knowledge claim about what will happen.
I think that's what most open theists would
the prediction might not come true. If that's the case, then the prediction could be false.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. The
If it's
prediction
based
is not
on probability,
false.
if it's based on probability, there's a chance that it might not happen.
I don't think
Is
there's
that
such
right?
thing as a false prediction, right? The idea is that.
Wait, Danny, hold on.
Yeah,
In probabilistic terms. So the thing about probability, the only reason that we use a thing called probability is because we cannot perfectly predict all variables involved in whatever event that we are trying to predict within a reasonable rate. Even a coin flip, you can perfectly predict with enough variables known the result of a coin flip. You can, because it's deterministic. Okay. So just keep that in mind, right? I think Molinism kind of goes in with this idea. God knows all things. He knows the hearts of all men. All right. So I think that there are times I've been struggling with this open theism idea for a long time. And I think that there are times when God says something and he knows that it's going to happen. I don't know how he knows it's going to happen, but I think it's necessarily true that it will happen. And he knows it somehow.
Oh,
and I don't need
then
to
it
know.
will. I wouldn't have the necessarily there, but I really want to address
I
the
would.
prediction
That's
thing.
Important.
I would, because
I really want to address
some
the
of the
prediction
prophecies
thing.
that have come to pass. I don't understand how it could just be a guess.
I want to address the prediction thing, then we'll come to what you're saying. I'm just saying how some open theists would respond. I don't about how to interpret the text, right? And they would, but in terms of prediction, if there were 99 blue marbles and one red one, everyone's going to predict that if you were to take a marble from the jar, that would be a blue one. Now, in the event that you take the red one out, that was still a good prediction. It wasn't a false prediction.
Okay.
Right.
Yes,
no
but
one is going to fault the prediction, right? Because the
not about
prediction
church.
itself is not true or false, right?
Well, no, hold on a second. So it might have been a good prediction, but it would have also been a false prediction.
I don't think. What's a false prediction?
Well, if you predict a blue, if you predict you're going to pull a blue marble and you pull a red marble, then your prediction was false.
Yeah.
It might have been a good prediction based on the odds, but it didn't. It was false.
Okay.
If
What's
I
the
say
false
I am
belief?
going to pull a blue marble, watch this, and I reach in, I pull it out, and it's red. That was a false prediction.
I think that just means that what happened went against the prediction, but it was still a good prediction.
Well, the thing
both
is
can be
that
true.
The
good and false.
It may have been a
absolute
good
nature
prediction, but it wasn't a prophecy.
Well, and that's why I'm saying, like, so when it comes to
when Jonah
prediction in the
preached
biblical
40
sense,
days
right?
and Nineveh will be overthrown.
Bro, just cut him off. I can't stand for that. Just wait. CJ was talking, man.
Sorry.
So the thing about a biblical prediction, and this is seen clearly in Deuteronomy 18, right, is that it's not just saying like, oh, I predict this is going to happen in some like rationalization kind of sense, but it's actually saying like, no, the fact that this will definitely come to pass is actually evidence that this prophet is who they say they are, and also that God is who he says he is, right? So while it might be true to say like, if your local newscaster predicted that there was going to be rain tomorrow and he got it wrong, that's not necessarily wrong in a sense that he has a false belief. But if you're talking about from prophetic perspective, in light of what we see in Deuteronomy 18, if we're talking about the Bible at least, right, then there is absolutely such a thing as a false prediction, because the fact that that prediction will absolutely come to pass is presented as evidence that not only is the prophet a prophet, but also that God is God.
Yeah,
Right? So
I see that point. I
knowledge
see your point. I see your point. I think that that's something for the open theist to think about in terms of how do you catch out prophecy there.
Well, I would say that if a weather reporter reported that this is what the weather is going to be like and he was wrong, I would say it's a false prediction.
Hey, Bob, let me ask you this. If during the Battle of Armageddon, if God actually loses that, what would that be?
It would be a false prediction, and it's impossible.
I mean, so your position is that God is not all-knowing?
No. And again, I've been struggling with this a long time. So I think there is. I think one of the mistakes that I've made.
Can you clarify,
that,
Bob?
I'm trying to. So there is what the open theist will bring up is that there are prophecies, quote unquote, that don't come to pass. Now it is always because the prophecy was against a nation or a person, and the person repented. Okay, so this is the common argument. I've had it with several people, and their argument was that there was always Jeremiah 18 that was just kind of snuck in and kind of understood. I didn't accept that. But in the mind of God, I think that there is a sense in which God will say, look, I'm going to do this. And then he waits. Okay. And I think that's reasonable. And I don't think that makes him a liar. I think God can say, I'm going to destroy you. And then they repent. And he says, okay, now I'm not going to destroy you. And then there are other prophecies
Yeah,
where
but
he
that's
says, I'm going to do this and it will happen. Because
I
it's
think
not
a lot
about
of that
judgment,
has,
like Revelation. Like that's judging the whole world.
yeah. I was just gonna say there's multiple pieces to God's will. There's like his decorative will, which he says, hey, this is going to happen. This is absolutely going to happen. His desired will, he wants everybody to turn to him and he wants everybody to go to heaven. John 10:10 says that he comes that we might have life and have it abundantly. That's his desire, but he's not going to force that on us. And then there's his permissive will, things that, happen within the confines of a free will reality that we live in. We live in a fallen reality, and that's because of choices that were made before we were all here. But
And that's why Calvinism is false, because God actually does want everyone to come to repentance, but they don't all come to repentance.
And well, and the idea that there's multiple levels of will, interestingly enough, isn't even something that is 100% unique to God, right? Like there is, in other words, there's things that humans do that kind of give us a crude idea, don't get me wrong, but a little bit of an idea as to how it works. And one of them is like writing stories, for example, right? Pick whatever story you happen to want, but like, for Harry Potter, for example, J.K. Rowling doesn't want Voldemort to do all the evil things that he does. And that because Harry Potter wins in the end, right? The goal, in other words, is for Harry Potter to win. This is why Voldemort is the antagonist. And yet at the same time, she's the one who wrote it, right? Like she's the one who made everything happen. She made him the villain. In other words, there's multiple levels to J.K. Rowling's will here. There's the ultimate will of what she's trying to accomplish with the story, but there's also the will of what she's actually going ahead and doing within the story, right? To make it actually function as an actual piece of literature. And that's obviously not exactly the same as God, because we're not creating realities and we don't have conscious creations and things like that, right? But it's a little bit of an idea as to like how
it's a good analogy.
Work.
I think it's a good analogy because the author presumably has, for lack of a better word or distinction, they have all knowledge of, their storyline that they're trying to show. I think that's a really good analogy. I think I would back it up, and I ask you a question. Do you have kids?
No, I do not quite yet. I am around kids frequently, though, if that'll help.
Well, maybe. I have 3 boys. Sometimes they fight, and I have rules in my house. Now, they don't always obey the rules, and I usually discipline them when they do not obey the rules of my household. But there are times, given certain circumstances, where it is my will, it's my rule, which we would call the will of, God's rules are the will of God, right? But there are times where I have mercy, given certain circumstances, where it seems reasonable to me that they would have questioned whether or not it applied or something. I would say, no, I would still apply that, but I see why you think that it wouldn't, so I'll have mercy on you this time. That kind of thing.
I don't really the J.K. Rowling Star Wars, Star Trek analogies about. I don't think they're good analogies, because I think that if J.K. Rowling is satisfied with how the story goes, that means that things like in the Harry Potter story, Neville Longbottom's parents were tortured to insanity. Now, I think that the idea is that's J.K. Rowling thought that was a good addition to the story, and all things being equal, right, it should be included. And so in what sense ought that not to have happened from the perspective of J.K. Rowling, right?
That's where the analogy breaks down.
Yeah.
And that's
actually, if I may, I don't know that it is, and let me tell you why. As the audience, right, when you're watching whatever you're watching or reading whatever you're reading or whatever it happens to be, right, it never occurs to you at any point in time to say J.K. Rowling is evil because Neville Longbottom's parents were tortured, right? Sorry, I kind of just said that a little terribly, but you guys, I'm sure, got what I'm saying. Rather, you attribute that evil to the character within the story. And interestingly enough, notice that this is even a stronger case against J.K. Rowling than it would be against God, because presumably we all agree that God gives us free will, whereas it literally Voldemort cannot possibly have free will because he's not even real, right? So in a sense, the analogy is almost a stronger attack against the author of whatever work you're talking about than it would be against God, because God's creations are actually capable of doing other things. But the point just kind of being that there is a separation of the author from the morality within the story, right?
I'm not happy
and so
that you
even
brought
though
that
like
up.
there might be such and such a terrible thing occurring within the story, you don't like attribute that to the author. You attribute that to the characters within the story.
I don't know
Well, I
how
would
you're
if
using
the
the
characters were
analogy.
explicitly designed to perform those actions by the author. I would.
Yeah, I don't know how you're using the analogy. I could have been mistaken, but I'm just saying that if the analogy is to serve against the problem of evil, what the problem of evil is about is that from God's perspective, there are things that ought not be. Right?
Yeah.
But that so it doesn't matter what we think, right? The problem of evil is
Yeah,
only a
because
problem if God thinks that there are things that should have not happened. But Rowling is going to think that the torture of the Longbottoms ought to have happened, given that it's a really cool shock device in her story.
well,
Right? So there's no if Rowling's content with her work, there is no evil.
Well, the question is,
right.
yeah, exactly. What is if she's well, yeah, you said it.
Well,
Well, see,
was
that
it evil
kind of
for it
is
to
a hook, though,
happen?
right?
there's my will, there's my perfect will, and then there's plan B and plan C and plan D, you know.
Well, it's
Right?
not even like the multiple plans, though. It's just like levels within the will, right? Like obviously there's evil within the story because that's how the story functions, and yet also obviously it was the case that Rowling decided
But
this
there's
ought to
evil
be in the story.
independent, but that's just translate that there's evil independent of Rowling's perspective. Okay, right? There are things that humans don't like about this world. There are things that animals don't like about this world. Who cares? That is not the sense of evil that people that are forwarding the problem of evil are talking about. We're not saying people that take the problem of evil seriously. We're not saying, oh, look, we don't like these things that happen. We don't like rape. We don't like stealing. Therefore, God doesn't exist. We're not saying that. We're saying that from God's perspective, there are things that ought not happen.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
You
Is
can't
from the author's
possibly look at
perspective, these
something
things
from God's
ought not
perspective,
happen as
though.
well, right? Like and we know that these things ought not happen from the author's perspective because that's how the story functions, right? That's why there's such things as antagonists and villains and things like that. You're cheering for one side, usually the author wanting you to cheer for that side, because the author is willing you to a particular side, right? There is, in other words, there's a goal they want to win, a morality they've established in their universe. And yet also it is the case, right? In other words, it's not contradictory that they've decided it was better that such and such an atrocious event actually takes place. You know what I'm saying? So like both of these things are true at the same time. It's not like there's one contradicting the other.
Rowling, Rowling does not believe that if she recreated the story without the torture of the Longbottoms, she would think that would be a less perfect story. Okay.
What is the contradiction with what I've said there then? Like
the point is that the story is perfect.
Okay, but that still don't see what the contradiction is. And let me just give an explicitly biblical example, just so that everybody knows what I'm saying, right? So we know that Joseph is sold into slavery.
There's no problem of evil.
Well, I don't think there is a problem of evil personally. I think
because on your view, everything's perfect from God's perspective.
In a sense, it is. Everything is as He declared it.
Well, there's no evil.
Yeah. So Danny, but let me try to define evil for you. So evil is not a thing in the same way that like darkness is not a thing, but light is.
Oh, you take the privation view,
right? So evil only exists in a void that is created when people do something in the wrong way, right? So God says, I'm going to create sex and it's going to be good, but I want you to do it within these parameters that he sets forth. Now, when you disregard that and you go ahead and you do it your own way, then a void opens up where things like, trafficking and rape and all of these things happen. And I can support that too with the scripture. In James chapter 1, verses 13 through 15 says, let no one say when he is tempted, I am tempted by God, for God cannot be tempted by evil, nor does he himself tempt anyone. But each one is tempted when they are drawn away by their own desires and enticed. Then, when his desires has conceived, it gives birth to sin. And sin, when it is full grown, brings death. So evil only exists in a world where people take what God has established and they disregard the parameters that God has set forth. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think that's compatible. I mean, that's compatible with those that are trying to forward a problem of evil.
So now we'll just take that one step further. So pain is not evil. If you pick up a pan off your stove, that pain is going to tell you, oh, this thing's hot. You're going to destroy. So pain isn't necessarily what is evil, right? But what is evil when Eve disobeyed God, that was evil.
Not from God's perspective, if we're taking TJ's analogy.
If pain is not evil, why would he remove it?
Well, God, no, because when evil is disobedience to God, that's what evil is.
This is why I need to give an example really quick, because there is just kind of a misunderstanding as to how this works, and I appreciate that the concept is difficult, but I assure you that what I'm saying is precisely on point. And I don't mean to brag on myself, but I got this directly from the scriptures. It's not something that I've concocted, right? So if you look at Joseph, right, this is just one example you can use. When Joseph is sold into slavery, right? Obviously all these terrible things occur after he's sold into slavery, and the fact that he was sold into slavery was terrible, and the story obviously presents it as terrible. And God obviously looks at the story as terrible, and yet what you find in the later portions of the book, and I can't remember the exact verse, is not what you did God allowed, or what you did God worked for his benefit, or something along those lines. It's what you intended for evil, God intended, right? Meaning that he's actually taking the credit for it for good. The idea being that, yes, it was absolutely evil what occurred, and yet at the same time, God is the author of everything. He is the one who made sure that Joseph was going to be sold into slavery, that Joseph was going to be falsely accused of rape, and that Joseph was going to be in such a position where he could end up effectively saving all the people of the area by being vizier of Egypt. That's an explicitly biblical example, right? Where and by the way, you can go into the Hebrew if you'd like. It's even less ambiguous than the English is.
Yeah, I'm not contesting any of that, though. What I'm contesting is that...
CJ, can I ask you... I'm sorry, Danny. I really don't mean to cut you off. I'm just asking for clarification. So CJ, are you? Is it your position that God actually willed that series of events, like guided, like there was no choices involved, or that God took each of those events and brought goodness out of them? Like God probably didn't want his brothers to sell him into slavery, but since they did, God has that is plan, and he's going to have that plan fulfilled one way or another. So as these bad things happen, God says, okay, well, I'm going to use that this way, and then I'm going to use that this way, and kind of coerced it into this.
But actually planned it. He planned it
I
that
think
way.
first off, I think it's a little bit of both to an extent, and I will explain why, but let me explain why it has to be partially the first one and why. And I know this isn't anybody's intention when they present this kind of dichotomy, but why this is a very dangerous dichotomy to present, right? So if it is true that God did not actively will that to occur, then essentially what you're saying is God is sitting up here throwing the cosmic dice around, as James White says, right? And other Calvinists will make this point as well. and just saying, oh, hey, well, what do you know? I win in the end. Glory to me. You know what I mean? And that's obviously not what any of us believe, right? There's not a single one of us who would actually believe anything like that. But that's effectively what this logic ends up leading us to. Because you're saying
I don't see how.
I'd rather take that view than the view that you're taking, CJ.
I don't see how.
Look,
CJ. Well, because what you're saying is that these creatures, independent of God's decisions, they're the ultimate source of their own decisions, right? And God somehow is not apparently a part of this, right? He's outside. That would be your view, right? These are effectively their own libertarian free will decisions.
Sure.
So God now has to deal with whatever cards he's dealt by these free will creatures that are making decisions apart from him. And now he's taking those cards. Okay, I can do this with these cards, and I can do this with the. Okay, I guess I win. You know what I mean? And that's not what the Bible presents. The Bible very clearly presents us an idea of, and by the way, it's everywhere, right? God says, and you can translate it evil or calamity. I don't care. The point is, God says, is there calamity in the city, and I have not done it. When God brings Assyria, right, to come and attack Egypt, he compares it to an axe, right? I don't know if you've ever swung an axe before, but you've definitely seen one on television, and that's not passive. You pick up the axe and you actively swing it. You know what I'm saying?
If Joseph's brothers had not hated him and thrown him into the pit and sold him into slavery, could God, the all-powerful Jehovah God, put Joseph in a situation by some other means to eventually become second to Pharaoh in Egypt?
Certainly, he could have done anything that he decided to. The thing is, number one is that he didn't.
Bob, you understand? Are you understanding my? I think you understand the problem, right? With CJ's view, is that just, or is it just me?
Well,
says the mind of man.
I want to be careful here.
The mind of man plans his way, and the Lord directs his steps.
Yeah.
The problem
that's the other point that I was trying to say on here is you have to understand also biblically there's no contradiction. You might say that, well, I think that there's philosophically a contradiction. That's fine. You can believe that.
I don't want to dispute any of your interpretation of the Bible. It's not, I'm not even, I'll grant you whatever you want, whatever interpretation you want. The point is that in the end of the day, does God look back at everything that's happened or will happen or is happening and say, this is perfect?
He does look back. I wouldn't say he says it's perfect. He does look back and say it is exactly as I willed it.
And that's the disanalogy. That's key.
No, I disagree.
I disagree too.
Wait 1 second. The disanalogy is that J.K. Rowling's going to look at her story, right, most likely, and say that was perfect.
Okay,
but you can look at something from
J.K. in any way whatsoever that the children of Israel would burn their children alive as sacrifices to Molech. God did not will that in any way whatsoever. He said it never even came into my mind.
Like, ultimately, where did that come from?
It came from demons.
That came from a deception, and that came from a void that was opened up when people went against God and they started worshiping other gods.
Wait, can I say this? I have to go get some candy really fast.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Biblically, there's no contradiction between.
Let me go get some candy.
Right? Biblically, we are presented with both free will and God willing everything, right? And we even see it in the self-same passages. Like, so we all believe that Moses
doesn't make sense.
Okay, let me go get some candy. I wanted to say this. What's really funny. What's really funny is that each of y'all have part of my view, and if you just combine it, like that, you get why I'm an atheist. But it's funny. Like, I agree with CJ on one problem, and then Bob with another problem, and it's just funny to me. It's very amusing. Okay, I need to go get my candy.
Danny, we have to have a conversation where there are not people that would interject.
To atheism.
Sorry.
Bob plus CJ equals
he rejects the Grecian philosophical concept of God.
Yes, he's a classical theist heretic.
If God willed absolutely everything to happen and God controlled all of the evil things to happen, then he wouldn't have flooded the earth because it grieved him.
Well,
there certainly is stuff we have to parse out there. I'm not saying that that's like an easy thing to parse out. However,
there is a couple because it doesn't make sense.
No, hang on, because let me explain. There's a couple things because we can't pit scripture against scripture, right? And the fact of the matter is, the Bible is explicitly clear on this, right? The Bible says that like I said, you have Isaiah, I think it's 45:7, where it says, "Is there evil in the city, and the Lord has not done it?" The Bible says that the Lord intended what that Joshua or Joseph's brothers
Wait.
did.
Sorry, CJ. Before you go further, is there evil in the city, and the Lord has not done it? Does that mean that He did not will it?
Say that one more time.
So you mentioned, is there evil in the city and the Lord has not done it? Does that mean that there's evil in the city and the Lord did not will it, or is that different?
Well, that's why I use the example of authors, right? Because there's no contradiction in saying that He did will it and also that He did not will it. If He is,
there is.
Wait a minute. And the exact way that you look at that, hang on.
J.K. Rowling
look at that is by looking at the way that we ourselves create stories, right?
That doesn't make
On
sense.
one end, it is the will of the author that the protagonist wins. Obviously, otherwise there wouldn't be such thing as protagonist and antagonist, right? That's the way the whole story works. And yet also, it was the will of the author that everything that the antagonist did happened, right?
And
both
the
of those things
protagonist.
are not mutually exclusive.
I guess
everything
I think
in the analogy that you're giving, everything that the author or everything that the protagonist did or antagonist did, the author willed.
Yeah, God made everything. He knew what was going to happen, and He made it, and He sustains it, right? And He permits things to happen. But the question is, so like, is God permitting the rebellion against His let's say His commandments? Is He allowing that to occur? Is He responsible for it because He created it? Yes, and yes, I would say yes. So in that sense, I would say, yeah, He does will it in that He allows it, permits it, knows it's going to happen, and has a purpose for it. But at the same time, man, rebelling are responsible for being in rebellion.
Yeah,
You assume that you have a purpose for why Israel would rebel.
You can't have God creating evil and then saying, "I hate evil and I'm going to create it and I hate it, but I'm going to set up this events of things to happen." That doesn't make sense.
You're right.
He doesn't have
You're right.
to necessarily create evil per se, but
Whose
he does
view
have
says
to.
that?
He is the ultimate source of all things.
Sam,
does
whose
have
view says that?
Regardless,
Whose
God
view
is
says?
God is going to restore. God is going to restore everything anyway. So it
Right, we
really
understand
doesn't
that.
matter. It doesn't matter what happens, actually.
Okay, so Sam, whose view says that God set up everything, all of the evil, because it was His perfect view, and who says that God set up free will creatures that could make their own choices, and those people fell, and then God worked to redeem those people?
If we're saying that everything is determined, which I'm not, right?
What about
then
righteous
God is setting up these events so that these things will happen. Then God's going to create this hate, like so. For example, with Joseph, would you say that God created this hatred in his brothers' hearts?
As far as like saying He created the hatred is not really an accurate term, I think, because I don't think necessarily that evil is created in that way. But and this is why I changed the phraseology of when Danny asked, is the story perfect? I said, no, it's exactly as God willed it, though. Because we do have to acknowledge, if we're saying God is the ultimate creator of all things, then there can't be any, there's no secondary creation.
He's the creator.
No, it's not a creator, it's a counterfeit.
Wait a minute. He's the creator of what is. He's the creator of what actually is. He's not the creator of what is not or what we imagine and what we do based on what we imagine. He's the creator of what is and what we should do.
Well, that's actually not true. Like that's just flat out false. If I am something that was created by God, and I go out and create something, it doesn't matter if it's a fictional universe or a lawnmower. That is ultimately created by God, right?
No, but
I didn't have
imagination. It's
not with free will.
It's not by God that you created it. It's by
not with free will.
To be fair, that sounds to me something along the lines of
which is
I
covered
have
for.
three. I have three kids. One of them does a thing, and then I take credit for what my child did. They made. Let's
No,
say they
because you're not
they
actually the
programmed the video
creator
game,
of your kids.
and then
You're actually, and this is a common thing that atheists will actually make. And I'm not saying you're using an atheistic argument. I'm just saying this is how I have typically seen these
using a
kinds of analogies.
non-Grecian
It's your creation. It's your creation. It's not God's creation. It's your creation.
Well, and that's what. So there's a couple things that I need to point out. So the first thing is you didn't create your kids, right, in the same way that God creates. In fact, you didn't even create your kids in the same way that you create a story. You're really more of the cause, in a cause and effect way, of your kids. But in the sense that you like actively designed and created your children the same way you would create.
I'm not talking about the
kids. Sort of.
The thing is, the pushback that I would give is that there's a sense in which what you say is true, but in general Jewish mindset, that would not be entirely accurate, because Jews consider their sons to be them. They get everything that they have. I'm going to pass away, and then my first son gets everything. If I have more than one son, then they split it up, but the firstborn gets everything.
That's a different.
They get a. Well, there's a mindset that
they're actually bits and pieces of you
where
and your grandfathers.
The children in ancient Jewish mindsets, my child is me. When I'm gone,
you and your
replace
grandparents.
me. Yeah.
and your wife,
Well, that's a different topic.
So let me give just my response to Danny's problem of evil from his point of view. So because from everything that we're just discussing would be more of like an internal type conversation, but when an outsider says that God is evil, or from this problem of evil, when imagine the people watching Jesus getting beaten and crucified, and all of these people standing around and saying, "Oh, how could an all-loving God allow this to happen even to his own son?" But what a childish understanding that those people had from that worldly perspective. Okay? Because from God's point of view, there was something much greater that was happening.
Yes, we know that.
Right.
We know about Jesus specifically, but what about like any of the more obscure prophets?
Bob, I'm talking about from an outsider who presents this problem of evil, and that is the narrow childish understanding, thinking that they can understand God's ultimate plan and thinking that God can't use these things to happen, and that same mindset would look upon Jesus getting beaten and accuse God of being this monster that's allowing this evil to happen to his son right before their very eyes. How could an all-loving God doing this? But in reality, again, that is a childish understanding. God uses these horrible. My church has grown just massively because of all of this nonsense over the last couple of years, regardless of your position. A lot of these churches have shut down. People's lives have been, there's been a bad thing. And I don't believe that God would regardless on what your stance is on how, whether or not God allowed this or created this or whatever it might be. I just want to let you know that the harvest has been amazing. So, God definitely uses these bad things that happen to his advantage. Of course, he can take a bad situation and he can pull good out of it.
He doesn't make those things happen, right?
But everything that happened to Jesus is what we did to him.
Well, I understand, but again, that's right, Jungle. I mean, that agrees with what I'm saying. There was a much bigger picture taking place, unfolding right before everyone's eyes. But the people that were there in that moment of time, they couldn't see it. They didn't see it. They were expecting Jesus to come in as a warrior and a liberator and, You know, they were expecting the second coming Jesus to show up, but that's not what they got. But they got this loving man that walked around, you know, God in flesh, doing these miracles and preaching this message of love and forgiveness and all of these things. And all of a sudden, they're, you know, loving God the Father just allows him to be brutally beaten and crucified in front of everyone. You know, just imagine these people accusing God of being evil in that moment, that, you know, this God would be so, that would be the accusation of the skeptic. How could God allow this thing to happen? But that is such a small, narrow, childish understanding of the biblical worldview, the overall picture of God and God's plan, that you can't understand. So you know, ultimately for me, that's where the problem of evil fails. Because we are opting for autonomous reasoning. We're thinking, you know what, God has this plan, but you know, I know better in my fleshly state. I know better than God's plan. I can say God is wrong. I can call him evil. I can make all of these foolish things based on my childish understanding. And that's where the problem of evil fails.
The objection you brought up is not the logical problem of evil as it's understood in the literature. The problem of evil as it's understood in the literature is saying, hey, on Christianity there's evil. So it's actually an internal critique to say that,
no, it's not.
Well, I don't like God because of the way he does things, because of Noah's flood and stuff like that. Therefore, God doesn't exist. I agree with you. That's a childish argument. And a lot of people do argue that way, but that's not the logical problem of evil.
Yeah, so Danny, is anything evil?
I think things are, I think certain things are.
Hold on,
You're not going to get far with that.
Is anything evil, Danny?
So who's
a
evil?
moral
What's evil?
relativist.
Sorry,
It
what?
doesn't matter. Is anything evil?
Yeah, I think there are certain things that are evil.
Based on what standard?
Based on perception.
So it's arbitrary standard?
I don't know what you mean by arbitrary.
What do you mean by perception? If you perceive something to be so let me give you an example, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that you say, I define evil as something that hurts somebody else. And somebody else says, you know, I feel that morality, we'll say, should be based on how good it makes you feel, regardless of how it harms somebody else. Who would be right? Because
I don't think it's something that you can infer to. I think perception is non-inferential.
Well, you have two points of perception. One person perceives morality as saying we shouldn't hurt other people. Mm-hmm. Somebody else says, hey, look, if it makes me feel really good, then hurting somebody is okay. So one person says X. One person says X is moral. Another person says X is not moral. How do you solve that from your not God position?
What do you mean how you solve it? One person's misperceiving.
Based on
how do you know?
That's an arbiter. Yeah, based on what?
It's based on the misperception, right?
Well, no. If God does not exist, two atheists in a room. One says X is immoral. Mm-hmm. The other says X is not moral. So you have a dilemma. One person says X is okay. The other person says X is bad. How do you solve it? Who's right?
If you talk about value, that's just a perceptual thing. You can't really argue about what you're misperceiving or perceiving.
Yeah. So nothing can be wrong, Danny?
That doesn't follow.
No, but nothing could be wrong.
That doesn't follow from the view that I just gave.
Well, so if I say that morality should be based on how good it makes me feel, is that wrong? That's my perception.
Wow, that doesn't even make sense to me.
Well, sure it does. That's abortion.
I don't know what that means.
Abortion says as long as abortion makes me feel good, then the life inside the womb doesn't matter.
But I'm just saying you have to understand my view, Sam. My view is that ultimately speaking, value is a perceptual matter, not an inferential matter. Meaning that at some point you just can't reason about what's good or evil anymore.
Oh, but Danny, here's the problem. I'm not asking what your view is. Okay?
I thought you were.
Because I think that it would be I would say arrogant for someone to suggest that their opinion supersedes somebody else's.
That's not the view. That someone could be misperceiving. Look, you and I could see a tree.
How would you determine that?
Well, I mean, that's the thing about perception. You can't appeal to argument to rule out or to establish who's misperceiving or perceiving.
So what would you appeal to?
Well, there's nothing to appeal to.
Right. So
That's the
nothing
nature
can be
of perception.
wrong. That's
That
not,
doesn't
that's
follow.
why I said it's arbitrary.
That does not follow, Tam.
Sure. So from your worldview, from your not God worldview again, and you rejected the foundation earlier. From your not God worldview, you don't have a fundamental. You don't have something objective saying that this is or is not wrong. So from your worldview, based
That's
on
not true. I don't accept that.
Danny, believe in God or curl up in the fetal position and dry up and blow away, Danny.
Danny, if you have two people with opposing perceptions, how do you solve it from your worldview?
I'm saying that if you understand perception, there's no answer to that. If you and I, if you see a tree in front of you and I don't, how do we solve who's misperceived?
We could fight.
Actually, so again,
Sam,
so someone says something is wrong. Somebody says something is wrong, and it is a moral dilemma. Okay. Now we have a problem with perception, as you have clearly stated.
Mm-hmm.
How do you solve that?
It's American way.
The same way that you would solve whether someone, the same way that you would solve two claims. One person saying I see a tree in front of me, and another person saying I don't.
So it's consensus based.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, then how would you? But I'm asking you to directly solve the problem. You have two people that fundamentally disagree.
That's what I want to know.
They fundamentally disagree, and they're having a fundamental disagreement on perception. How do you solve that?
I just told you.
No, you didn't. Your tree analogy is faulty because the tree being in front of somebody isn't a perception thing. It either is there or it is not.
No, the point.
One
let's just
person
say
is
there
right
is a
and
tree.
One person is wrong.
Let's just say y'all need to slow down and understand the view. There is a tree there. Now, let's say I don't see it.
How do you know there's a tree there? That's the argument.
I'm stipulating that in the hypothetical. I'm stipulating that in the hypothetical. There's a tree there. You're seeing it. I'm not. Now, how do we tell?
Okay.
How do you tell me or show me that there's actually a tree?
No, so let me adjust your analogy, okay? The argument is whether or not there is a tree there.
No, it is there.
No, nobody really knows. Is there a tree there or is it not? Who knows? One person sure thinks it is.
No, that their question wasn't that. Your question was how do we arbitrate between someone's perceptions, differing perceptions? That's your question. Right? How do we tell who's misperceiving and who's perceiving?
Yeah, so I said one person says X is moral, another person says X is immoral.
Mm-hmm.
You have nothing to appeal to.
That's the same with the tree example, right? The one person says there's a tree in front of them.
No,
I'm saying there's no way to solve that, right?
Okay,
take the tree example and you'll understand. One person is saying they see a tree, the other person is saying that there's no tree. How do you solve that, Sam?
Right. So from
again,
your
is there a
worldview,
tree or is
there is
not?
no. Well, no. So
you can
from
stipulate
your
either way.
worldview, there is no solution to that.
That's
So I was right when I
problem is if
said
there's
that
no tree
morality is arbitrary.
No, that
Because
doesn't follow.
That is the question.
How does it not follow?
It
It turns into an opinion base.
No, that doesn't follow. There is still a fact of the matter as to whether there's a tree out in the world, but the point is that you don't
have
argue
no
about
access to that truth, Danny. You have no access to ever know.
I don't know what you mean by access.
You would never be able to determine ultimately whether or not there is a tree out there.
Well, you're not going to be able to argue, right? There are other ways of knowing things, though.
You haven't presented. You've said you've presented a solution, but you haven't.
No, I told you when it comes to who's perceiving correctly and who's not, there is no way to argue about that issue.
I'm not granting you that there is a tree there. You're presupposing that there's a tree, and that tree would be the moral
No,
standard.
I don't even have to do that, right? I'm just saying one person.
If there is a tree there.
One person is claiming that they're seeing a tree. The other person is claiming they're not seeing a tree. Now you fix the problem, Sam. How do you solve that?
Well, I would appeal to my objective standard and say, look, I don't care what you say. My objective standard says there is in fact a tree there.
You mean God is telling you?
Huh?
You mean God is telling you?
Yeah, through special revelation. Yes.
How is God revealing that there's a tree there?
Yeah. So when Adam opened up his eyes, he saw God, and God spoke to Adam. And throughout time, through prophecies and prophets, God has revealed His word.
How do you know that
God
he actually was having the
sent
correct perception?
Jesus in the flesh to come to come and so that we can be aligned and realigned with him and his word. Now, that's fine if you want to reject that. I understand that. But that leaves you fundamentally bankrupt.
I'm not following. That when Adam saw the first thing,
really quick, really quick. I just want to interject something. Here's the difference. In your analogy, there is definitely a tree. Okay,
it doesn't matter. Nothing turns on that.
No, it does. Right? And let me explain. Let me explain why. Let me explain why that does matter. The reason it matters is you're saying one person perceives the tree, one person doesn't perceive the tree. There is a tree there, so one person is right and one person is wrong. That is clear cut. It's not a matter of trying to get the other person to perceive the tree. It's one person is correct and one person is incorrect. What he's saying is in a morally ambiguous situation with
that situation is ambiguous. The tree is there's ambiguity between the two agents.
It's not ambiguous if the tree is there.
Look, I can stipulate that rape has disvalue. Look, I can stipulate the cake has value. Okay, let me stipulate that. But one person perceives the cake as having value, the other person does not. Now, how do you arbitrate between that?
So hold on. Let me clarify where the problem is. So Sledge, from our worldview, from the biblical worldview, there is a tree there. Danny doesn't see it. But Danny rejects that. Danny rejects God. Danny rejects God's revelation. Okay? So from Danny's worldview, he doesn't know if there's a tree there or not. But he also has no way to find out if there is in fact a tree. When Danny says something is wrong or evil or right, or ultimately at a fundamental level, it's just his opinion versus somebody else's. It's meaningless. There is no morality. There is no evil. There is no truth. There is no right. There is no wrong. It's just nothingness. It's nothingness.
It's just matter.
What were you gonna say, Bob?
And that's where Danny's worldview breaks down.
I just feel
he's better than that. He borrows from our view, so he's better than that.
No, I like Danny, but I don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
Danny, if you have more reason to rape a baby than not, is it right to rape the baby?
That I have the obligation to. Yes.
There you go. That's all I wanted to say. I did the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong button. 1 Corinthians 15:1-4, the gospel by which you are saved is that Christ Jesus died for our sins according to the scriptures. He was buried and he was raised on the third day according to the scriptures.
So Danny, you just said it's okay to rape a baby?
If I have most reason to. You would disagree?
Yeah.
Why would you disagree with that?
I would.
What if it's
Wait, you have less reason to. Well, then you just had less reason to.
I'll explain. Because again, from my worldview, I have an objective moral standard.
Right, so you have most reason to not rape the baby.
Because every other sin is.
But I'm saying in the case where you have most reason to rape a baby, trivially speaking.
But that doesn't happen from my worldview.
Okay, that's fine.
That doesn't happen. That's a category error.
Then it's not true that you have most reason to rape a baby. I'm just saying that in a possible world where you do, then trivially you have the obligation.
Yeah, but that's not my world. That's your world. So again, just really quick, and then I'll stop because I'm going to go to bed. But just to be clear, the person who says that the Christian has a problem with evil has just justified raping a baby.
No, you did too, right? If God commanded you to rape a baby, if God commanded that you rape a baby, you have most reason to rape the baby.
Yeah, I can show you where that fails, Danny. Because
there's a contradiction.
God command,
what's the contradiction?
I will answer. If God parentheses around God, if God commanded me to rape a baby, I would first go back to his objective moral word. I would go to the Bible and I would see, look, is this something that God would actually say? And from my worldview, I would find out that no, I am in fact being deceived. That God would never ask me to rape a baby. But from your worldview, that you've rejected all of that, Danny, you can justify something like that. And then you can turn around and say that God is evil. You can say, I'm going to rape a baby, but your God is evil. So
I
you're
never said
creating.
anything like that. I'm just saying that it's not.
Well,
it's
you
logically
did.
possible.
Can I change
It's
the
logically
example
possible
just
for
That's
a
a
God to
little
false
tiny bit to
dilemma.
make
It's
it
logically
more
possible that
important?
No, it's a false dilemma, Danny.
I mean,
It's
I'm
a
saying
Well,
God
hang
could
on.
command you to rape a
Let me
baby,
just.
and then you
It's
would
a
be
false
obligated.
dilemma. No, that's not, because God wouldn't do that.
I don't
Hang
see
on,
any
Sam,
contradiction. You haven't
just one
posted
Well,
second.
show
contradiction.
me in
I just
Scripture
gotta,
where it
I
says
gotta
that.
ask something because I think this
Show
is
me
going
in
to make
Scripture.
the
Where in
point a
Scripture
lot
is that,
Go
stronger.
Danny?
ahead, CJ.
Where in Scripture is that?
Hang on, just one second, Sam. Just one second. I understand I'm interrupting you, but I just think this is going to help the conversation quite a bit. Let's replace raping a baby with sacrificing your child, because we know explicitly that God did command one of his servants to do that once, right? Namely Abraham.
I've written the answer on that.
So, well, that's why I said I think that'll probably make the conversation a little bit more relevant to what the Bible actually says and what our worldviews are, right? So
that's good.
Let's switch that a minute and see if that helps.
Good call.
I'm not against you, Sam, by the way, just so you know.
No, I understand.
Well, so then let me ask that question then. What would you, Sam? What would your response, Sam, be if you got a revelation from God saying that you should sacrifice your child?
Yeah, so if God told me to sacrifice my child, I would have to check with Scripture, and I would have to see, well, did this ever happen in the past? And I would find that scenario, and I'd say, oh, look, it did happen. But wait a minute, let's not ignore the context, and we can see how God promised that generations would come from his child. God didn't promise that to me, and God didn't promise that with my child. So then I would know, in fact, I would objectively be being deceived.
See,
So the false dilemma fails.
I sympathize with the answer, but I disagree a little bit, and let me tell you why. And I think you might appreciate the answer. But if we look at the Scripture, right, what we see from, and it is important to note that yes, God did promise seed would come through Isaac, right? So you're absolutely right to note that.
Right.
But what is more important to note, in my opinion, because it's more to the point of what God is trying to prove, not just to Abraham and to his contemporaries, but to us, right? Because we read this for generations on. Is if you notice, there's little signs that Abraham just trusts God inherently, regardless of what happens. Like, for example, he tells his servants, I and the lad will return to you. He also tells Isaac, the Lord will provide a sacrifice, right? And so on and so forth, right? So there's like these little like hints where he's like, okay, I'm going to go through with it because I know that I have to listen to God. But also, I know who this is, right? This is God. So therefore, I'm going to trust that however this is going to happen, this promise is going to go ahead and go through to me. And so what I would say is, like, if I knew that I got a revelation from God saying that, what I know is this: the character of this God means that whatever's going on is certainly not at face value. And that's where I agree with you, right? But where I disagree with you is now, like, if you knew that it was God, right? You can't say no, obviously. Like, you do have to follow the same way Abraham would, right? Like, follow forward with what is actually being commanded. Now, you have trust, and you have reason to trust that God is not giving you the full story right now. And Abraham, it doesn't appear at any point in time that Abraham lost that faith, right? But he also didn't say no, right? Like, he didn't say, I must be being deceived because of what God is commanding here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so and now the reason I think that this is important to point out is because now when you take this back to Danny's perspective, right, we do have to ask, like, when we say something like, and I'm not saying anything against Bob, but it wasn't a fair question, really, because if you're asking the question, like, if I had more reason to do X than not to do X, would I do X?
It's like saying this. Hey, Danny, if you had the obligation to rape a baby, would you have the obligation? I mean, that's what I hear when I say, if you had most reason to rape a baby, is that the reasonable thing to do? Yes.
Right. And so to explain kind of what Danny means when he says you have more reason when you say my worldview says it wouldn't happen, right? Basically, what you're saying is that exactly what Danny is also saying, right? That there is enough reason for me to say, no, this isn't something that would ever occur, right? Or in the case of the Abraham example, that's more poignant to our worldview, right? It's
I would
go ahead.
I agree with what I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree ultimately, because ultimately I would check with scripture and I would have to see if it's consistent with anything that is written in God's word.
But you could just misinterpret God.
And that's where I would disagree with you,
Okay,
CJ,
what's written
because
in God's word? What's written in God's word is that God told Hosea to go marry this prostitute. Now, he could have said, hey, I'm not supposed to marry prostitutes. Yeah, but Israel is a prostitute. So you marry this prostitute, she's going to leave you, and then you take her back again. Right? I mean, I don't mean to open a can of worms or anything, but that's what God said, right?
yeah.
So, either you trust what God says or you don't, Maybe God has a reason for saying what he says.
I was muted. My bad. Argatha, the same is true of you, right? The idea is that you, if God commanded you to do X, right, you're going to have most reason to do X. So if I were to ask you, if you had most reason to rape a baby, that just means if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you would say you'd be obligated, just as what you did to me. There's no difference.
Yeah, so Danny, I apologize for pushing. I kind of jumped on that and pushed, I think, unnecessarily hard on you, and I apologize.
Oh no,
for that.
don't worry about it, Sam. This is part of the game, right?
No, I'm not playing a game.
Game, Danny. It's not a game.
It's a debate. It's a fight. That's part of it.
So I do want to hop out, actually, just because it is getting pretty late here. But I actually wanted to talk a little bit more about some of those determinism and how it relates to the problem of evil kind of questions. So just out of curiosity, if, say, Sunday, there was an open room over on my channel on that, would any of you guys be interested? Or anyone else would like that?
Absolutely. If you're talking to everyone in the room.
Yeah, everyone. Because I think it's a really, and now obviously, you'd be coming from a more atheistic perspective, but obviously a philosophical perspective too, which is important in understanding the whole thing. But I just think it was something.
Is Pine Creek still in the chat?
If I happen to be
I put him to bed. Don't worry.
Pine
Creek. Did you ever find that moral standard we were talking about? Huh?
Pine Creek was here.
Oh, he got so triggered.
He probably ran away, right, Sam?
Huh?
He probably ran away.
I don't remember Pine Creek. He must have ran away or something, because I don't remember him.
I thought I saw his
in the chat?
face in chat.
Maybe in the chat, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and just announce it now then, because I haven't put anything up yet, but I'm going to go ahead and probably do something around like 8 p.m. Mountain Time on Sunday. So if you guys are interested to talk about like determinism from a biblical perspective and how that relates to the problem of evil, I'm probably going to have an open room 8 p.m. now. Just because I felt like we didn't get to it enough here in this conversation. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out though, because it's pretty late. God bless you all.
Yeah, you too. I'm going to peel out of here too.
If I'm around,
to all you guys.
If I'm around,
Good night, guys.
I'm running.
No, don't run.
All right. Good night, guys.
Danny ran already? Wow, Danny ran. He runs too fast, because I wanted to ask him something. I wanted to ask him about thermodynamics. Hey, who's left? Hello? 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 Ooh, they all ran away.
I'm going to open a room if you want to come to it, so we can have control over it.
Hey, Jamie.
Yeah. How are you doing, buddy?
No, I'm not really interested in having, going, like a long time or anything.
Yeah, me neither.
But
we can just stay here then.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Danny. He ran away, but I wanted to ask Danny about the laws of thermodynamics, or the cause and effect. The the causal relationship of matter and energy and all that stuff, and what he thought about it, but he took off really fast.
I've talked to him a lot. I mean, or somewhat, you know. I think he would probably say he thinks they're determined and they're cause and effect, or you know, the basis of everything works. And then as far, because he seems to be pretty much a determinist, even ultimately. I get the impression anyway that he can't see it any other way, or ultimately, which I get.
Hypothetically, let's say that you have a cause and effect of physical things. You know, every physical thing has a cause. It has to be a greater cause than what it actually is. So let's say you're going, you know, all the way. You know, everything requires a greater cause, right? Because it can't be an equal cause. Otherwise, it won't be a cause. It'll be just, you know, equal energy, right?
Right. It would, just like cause and effect, like.
And equal energy wouldn't even be a cause, right? So it has to
explain that a little bit.
Yeah, because if it's a lesser energy or an equal amount of energy, it's not going to be a cause. There's not going to be any cause because it's an equal amount of energy, right?
Well, what about every action has an opposite and equal reaction?
Yeah, but if both forces are equal, then it's not going to be any action, right?
Okay.
So that's the whole point, you know. It's like if you charge your cell phone, you have to have a greater amount of energy. You can't have an equal amount of energy. Or you can't,
like for I guess so. Yeah, you can say that.
You can't have a lesser amount either because it'll drain your phone.
Right, but it's still doing something.
Right, but it's not charging your phone, right?
Right.
It's not a cause
like,
for anything. It's,
I see what you mean. Like, because the cause needs to be like in a greater, it has to be more powerful or more energy.
Has to be more powerful, yeah.
Yeah. That's it's hard to.
So
exactly.
can you envision an infinite regress of physical causes?
Yeah, no, I don't see how.
Yeah, I don't see how either.
Because I think that's how you get to that idea about the create. Like I know Craig uses kind of a similar thing with his Kalam argument about the nature of the cause, like needing to be more powerful, obviously, than the thing cause. You know, the cause has to have more power than the effect, or something to that.
Yeah, it's cause and effect, right? It has to be, you know, every physical thing has a cause.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way I look at it too, with as far as like determining things or things being one thing determines another thing. I think that's true. The question is just like if you ask, like Danny uses the analogy, he says, like, and I tend to think this is a good point, that like if I try to talk you into buying, you're looking for a car or whatever, and I tell you all these good reasons, and you have like no clue about what car to get, let's say, and I give you all these reasons why you should buy a Toyota. You know,
sounds good.
And then you end up buying a Toyota. Did I cause that? Did I cause you to buy it? Well, in some sense, I did. But I would say I influenced you, and that was like a determining factor. But was it ultimately? I would want to say, it's like self-evident, is that the agent made the choice. Like that's what deliberation is. That's why I always point to deliberation for free will, because there's influences, yes, undeniably, but do they determine it ultimately? No, the agent.
But that's already when you get into free will and living organisms and choice and stuff like that. But I'm talking before you even get to that level.
Oh right, yeah, totally. I think I'm not sure how to formally lay that out, but it seems to be intuitively the case, and I'm told that that's kind of obvious or airtight, I guess.
And of course, if you get to that level, that has to be from written instruction, because every living organism is by way of written instruction anyway.
Yeah. it's interesting how that cause and effect, like on a physical sense, in a physical sense, or just like a natural sense, or however you want to call it, seems like where that intersects with thinking about what builds up to a mind in a sentient agent or whatever, and where free will would emerge. I would ask is kind of a weird thought, like what makes it. I mean, what you probably would say, what it's kind of like a supernatural thing that God gives us, like a soul or something, maybe. Or I don't really look at it that way necessarily. I think I don't know if you do.
Well, God gave us the 6 spirits of man, right? You know what the 6 spirits of man are? They're wisdom, understanding, counsel, strength, knowledge, and the fear of the Lord, otherwise known as the fear of good things, or an expectation of good things, or hope, right?
Yeah,
those are not physical things.
And they're not just emotional either. They're I don't even know how to describe that. Like, what is that? How does that emerge? How does that? I mean, I have a view that kind of comes from the idea that God, like I don't want to like appeal to like some sort of unexplainable supernatural magic or something.
But none of those. Right, but none of those things are physical, right? Wisdom is not physical. Knowledge is not physical. Understanding is not physical. Counsel is not physical. None of those things are physical.
Right.
Right.
Right, but can their ability for those things to instantiate in the physical world as we're in a living creature, let's say in the mind. Now, does that necessarily need some sort of like? Could you mimic it? Let's say this: could man, if God imparted the knowledge of how to make that, would it be possible for man to say make an AI that was sentient or self-aware? Let's say.
I would doubt that seriously, but animals have all those things too. Animals have wisdom, understanding, counsel, and strength and hope. Animals have all those things, right?
But okay, but does the fact that they have that word, is that something that we could design into, say, an analog in the physical world, or do the animals have to have spirit?
I seriously doubt the AI would be able to have any of those things. Maybe wisdom, maybe calculations or something. But
could God make an AI out of computer parts and intricate design that had it?
Aren't we AI created by God?
Well, so I'm just asking the question: is it so then? Yeah, I think so in that sense. But the question is, because I don't want to appeal to like some sort of magical thing. Like I think God's designed it into it.
Yeah, but it's not magical. It's off into the spiritual realm. It's not a physical thing. It's spiritual.
Yeah, but that's my question though. What does that mean?
And that's why it can't be a property of AI, because a spirit of strength or expectation or hope or things like that's not a thing of a physical. It's not a physical property of any physical thing.
Right, but I mean, there's like you could say you could design up a computer program that was running some hardware, right, like a computer, and you can say information that is causing it to work is not physical in that sense.
But then it would be the physical thing that had those properties, right?
Yeah, that's my appeal. Is I'm saying I think that I don't take the spiritual to be an actual like substance per se. That's that's actually like made in outside of the world. Now, I'm not saying it's merely physical. I'm saying it's an emergent property of physical design and
But it really can't be an emergent property of physical.
Not emergent like on its own, but emergent in the sense that it's like a higher order that comes out of the design and process of function.
Out of order, right? I mean, if you have living organism that's programmed with instruction, then it can have those things. But it's by way of the instruction. It's not by way of the physical
Right.
properties.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, I'm just saying, can it? You know what I mean? I'm saying like, yeah, can God design it in the physical world, and that it comes out from the physical world in the sense of its
but it's not. But it's the point is, it's not from the physical world. It's from the instruction. Right.
Right. Ultimately, that's its what would be the word? That would be its yeah, it's complicated.
Characteristics. It would be the characteristics of the living organism or whatever it was that was made.
Right.
Because you've seen a cat catch a mouse, and you've seen how proud the cat struts and everything. You know, he thinks he's the greatest thing in the world because he caught a mouse. Right?
Oh yeah.
That's not a physical thing. That's spirit. Right?
Yeah. I think so. It's like it's a property of the mind or whatever, or agency or whatever. That's not the mind isn't real.
But it's not even the property of the mind, because pride, you know, sense of accomplishment, all that stuff. That's not a property of physical matter.
Well, I would say it comes down to what you mean by the spirit. Like, even if you're not saying it's like a spirit, like a traditional like analog of the agent or something, you know, like a ghost, let's say, or whatever. But you mean just like, see, I don't want to talk about soul sleep. I really don't. But I think it's an interesting way to look at or to understand what the Bible's saying about when it talks about the spirit. Like, I kind of take it like it's literally just saying, like, it kind of develops in the New Testament in the sense where it's like Paul borrows the language to say, hey, atoms of the earth, like back to dust because he fell. And then, but Christ is like, Christ makes us alive spiritually. And he's just saying that he's borrowing from the actual idea from the Bible that says this is what God gives us to be alive. And then he ran. Come back, John. I'll stop. Anyways, I think it's just he's just saying, hey, this is the thing that God gave us to make us go from just being a body, like a dead body, to having life. And then so Paul's borrowing that idea and saying, like, look, God gave life, and it was almost like a little prophecy of like Christ showing us the way, which is like the way to life. And so it's not necessarily like this weird Greek idea of like a spiritual weird realm that's like, you know, in the heart of the earth in the sense of like literal, or like, you know, I'm not saying there's like a heaven where God is, but it's like, I'm saying he's just borrowing the analogy that Christ shows us the way, you know, and that's life. And that's what leads to eternal life. And so it's not like a substance per se in that the way he's using it. And so I want to say, like, when I look at the amazing design, like, look at DNA, like, what do we need, like, this extra thing from like that's invisible outside to give us, you know, in an anthropological sense? It seems like God designed these details so that the system could like have these emergent properties, you know, that is so amazing for us to like see and learn about and like marvel at. And like, we don't have to postulate like this outside thing. I think that's a misunderstanding.
What do you mean by emergent properties, though? It's not emergent of the physical properties. It's
no, that is what I am saying. I am suggesting that it's emergent from the physical properties, but not naturally, and not like the sense you hear emergent coming out of like atheist mouths about just like it.
Oh, hello. Oh, what I get frozen. Hello. Are you there? Okay, the chat comments. What's up, Doki? Are you hearing me? And redefine living. Can you hear me? Anybody hear me? Well. Oh, there we go. Hear you, JJ, says Cheryl. Okay, so it's not me this time. So, are you hear the crickets too? Oh, that's great. I got lots of crickets. All right, let me. I guess Jamie got frozen or something. Let me see. Ooh, I'm by myself. Anyway, I wanted to talk to Danny. I just wanted to ask him a few simple questions, but he took off really, really fast, which is highly suspicious to me. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to ask about law of thermodynamics, and just want to see where he'd go with that. But anyway, guess that's not going to happen tonight. So God bless everybody. Take care, and God bless. Yeah, I guess that's about it that I have right now. So take care. And the secret is, the key is to draw near to God, and He will draw near to you. So if you are close to God's Word will enlighten you, and your path. God will enlighten your path, like we say in Portuguese, your way, So that's the secret. We have the Word of God. We bring the Word of God to people, and it's the Word of God that changes people's lives and brings people close to God. It's not anything we do, except we have the Word of God, and we have the responsibility to bring the Word of God to other people. We don't get any credit for it, but that's our obligation. We have to do it because we're commanded to do it.